Who here actually is working a job right now? Be honest. I'll put my hand down because I'm streaming. Okay, decent number of you. Not all of you, but a decent number of you. It is your opinion that I'm sort of looking for right now. I know that we have talked on the stream in the past about how everyone is cheating their way through college. In fact, I mentioned to Gavin Newsom directly that at every high school and every college in California, people are cheating on basically everything. We've covered this. It's well established. However, that's not what I'm talking about today. Harvard Business Review put out a study yesterday about how AI is not only infecting our school system, but it is now becoming a problem at work, where it is called work slop. Where it turns out AI is, for a lot of people, not making them more productive, but in fact, making them generate more, basically a Trojan horse of slop that pushes the actual work off onto someone else. I want to explain their thesis and I want to get your actual reactions to it. So here's the main idea. AI is very good at putting quickly produced, seemingly polished output. Things like well-formatted slides, long structured reports, seemingly articulate summaries of academic papers, okay? The idea is that at first glance, in a work context, ChatGPT output looks pretty good. It looks like work well done. However, the insidious effect of it is that it often shifts the burden of the real work downstream. If I ask you as your manager to, I don't know, write up an analysis on some of our competitors and what they're doing and things we can learn from that, the seemingly polished output from ChatGPT will look good, but not actually be very useful. And so for me to like digest reading this whole thing you gave me, then actually fix it and do the work has just put the work over onto me. What you've done is you've found a magic way to do very little work, but seem like you're doing a lot so that you've pushed it to someone else, which is interesting. I left NVIDIA in 2022 and therefore I've dodged ChatGPT in the workplace. So I don't want to speak authoritatively. I really want to ask people, but this study went into pretty good detail. And so they defined work slop. I want to know what they mean because everyone uses slop all the time for everything nowadays. What did they mean by work slop? What's the definition? This is the definition. AI generated work content that masquerades as good work, but lacks the substance to meaningfully advance a given task. Basically, you can't meaningfully move forward on the project or task or event or idea. You know, you can talk about it more, maybe it sparks an idea, but you're not actually actionably able to move forward. It's kind of empty or empty calories or vapid. And, you know, there's definitely a strong claim that that is what ChatGPT is good at generating. Not that it can't do some good things, but that this is like what people may use it for as a workplace. And so I from the outside can only speculate, but I know examples like this from a marketing POV. Like when I'm on Reddit, I could see that someone has been tasked with creating a Reddit ad campaign for their product. And they have instead taken to ChatGPT and AI to generate something that seems like it could be an ad for their product, but doesn't actually work. I saw this right after reading the study. And I just realized like this is lazy. Like this is probably generated in 1 second, ad and copy, but it's not good. There's no likes or comments or responses or clicks. And someone just passed along the work. And if someone above this person wanted to fix this, it would take a lot of time. Now, this is more public facing. This article is more about internal reports. And I'll give you another example. When I was at Amazon, Twitch got acquired by Amazon, so we were now an Amazon company, and we had Amazon work structure. We had Amazon practices. So Twitch used to do a lot of PowerPoint presentations. If you want to be like, hey, I think we should add bits. If you had an idea, you would present it to execs with PowerPoint. After Amazon came in, that was over. Amazon has a very strict rule about what they call 6-pagers, Amazon 6-pagers. And the idea was, if you want us to do something crazy, like spend a bunch of money hosting TwitchCon, you need to write up a 6-page report that explains like what this is going to cost to do, why we would do it, risks, challenges, competitive threats, downsides, upsides, how we're going to get it done. You condense all this in 6 pages. And it turns out doing this is very hard. It's very hard to get all your thoughts and ideas written down coherently in a 6-page formatted, well-structured report. But it forces you to learn what you're talking about. And then they would force everyone in the room to read this silently before they could even talk. And once everyone was caught up, then you would debate and discuss whether or not TwitchCon or Bits was a good idea. And I find, listen, there's a lot of criticisms I have over Amazon work culture, but this is a pretty decent idea. It worked pretty well. If you actually did it, you knew what you're talking about. And I wonder how they are handling a ChatGPT world. Because I remember at Amazon, people were very scared of having to write these. And they would often like ask everyone for help, and they would run around and ask questions and spend time agonizing over it. But by the end of it, they had something they really felt good about.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Chews by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals and comes at an...
I think nowadays it would be so easy to slop generate it. So I'm wondering, I would actually want to know from an Amazon employee if how they're dealing with 6-pagers in an era of AI. But that's the first thing I thought of was like, I remember I was asked to review from Bobby Scar, his 6-pager about bits, about launching bits. And it's like 6 pages about like, okay, streamers get donations through PayPal primarily. They prefer that because they get 100% cut. We have a chance to get a small slice of that market with bits for Twitch, but we need to offer streamers something, so we're gonna give them a guarantee they can't get chargebacked on. It goes through all the details so that when someone reads it, they understand the market, the context, why, where, when, what, how. I thought it was pretty good format is all I'm saying. But if you could ChatGPT it, it would be so much sloppier. And I don't think it would have the details that would come from actually living and breathing Twitch. I saw this one as another marketing example. For example, Shein auto-generated a model for this t-shirt that was Luigi Mangione. Like, this is completely unintentional on their part, and no one knew what they were doing. How is that legal? It's not. They had to take it all down. But it's just like someone getting approval and it going up the chain. This was Energy Bill Cruncher. I downvoted. Bad copy, bad image, but it's just somebody passing along work to their boss or someone else, just moving up the chain. Riot put out an AI-generated trailer for the new League of Legends season that had like this deranged AI-generated face content. They got so much shit for this, but it's just somebody passing the work on to someone else who's letting it go. So anyway, the study, has a lot of specific examples. Let me see if I can actually list a couple of them for you here. The main thing that they were alarmed at was not that the work might be bad, because in general, I think what they found is that eventually the work does get done in the right way because it has to. The website has to work, or the product has to get sold, or whatever. The event has to happen. Eventually the work gets done. But because it gets pushed onto someone else, work slop found the biggest consequences were interpersonal, and that generally it makes colleagues think less of each other. And that when you received a low effort AI generated work from one of your colleagues, you rated them as less creative, less capable, less reliable, less trustworthy, and less intelligent. It just made you seem more, your coworkers thought of you more negatively. But what's funny is, okay, so in the study, they mentioned that a lot of people said, yes, I agree. It makes my coworker, I hate when I receive it, but do I do it? Yeah, sometimes. It's just funny that many people who said yeah, I hate when someone does it, also cop to the fact that they did do it when things like deadlines were bearing down on them, or when they didn't feel like they had the mental energy to, which is interesting. And it is also worth noting that things like this, it could take a while for this to impact your job performance or career. People thinking less of you doesn't directly change your salary in the short term. And getting more free time back and being able to push the work onto someone else does help you out in the short term. So it's a tomato. You might take that risk, especially if you don't care about your coworkers or don't care much about the job. And as people report higher rates of burnout or higher rates of disengagement, I think the likelihood that they're going to give a shit about putting in the extra effort to make the work true is probably down. And the likelihood they're going to just have the facsimile of decent work is up. So I just found it to be very interesting. I wonder if any of you have any thoughts or if you've seen this. My coworker frequently uses GPT to make proposals to change things at work and print and leave them on our boss's desk. Bosses loathe them, toss them every time, but I've watched him ask the prompt and print it in the same day. We are literal grunts working at a nursing home. So I'm sorry, this is a guy that works at a nursing home who wants to make a change. So he writes a ChatGPT prompt, prints it out, and puts it on his boss's desk. Dude, he's so close to something that I think I could support. Because I do think the guy working the grunt level job at the nursing home probably does have better ideas on how to fix things. There's probably some small process changes that can make everything run better. It's almost like the way ChatGPT writes it causes you to tune out. As a software dev, it's so annoying to see obvious AI slop in code reviews. Do you mean in the code itself, or people are writing reviews? Like they're reviewing someone else's code with AI and it's giving it marks? Both, I see. As someone who works at a bar, I didn't think I'd run into people using this, but now one of my managers that everyone already hated has started using it, and it's fucking simple things up like creating drink recipes that don't exist or menus with food we don't have. He's getting ChatGPT to pre-write a menu that is food you don't have. That's amazing, dude. But that's a perfect example, actually. That's a perfect example because that is just creating work down. Like, that is not done any work. It is all the exaggerated motion of work and progress, but nothing has happened. You've just made someone else to clean up your mess. I think that's a very good way to put it. Now, I think it's worth saying, and the article points out as well, and I've seen this in my examples, if you've written something and ChatGPT is giving you, I don't know, tweaks or ideations or polish, that can still work because there's a core plan or through line that hits the real world that you've made. But when it generates it from scratch, it will just not track to something that can actually be done in the real world. We have to generate evidence for litigation. People just use ChatGPT to fill in the gaps. Gonna see how attorneys get in trouble. This already happened. Attorneys did get into trouble. A lawyer got sanctioned for using ChatGPT for a court brief because
when you bring a Ruggable rug into your space, you're bringing in more than just a rug. With Ruggable, you can let new best.
It cited cases that didn't exist. And so the judge was actually super pissed because it's like you're making up legal precedent. I think a big thing that AI is doing is making bad workers a bigger problem because it now takes more effort to identify and undo the shit that comes out and doesn't work. Yeah, I think that's what this article is implying, based on their talking to people in the workplace, is that it just makes bad work disguised. It still like doesn't actually solve whatever the business problem is. Like, do we need a new menu? Maybe our current menu isn't working. That takes, you have to like sit down and figure out, well, what do we have? What do our customers want? What is the menu that's going to generate more profits? What is the profitability per item? But that's work.
I can pull up the
But
chat
ChatGPT will spit one out that doesn't know any of that details, and it's going to look like it did the right work. I just got invited to a work AI training called Straight Outta Prompton. That's like fucking Silicon Valley parody level. That's awesome. Oh, wait, I had one thing I want to say. I'll end this discussion on one thing. Without leaking the person or the company. But I was at a Magic event recently, Magic the Gathering, and one of the people was telling our little group about how an employee had been tasked at their company with doing the copywriting, you know, writing the marketing copy for a new, I'll say game, for a new game. And it's on their website and it's on their press release and it's on their announcement, okay? And that person wrote it with ChatGPT and they published it and then immediately took it down because they found out that they had gotten the lore wrong. ChatGPT had just created a fake story. Like it changed the story.
Yeah, not really looking for any
and they
discords.
said that the senior manager, like one of the executives, had basically yelled at this employee and said that, hey, if you do something like this and it's stuff that it should be copyrightable, but it's generated by AI, you can't copyright it. And you are at risk of voiding our copyright over these characters and trademarks. And if you void our copyright, you will get fired. There's too much money at stake for you to do that. And so, or sued, yeah, whatever. So, but it's a true story. It's a true story that just happened. Like it's happening in the real world. And this is like for a pretty big rollout. I don't want to say more to get anybody in trouble, but this is for a pretty big rollout. And so like this is happening. This work slop stuff is happening. I don't know if I have any deeper thoughts on it than that, but I thought it was interesting. Let me know if you have your own thoughts here on Twitch and in the comments below.
When's the right time to get your financial house in order? With Northwestern Mutual, the right time is right now.
Welcome back
to the Philip DeFranco Show, you daily dive into the news. It is Thursday, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. Republican leaders are apparently so scared that the Epstein files are going to get out now that they're threatening their colleagues. Right? And this is apparently Trump's afraid that files might implicate his friend. And all of this, it started with the bipartisan effort launched by Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna, because they've just been working towards gathering enough signatures on a discharge petition that would force the House to vote on a bill requiring the DOJ to release the files. And now we've been waiting for this. A Democrat in Arizona just won a House seat in a special election this week. It seems like they've secured enough support to get the ball rolling. Right? And that Democrat, Adelita Grijalva, she's already committed to signing the petition once she gets sworn in. And the big thing is she's going to be the 218th person to back it, and 218 has been the magic number here. And so with that, you had Ro Khanna saying we're one step closer to releasing the full Epstein files and justice for the survivors. But that doesn't mean that it's guaranteed, right? Because you have Thomas Massie telling Semaphore that leaders in the Republican Party are trying to get some representatives to now walk back their support. Massie claiming that House Speaker Mike Johnson and, quote, some of the powers that be in D.C. are in full panic right now and dadding. They came back and tried to get the four of us to take our names off the petition. They asked some of my colleagues who were co-signers, and they actually threatened them politically, not physically. And that's huge because Massie, right, he's one of four Republicans who signed the petition alongside Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yesterday, you had similar reports coming out with sources telling CNN that GOP members were privately being pressured to withdraw from the petition. Also with that, you had CNN speaking to Boebert, who said that she hadn't faced pressure and will be keeping her name on board. But still, if you go online or you go on Twitter, you can see that there are clear tensions and divisions among the right wing and MAGA regarding bringing the Epstein files forward. Or just yesterday, you had Representative Clay Higgins slamming Massie for this petition, arguing, it's a shame what my friend Thomas has done, attempting to injure the Republican Party and ignore privacy rights of hundreds of innocent Americans who may have their life turned upside down because of his weird petition. Notably, that's a part of a talking point that Mike Johnson has been using over and over, claiming that the legislation, it doesn't go far enough to protect the victims whose information could be in the files. But Massie, he's not only defended himself against that claim, but said that Republicans, they need to just essentially get over it and brace for a vote. They're going to have a vote. I think they're coming to terms with that. I'm going to bet the speaker is probably going to hand out hall passes to some congressmen because this is an 80-20 issue. With all this, I think it is worth noting that it's not going to force the Epstein files to be released overnight. This petition, it won't actually see any official forward motion until Congress reconvenes and after it officially lands 218 signatures, and they have to wait 7 legislative days to actually vote on it. Right? And that is, you have places like the New York Times noting that Mike Johnson's gonna likely have a few paths to try to put the vote off on his end. So there you had Massie arguing that if Johnson does try to evade the vote, there's enough notoriety on the issue that people will know that he's sweeping this under the rug. Right? And so you have Massie arguing it would be a very bad look, but also, of course, there's the question of, what is the Senate gonna do if the ball lands in their court? Well, with that, I think it's important to keep in mind that the Wall Street Journal, they just did a piece about the White House's effort to rein in the Epstein discourse. Right? And it basically explained how the Trump administration has tried to handle it from January until right now, and TLDR, it sounds like no one at any point has ever been on the same page for even a minute. Some of the standout moments from the article include the Journal saying Trump has told aides he was worried some of his friends might be mentioned in the files and has complained that people should be talking about the administration's wins, not about Epstein, according to people familiar with the comments. Adding at other times he worried aloud that the files might have been doctored to hurt him. And then on top of that, you had sources reportedly telling them that Trump told aides he couldn't understand why people were so obsessed with the deceased financier and sex offender. People don't understand that Palm Beach in the 90s was a different time. He groused. Right? But also, as politicians aren't giving up the Epstein fight, neither is the public. And I mean that in several ways. I mean, you might have seen a statue of Trump and Epstein holding hands being put up in the National Mall this week. It had a little plaque saying the statue was in honor of Friendship Month, as Epstein previously said Trump was his closest friend. So there, I'll say after being up for around a day, it's been removed. And that notably, even though, according to reports, the National Park Service did issue a permit for the statue, allowing it to be up until Sunday. But also, you had a spokesperson for the Department of Interior saying that the statue was taken down, quote, because it was not compliant with the permit issued. So there you now have the group who orchestrated the whole thing with the statue, accusing the Trump administration of yet again cracking down on free speech critical of the president, right? Arguing that this is just another domino falling after the Jimmy Kimmel scandal. But ultimately, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this continues forward, both with the fight that we're seeing publicly as well as the fight.
Is working hard to manage migraine one big nope? It may be time to say yep to Vyepti. Vyepti is an IV infusion that helps prevent migraine attacks. Chronic migraine patients saw 23 fewer migraine days on average per treatment, and it's just 4 30-minute IV treatments a year. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, or throat, trouble breathing, hives, and
we're seeing in Congress.
Got a whole
But then
laundry
next
list.
up in the news, Elon Musk, he may be gone, but it looks like Doge is about to kick into another gear soon. Right? Because with the government shutdown looking more and more inevitable, you've got the White House threatening another round of mass layoffs. Right? And some important context here is what usually happens during shutdowns is that many federal workers get furloughed, meaning they go on temporary unpaid leave and receive back pay when the shutdown ends. But instead of doing that, you had the White House sending out a memo to its agencies last night telling them to prepare to lay off workers permanently if the shutdown occurs. So that's led many to ask if you wouldn't fire them without a shutdown and you could just furlough them without pay if there was a shutdown, then why would you take the extra step of firing them completely? Well, there's a couple of possible answers to that. The first being that Trump just doesn't really care about these workers anyway, something that the memo itself seemed to suggest by singling out positions that it deems, quote, are not consistent with the president's political agenda. In fact, it even states that government functions that Republicans like, such as defense and immigration enforcement, will continue uninterrupted because they're funded by the big, beautiful bill, thereby implying that the stuff the Democrats like, which covers, most of the government, it would be effective. Also, the second possible explanation for this memo is that Trump's trying to force Democrats to pass a funding bill next week, or some describing it essentially as a hostage situation, threatening the federal workforce if the Democrats don't hand over the cash. And that's also essentially how the president of the Government Workers Union put it in their reaction to the news, writing federal employees are not bargaining chips. They are veterans, caregivers, law enforcement officers, and neighbors who serve their country and fellow Americans every day. They deserve stability and respect, not pink slips and political games. But from the White House's perspective, or at least it's the narrative they're trying to push out there, it's actually the Democrats who are threatening a shutdown in the first place. Right? Because last week you had Republicans putting forward a short-term funding bill that they called clean, meaning it didn't contain any partisan politics, where it just kept the status quo going. But then you had Senate Democrats blocking it, proposing an alternative bill that contains more than $1 trillion to reverse cuts to Medicaid and other health programs and extend the Obamacare subsidies. But then you had Republicans blocking that too, leaving one more chance to break the deadlock. And Trump, he was supposed to have a meeting with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, but already over the weekend, he seemed pessimistic.
We'll continue to talk to the Democrats, but I think you could very well end up with a closed country for a period of time.
Right, and then on Monday night, Republican leaders in Congress reportedly called Trump, urging him to not talk to the Democrats, claiming that their bill is too expensive and it would fund health care for illegal immigrants. So on Tuesday, you saw Trump backing out of the meeting, with him saying on Truth Social, after reviewing the details of the unserious and ridiculous demands being made by the minority radical left Democrats in return for their votes to keep our thriving country open, I have decided that no meeting with their congressional leaders could possibly be productive. With Trump claiming they want to essentially create transgender operations for everybody, and finishing, I look forward to meeting with you when you become realistic about the things that our country stands for. Then you had Schumer firing back on PBS.
To prevent the average American who's on ACA's health care bill from going up $5,000 a year is not radical. To try to keep so many rural hospitals which are in danger of closing is not radical. He is derelict in his duty as president. He should be sitting down with us.
And now, even after the threat to fire workers en masse again, Schumer still is not backing down, with him writing, "This is an attempt at intimidation. Donald Trump has been firing federal workers since day one, not to govern, but to scare. These unnecessary firings will either be overturned in court, or the administration will end up hiring the workers back, just like they did as recently as today." Tonight, you've got many saying this is a huge move for Schumer, who just 6 months ago angered a lot of the Democratic base by refusing to block a Republican funding bill and cause a shutdown. But also, it should be noted that a lot has changed since then. You've even got people like Ezra Klein now arguing that the conditions that made the shutdown a bad idea in March no longer exist. They're saying first, shutting down the government might have shut down the courts, which at the time were blocking many of Trump's most aggressive actions. Second, shutting it down would have given Trump more authority to allocate the remaining funds, which could have empowered Doge to fire more people faster. And third, shutting it down could give Republicans a scapegoat for the economic crisis that Trump was creating with his tariffs. But arguably, all three of those things don't apply anymore. Right, first, the courts, especially the Supreme Court, they've given Trump much of what he wants. Second, Doge's assault has simmered down, Elon Musk has left, and Trump appointees have taken over. And third, Trump's already taken the political hit for his tariffs, and the markets have settled into this new normal. Plus, even with this week's threat to fire more workers, you have many arguing that Trump will do it anyways, with or without a shutdown. And as evidence of that, you have a lot of people pointing to the fact that he's gotten away with pretty much all of his firings thus far, especially thanks to the Supreme Court. Earlier this month, for example, a federal judge ruled that the mass firings of probationary workers was illegal, but they declined to order that they be reinstated, saying not only had too much time passed, right, the workers had already moved on with their lives and found new jobs, but also the Supreme Court would almost certainly just overrule his reinstatement order anyway. And then yesterday, you had another federal judge ruling that the firings of 8 inspectors general were obviously illegal, but they also declined to order them reinstated, saying it probably wouldn't matter because Trump would just fire them again anyway, making sure to jump through a couple of procedural hoops that would make it legal. And so with all this, even a couple of weeks ago, you had Klein already concluding,
"We are no longer in the muzzle velocity stage of this presidency, where Donald Trump is trying things and seeing what sticks. We are in the authoritarian consolidation stage. You could still, under mafia rule, get the trash picked up by cement But the point of those industries had become the preservation and expansion of the mafia's power and wealth. This is what Donald Trump is doing to the government. This is what Democrats cannot fund.
But that, it's the political argument for a shutdown. Many on the other side of the debate argue that it's a bad idea for economic reasons. So for example, you've got people like the chief economist at Moody's Analytics saying the economy is quite vulnerable. In a more resilient time, I think even a prolonged shutdown wouldn't derail the economy. But in the current economy, it could very well be the thing that pushes us under. And that because it could cut off loans to small businesses, depress consumer spending, and create general chaos and uncertainty, which I will say is what we've seen historically. Like generally speaking, every week the government shut down, they can shave about 1/10 of a percentage point from the GDP that quarter. And the longer that continues, the worse things get and the harder it's going to be for the economy to recover. And with this specific time, you have many believing that if a shutdown happens, it could last especially long. Because both sides are dug in, politics is more polarized than ever, and the president has shown himself to be someone that's willing to endure the longest shutdown in American history during his first term. But hey, like always, we're going to have to wait to see what happens. So we should know soon. We've still got until midnight on September 30th, and who knows? Anything can happen. Which I will say, as those words come out of my mouth, is both a good and bad thing, as many of you have seen. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first let me say, my wife, my kids, and I, we all switched to the same toothbrush brand. And to be clear, I'm saying brand, not the family is sharing one toothbrush. Right? It's called Proper Dental, and it's the first brush that we've all actually agreed on, and it happens to be a sponsor of today's show. Because traditional toothbrushes, they're basically like tiny sandpaper sticks pretending to help you slowly wrecking gums and enamel over time. But Proper flips that on its head with super soft scrubbers that feel gentle but annihilate plaque. Like it's clinically proven to clean better than those bristle brushes that market themselves as soft, which that's a lie. Also, Proper resists bacteria and food crud buildup, because who wants to brush with last week's microscopic leftovers? And I don't know what it is. My kids, they do not fight brushing their teeth anymore. And my wife, she's definitely obsessed. And me, I'm already annoying. I always talk about gum health. And actually, there's research showing consistent use can help encourage gum regrowth. I mean, yeah, your gums can bounce back like a marble reboot. But the main point is you don't need to keep torturing your mouth with normal toothbrushes, especially because Proper Dental is giving you 20% off when you use code DeFranco at checkout. Just scan that QR code on the screen or go to properdental.com/DeFranco. And hey, it's a limited time offer, so treat yourself and your gums better. That's PRO.
Let's talk employee benefits. Should we go with the HMO, PPO, or POS?
Let's compare the SBCs and SOBs.
You should look into PHP.
Have we thought about CDPs? We'll have to keep the HDHP if we want an HSA.
Like I said, PHP has some great plans.
We could offer an FSA or HRA or even a decal.
What about
PRDENTAL.com/DeFranco, code DeFranco. Then next up in the news, you probably saw that dozens of educators all over the country, they lost their jobs for comments that they made on social media after Charlie Kirk's death. But now you got a lot of them suing for free speech violations. Right? And there are a ton of different examples that we've seen popping up. Right? One of the most notable cases has been Lauren Vaughn, a former teacher aide in Spartanburg County, South Carolina. And Lauren suing the school district that she worked at for firing her because she shared a quote that Kirk himself said and then argued that all gun violence is a tragedy. Right? And the quote that she shared is one that's circulated a lot since his death, where he said that it was worth it to have a cost of some gun deaths every single year in order to have the Second Amendment rights, calling the exchange of lives or the right to bear arms a prudent deal that is rational. And you had Vaughn sharing that quote and then writing thoughts and prayers, and then later making it very clear in the comments that she wasn't celebrating Kirk's death, writing, "The whole point here is that anytime someone is killed, it's a tragedy. Even someone I may not like, even someone I disagree with, but instead of accepting it, why don't we do something about it?" Also commenting that while she disagreed with Kirk, she was sorry that he was shot, and adding, "No satisfaction here, just heartbreak for anyone and everyone affected by gun violence." And while Vaughn, she ended up deleting her post later that same night, the school allegedly fired her for violating their social media guidelines, which say that employees, quote, must be respectful and professional in all communications. And so now she's accusing the district of violating her rights to free speech and asking that the court declare that both her termination and the social media guidelines are illegal under the US and South Carolina constitutions, right? And requesting she be reinstated, paid, or given other compensatory payments. Also, another case that's gotten a lot of attention is that of Matthew Cargill, right? Matt, he's a high school teacher in Iowa who claims he was fired for protected speech after he posted "one Nazi down" on his personal Facebook account following Kirk's death. And with that, he argued that his post did not threaten any person, did not incite imminent unlawful action, and was not directed at any member of the school community. And with that, claiming that the termination was politically motivated. But then on the other side, you had the school alleging that the post was disruptive, and they said that they received over 1,000 calls about it. And the day after he made that post, just under 10% of students were absent. Right, but then beyond that, we've also seen a number of lawsuits from educators who were fired at the university level. And that included people like Michael Michael Hook, a tenured art professor at the University of South Dakota, who was fired for a Facebook post where he wrote, "Where was all this concern when the politicians in Minnesota were shot in the school shootings and Capitol Police? I have no thoughts or prayers for this hate-spreading Nazi." A shrug, maybe. Well, he deleted that post a few hours later and apologized. You had top Republican leaders in the state, including the governor and the state House Speaker, criticizing Hook and applauding his termination. Then you fast forward to yesterday and you have a federal court temporarily reinstating Hook while his case alleging free speech violations plays out. Right on this front, you also saw things like the ACLU of Indiana filing a lawsuit on behalf of the former director of health promotion and advocacy at Ball State University. Right in there, alleging that the school violated her First Amendment rights by firing her for a post where she wrote that she couldn't be friends with people who thought that Kirk was a wonderful person, but added, "His death is a tragedy and I can and do feel for his wife and children," and saying that she will pray for his soul, and continuing, "Charlie Kirk's death is a reflection of the violence, fear, and hatred he sowed. It does not excuse his death, and it's a sad truth." Right, but like the other cases that we've seen, you had the university claiming she was fired for causing a disruption. But a very big thing there is that you had the ACLU arguing that it was actually the people who politicized her message online who amplified the disruption, including the state's attorney general who shared the post. And again, a big thing is these are just some of the main examples that we've been seeing in news coverage. There are likely already other educators who have filed lawsuits, and there will almost certainly be more in the near future. I mean, it feels like every day there's a few news stories coming out about teachers and administrators being fired over comments that they made. And it seems like that may be connected to Republican politicians and public figures continually pressuring schools to fire employees who post anything they deem inappropriate about Kirk or openly praising those who follow through. I mean, you even had a conservative PAC launching a campaign to expose teachers who made posts that they said celebrated Kirk's death online and encourage people to report them through an online portal. So with all this, you have experts saying that these first suits that we're talking about, they're very likely going to be the key test cases for something that's going to be a much longer and bigger battle. Though also, I'll say, well, we're focusing on education today, that's not where it's been limited, right? We've also seen people all across the private sector losing their jobs after making comments about Kirk online. And again, that's something that Republican leaders and major conservative voices have pushed for and cheered on. But a big thing there is that you have experts saying it's not a direct one-to-one. It's different in the public education sector because they're public employees. Right? So their employers, they have to meet a higher bar to fire them for speech than someone who works at a private company. They have to show that a staff member's post created a disruption, like interfering with classes or the operation of a school. But with that, you've got people like Adam Goldstein, who's the vice president of strategic initiatives at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, saying that generating controversy or complaints, it's usually not enough to warrant firing. And with that, arguing that in many of these cases, the teacher's punishment is not proportionate to their alleged offense, especially because there are other disciplinary actions that can be taken without going as far as a full-blown termination. Explaining it's very weird to live in a world where Charlie's wife can forgive the shooter, but we can't forgive a teacher who quoted him. But again, even just today, we're talking about a wide range of posts here, and so as we wait to see what happens in a number of those, I gotta pass the question up to you. What are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to the whole situation or any of these specific cases? But the next up in the news today, this is crazy. Trump's Justice Department has made it impossible for Luigi Mangione to have a fair trial, right? Or at least that's what his lawyers are arguing, and now a federal judge is demanding an explanation. Right? Because back in April, U.S. District Judge Margaret Garnett explicitly warned DOJ officials to avoid speaking publicly about the case to make sure that there was a fair trial. But then especially in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing, we've seen the Trump administration testing that order. Right? Pointing to Mangione allegedly killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson is just one example of radical left violence threatening America. Except they've had a tendency to forget about that word allegedly. Right? Last week, Trump said on Fox News that Mangione
shot someone in the back. As clear as you're looking at me, he looked like a pure assassin. He shot him right in the middle of the back, instantly dead. And now he's like, I'm watching, the girls are going crazy for him. This is a sickness. This is, this really has to be studied and investigated.
He then had a White House-related account posting that clip. The deputy director of the DOJ's public affairs had shared that post and added,
"What matters to post-university people? People who pick Post want an online education that works on their schedule, so they can get a degree that can help move their career forward without having to leave the people that matter most behind. Are you a Post person?"
POTUS is absolutely right, and the chief of staff to the deputy attorney general then shared that post. So that's also not where it ended, because on Monday you had White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt referring to Mangione as a left-wing assassin, and then the next day you had deputy chief of staff Stephen Miller saying that Thompson was brutally gunned down by another self-described so-called anti-fascist. And so with all that, you've had Mangione's lawyers arguing that the administration had indelibly prejudiced Mr. Mangione by baselessly linking him to unrelated violent events and left-wing extremist groups despite there being no connection or affiliation, and then adding, the attempts to connect Mr. Mangione with these incidents and paint him as a left-wing violent extremist are false, prejudicial, and part of a greater political narrative that has no place in any criminal case, especially one where the death penalty is at stake. And in response, you had the judge agreeing that it at least least appeared that the administration had violated her earlier warning. And so with that, she ordered that the government submit a sworn declaration by the end of the week explaining how these violations occurred and what steps have been taken to ensure none occur in the future. And she also warned that any additional violations could result in sanctions, including financial penalties, contempt of court findings, or what she called relief specific to the prosecution of this matter. And actually, notably with that, she was just talking about those Justice Department officials reposting Trump. She also said she would consider Trump himself, as well as the comments made by Leavitt and Miller when she considered a motion filed over the weekend challenging the DOJ's decision to seek the death penalty. Right, and with that, you had Mangione's lawyers arguing that the DOJ, they violated his constitutional rights and they prejudiced the case against him, including by turning that whole arrest into a spectacle with that highly choreographed perp walk that his lawyers argued was done solely to prejudice him and without the slightest legitimate law enforcement objective. And so, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens, but I mean, it's happening fresh off the heels of another legal victory for Mangione, right? Because as we talked about earlier this month, a New York State judge dismissed terrorism charges against him, though of course leaving the murder charges in place, which of course is also separate from the federal case where he's potentially facing the death penalty. But still, it's gonna be very interesting to see how all this legal wrangling plays out and what happens when we get to a trial. But then next up from that, another crazy news, though this time international, the Gaza aid mission with Greta Thunberg aboard has said that it is under attack by Israeli drones, and now Italy and Spain, they're deploying naval vessels to help keep them safe. Because the global Samud flotilla, or the GSF, it's trying to get aid into Gaza through ships setting sail from ports across the Mediterranean. And it's reportedly the fourth and largest challenge to Israel's naval blockade, right? A blockade that notably it's been in place long before what's been currently happening in Gaza. Right? And you got Israel arguing that it's needed to keep Hamas from importing arms, while critics have called it a form of collective punishment that helped turn Gaza into an open-air prison. But in any case, right, the GSF, it's reportedly made up of over 50 small vessels from 44 countries with over 500 crew, including Greta Thunberg. Right? And she was part of the so-called Freedom Flotilla, which was intercepted by Israeli forces back in July. Though notably, that was also after activists on board said that they had been targeted by an Israeli drone in international waters off the coast of Malta. And there, the IDF didn't deny involvement, and an Israeli Air Force cargo plane was picked up on flight trackers circling waters near Malta for an extended period of time before the attack. And now, in the case of the GSF, activists have reported several attacks since they set sail at the start of September. And the latest appeared to come this week, with GSF saying in a press release that at least 13 explosions were heard and claiming that these attacks were part of a sustained Israeli campaign of intimidation. And with all that said, you had the Italian defense minister condemning what it called an attack carried out by, quote, currently unidentified perpetrators. You also had the prime minister speaking of her total condemnation of the drone strike on Tuesday night and adding that Italy is conducting its own investigation to determine who's responsible. But also a big thing here is she also criticized the flotilla as dangerous and irresponsible and arguing that it was aimed at creating problems for her government. But still, the government reportedly dispatched 2 naval vessels to assist Italian citizens on board. And you also had the Spanish prime minister saying it's sending a ship to assist the flotilla, quote, in the event of any difficulties and for a potential rescue operation. And as for Israel, at least as of recording, it really hasn't addressed the drone attack allegations, instead arguing that the flotilla is organized by Hamas and is intended to serve Hamas. Now with that, they also claimed that they would be willing to transfer the aid from the flotilla to Gaza through report in Israel. But there appears to maybe be a lack of trust, and they've reportedly refused. And so you had the foreign minister responding by accusing the organizers of pursuing a violent course of action and adding, if the flotilla continues to reject Israel's peaceful proposal, Israel will take the necessary measures to prevent its entry into the combat zone and to stop any violation of a lawful naval blockade while making every possible effort to ensure the safety of its passengers. And so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens here, where this ends, hopefully not with anyone getting hurt. So of course, with that said, that's not the case inside of Gaza, where the Israeli military has just ramped up its ground offensive into Gaza City. And with that, you're seeing reports that they've killed nearly 100 people throughout the territory yesterday, including 55 people in Gaza City alone. Right, and all of this, it's playing out after last week an independent United Nations inquiry concluded for the first time that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. But then next up from that, we've got to talk about how Donald Trump is ready to offer Argentina a multi-billion-dollar bailout to help his friend Javier Milei stay in power. But to start things off, an important thing to know is that Argentina's economy, it has faced crises for decades. When Javier Milei inherited that economy, he started implementing radical pro-market reforms and harsh austerity measures that have reduced inflation. But that's also involved major cuts to wages, pensions, education, culture, and public infrastructure. Right, and so with that, you've seen his policies sparking mass protests, and lawmakers even recently voted to overturn his vetoes to restore funding for public health and education. And all of that while also his popularity has been helped by the fact that his administration has been racked by corruption scandals. And so we ended up seeing is Milei's party losing a key provincial election by a landslide earlier this month. With that then also resulting in investors pulling their money out of the country, worried that he's no longer going to have the support that he needs to keep up his business-friendly agenda. But despite all that, Milei, who campaigned on making Argentina great again and has lavished praise on Donald Trump, he's had one good thing going for him.
I'll be honest, my first therapy session did not go well, but it taught me something important. You don't get the best results.
Trump loves this guy. And when you had the two meeting at the UN this week, you had Trump announcing that Milei had his complete and total endorsement for re-election as president. And while that election, it's not actually happening for a couple of years, congressional elections there are happening next month, right? And so it's a pivotal election, and what we've seen with this whole situation is the White House serious about helping Milei. You've got Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent writing on X that his department is ready to purchase Argentina's USD bonds and will do so as conditions warrant, is prepared to deliver significant standby credit via the Exchange Stabilization Fund, and is currently in negotiations with Argentina officials for a $20 billion swap line with the central bank. You've got Bessent even saying that the US stands ready to purchase secondary and primary government debt. And so as far as, what exactly does that mean? It's all technical and it's kind of besides the point. What's really notable here is that Bessent has made it very clear that this is aimed at helping Milei ahead of next month's election. He's even described the aid as a bridge to the next election. All of which, at least one expert saying it doesn't make any sense from a realist strategic perspective, saying this kind of stuff only really makes sense within an ideological framework. And so with all that, you've had the likes of Elizabeth Warren arguing that this is a far cry from Trump's promise to put America first, writing Donald Trump wants to lend $20 billion of our money to bail out a political ally and his global investors before an election, and adding, oh, and Argentina just struck a major deal with China that crushes American soybean farmers already suffering from Trump's tariffs. And actually, you also had the American Soybean Association criticizing the Trump administration for the very reason Warren said. But then beyond that, you've had experts saying that this whole situation is just another example of Trump's approach to foreign policy being largely based on whether he likes the person in power. You've got a former senior US State Department official and expert on Latin America explain it. You see a stark contrast between how the US treats leaders who are perceived as friendly versus those it perceives as unfriendly. But adding the definition of friendly is what has changed. It is not as much a state-to-state relationship as we might have seen in the past. It's more about personalities and individuals. But largely with all this, it's going to be a waiting game to see what happens in next month's elections in Argentina. Right? Does this actually affect it? What does it look like in the months and maybe next 2 years? Regardless of which way it goes, it feels like something big is brewing. And that, well, it brings us to the end of this video, though you've got even more just a click away. Or you've got a brand new mini-sode on my podcast, In Good Faith. We had Josh Shapiro on today. Or you can just click or tap right here to watch the newest Philip DeFranco show that you haven't seen yet. For better and worse, there's always a lot more to learn about. And hey, I've got links to
Inside the drug crisis on China's doorstep? That sounds fascinating. What is the drug crisis on China's doorstep?
In January 2024, police stopped a man in Porto Torres, Italy. In his bag was over 1 kilogram of heroin, specifically white heroin.
Okay.
The purest kind that only comes from one place, the region where Thailand, Laos, and Myanmar converge.
That's where the purest white heroin comes from? God forbid a man make a living. The Golden Triangle. Okay, that's where that comes from. Pardon me for not being up to date on my drug lingo, okay? Is there an Asian Walter White in the Golden Triangle cooking up the purest white heroin? Is that the story here?
Authorities rescued more than 7,000 people from a cyber scam center, also in Myanmar.
They give us client number. We make relationship with him. When client say I love you, then we start wash his brain.
It's insane how people are so desperate for human connection that they can that they can fall in love with someone forced to work in a scam center. You would think that their riz wouldn't be that high when they're like locked into a factory building and forced to scam you. But somehow you people feel like they're in true love.
So why is so much crime concentrated in Myanmar?
I would like to know. Tell me, Search Party.
In the absence of a legitimate economy, many Burmese people instead made a living in the illegal economy. In the remote Shan state.
God damn it.
Summoner's Rift.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here.
30 seconds
When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012, he loaded his AR-15 with 30-round magazines so he could continue firing without...
All right, I did want to watch this UN speech. In American history, there have been some pretty famously bad speeches. Lincoln's vice president, Andrew Johnson, showed up so drunk to his inauguration speech, had a drink in one hand and then sloppily kissed a Bible in the other, that it became known as the drunk vice presidential inaugural address. He drank heavily the night before, drank during, and drank after. They had to cover it up how drunk he was during his inauguration speech. By the way, only 48 days after this inauguration speech, Lincoln was dead, and Andrew Johnson had to give another speech, taking over as president. He was drunk for that too. And this speech might have been even worse because he at no point talked about Lincoln. Lincoln had just been shot, and he talked about himself for like 45 minutes and how great he was and how important he was. But later on, William Harrison might have given the worst speech in American history because William Harrison gathered everybody in the cold, freezing rain and spoke for 2 hours. 2 hours 40, I think, in the cold, freezing rain about nothing, rambling about like history and Greco-Roman references, and then died. He got pneumonia and died. He like had the shortest presidency ever. It was like a few days. George Bush, right at the beginning of what would be 20-year-long quagmire wars, giggity, had a mission accomplished speech where he said they had already accomplished it all. He came out and said, it's done, when it wasn't even close to done, bro. So we've had some bad speeches in American history, and I don't know that we can rank this up there with that. But the reaction, what I'm seeing about this speech is up there, okay? People are saying that Donald Trump's UN speech from yesterday is pretty bad. Now, I've only seen recaps, only read about it, so I'm excited to watch it here with you today. There was some drama going into it, namely that the Donald Trump's escalator didn't work. There was, accusations that it was sabotaged to stop him from getting up the stairs. Caroline Leavitt said if someone intentionally stopped the escalator, they need to be fired and investigated immediately. The UN's response, this is what their statement is that one of Trump's photographers was at the top of the escalator and they caused it to stop because they were like putting a camera in the thing. That's what they said, but I don't know. But there was an escalator drama. And then there was also teleprompter drama. So when Donald Trump got out there to give the speech, the teleprompter was apparently broken. And because the prompter was broken, I believe we got one of the most insane off the cuff speeches that a president's ever given to an address of all world leaders. So that is what we're about to watch. We're gonna have to see it for ourselves.
Very much appreciate it. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working.
All right. I call it opening Riz. So far, so good. So far, so good, GOAT. It's self-effacing, it's casual. You got the audience eating out of the palm of your hand. They're laughing. I'm assuming it's all uphill from here.
And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters.
So, high level, I would say, when you're presenting to your own country, it's sort of assumed that you can shit talk your political opponent because you're running an election against them, and you have to eventually say why you're different or better. But when you are talking to the United Nations, it's kind of like parents shouldn't fight in front of the kids. The general strategy is that you don't air out your grievances with how your country's been turned into a shithole in the 4 years of Joe Biden. You want to present a sort of united front that you are America, you are strong, you don't want to say, I've been given this absolute shit heap. Okay, that's my first note.
1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close.
I'm sorry to pause, but my second note is you should always, with a speech, maybe consider the audience. This audience is people who lead other countries. They're all very passionate about their own countries. So talking about how their countries are how your country was shitty 8 months ago, but now it's super hot and everyone else's country is not close, is just, what is the purpose? Because the goal is, at the very least, get cooperation out of these people or get your goals advanced. This feels like bragging just to brag. It's just funny to consider the audience. Like, these are all world leaders. Why are you telling them how their countries are so shit by comparison?
Grocery prices are down.
No.
Mortgage rates are down.
No.
And inflation has been
Mortgage rates
defeated.
are up. What?
Thing that's up is the
Wait,
stock.
inflation is defeated? Even Melania's.
What the fuck are you
she
saying?
looks quizzical at that. Inflation's defeated? Mortgage rates are down? No, they're not.
In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years
Okay,
less.
I wanted to pause. Again, I think a little tacky at this audience to be comparing yourself constantly with Joe Biden. But I did hear about this statement. Again, I haven't watched the speech, but I did hear about this statement. So I wanted to check the veracity of it. So I checked what you have on whitehouse.gov/investments. Your official tally. This is the Trump official tally that has it at 8 trillion. So you just said 17 trillion, which is double the tally that you have here. But then I wanted to look into what was in this number. And almost all of it is commitments like this one from your first term, where you say that Saudi Arabia or Japan or South Korea is going to invest $500 billion, $600 billion, $700 billion. Now, this one from your first term, we can go back and check what happened, where you said Saudi Arabia would purchase $450 billion of US products. Problem is, $455 billion is the amount that Saudi Arabia has bought over the last 25 years combined. So the idea they're going to do that very quickly is like extremely insane. I don't think that's likely. So we can look back now and find out that did not happen. The number never materialized. Of course, they didn't buy 25 times their normal yearly output. And so the number that I'm seeing here feels inflated. It feels like there's a lot of like fluff in there of countries that will not actually materially buy more or less US goods than they were doing before. They buy what they need. They don't just make a promise and then throw $500 billion in new things. And the fact that you took this number and then seemingly doubled it for no reason is also weird, because where's the extra money coming from? But anyway, back to the speech. I just wanted to bring that part up because that economically didn't make sense to me.
On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens.
It's just so funny to do the campaign speech to this audience. They're all sitting stone-faced. They don't, like, what, you're just doing a campaign rally. You're talking about domestic issues to the United Nations.
A year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions,
insane asylums,
drug dealers. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration.
He said Biden 4 times already. We're 5 minutes in.
Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Well, let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and Spotify.
All right, it's saying you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month.
What? The app is telling you all of this?
It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need.
Coming for me, but okay.
Don't worry about those 13 subscriptions you didn't know you had. You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
7
Unendable
wars!
They said this includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war.
Dude,
that
it's
was.
wild because like the leaders of all those countries are here. And like there's like many of those countries are mad that he's taking full credit for the whatever involvement he had. He's taking full credit for ending the wars, and so he's doing it right now.
Pakistan and India and
Like
Armenia.
for example, Pakistan and India is an example where there's this big dispute rising because India is very upset that he is taking claim that he has ended the conflict with Pakistan, despite their claim is that he was barely involved.
Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
Dude, it's so funny to say I don't receive any credit, but everybody says I should get the Nobel Prize. To simultaneously be an unheard of victim, but also that everybody in the world is singing your praises would think impossible, but he's done it.
Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the rent.
I was like, what is he talking about? He goes third person with it. Subtle, I like that.
I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time. It was going to cost them a fortune.
He's hashing out like a 25-year-old grudge that the UN didn't hire him to remodel the building. You're the president right now, in front of world leaders, most of whom weren't even the leaders at the time.
And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facility, totally obliterating everything.
This is like minutes after openly campaigning for a Nobel Peace Prize. But it's also just a deep misunderstanding of like what you could gain out of this meeting. This all seems so very short-term and ego-driven. It's like a kind of a tough guy routine. But the point is, other people in this room have their own ability to make actions and decisions, and nothing about this is positioning you as a reliable partner or ally or someone like. They may have to work with you because the United States has an enormous economy and financial interests and military power, but it's like making it unappealing.
I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine.
Oh, let's hear about this.
I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one, but you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen.
This guy's actually funny, man. It's just so sad that he's in the position that he is, speaking to every other world leader as the president of my country, but he is funny. You were the one that said it would be day one so many times. So many times. It was the #1 most repeated promise, is how the war in Ukraine never would have happened and you're going to get it done day one. If you're someone who's like, well, with war, you never know. Don't tell everybody how it's so easy and you're going to do it on day one. If you are of the opinion that, like, listen, these are things you can't predict, then don't predict it.
China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products. Cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So
again, and this is a broader take on the vibe of this room, right? So if you are in this room talking shit on China and India, 2 large economies, and Europe, like what I'm saying is, who are the allies? Who are the people you're trying to build as your coalition? As you go around the globe one by one and shit on them in this, I just don't know where you see the people flocking to your side.
I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law.
So I wanted to talk about this specifically because, I wanted to check in on what's going on in London. because people do say there's problems in London. So I wanted to see. And he's saying it's the mayor. It's the mayor is trying to put on Sharia law. If you were to guess what the citizens of London actually thought their biggest problems were, do you think you could do it? Number one, Will Camara, it's true. They said persistent housing crisis and a high cost of living, aka rent and mortgages, which is a shocker to me because I really thought it was the Sharia law. I thought it was the...
No, that was actually insanely close. Had
But
the
it
lecture and
turns
everything.
out, like most places, it's, again, economics. It's housing and high cost of living. Their mayor, Sadiq Khan here, is Muslim. However, I looked up his policies, and not only is he not doing Sharia law, he's like openly trying to get Britons to drink more. You know, Sharia law would ban drinking. He's creating a summer streets fund to try and get more bars and tourism going. He's like trying to create a pub crawl network. I'm not endorsing this guy. I just, because again, I think London is going through an economic crisis. It's probably not being addressed. The inequality gap in London is getting really bad. It's impossible to live for a regular working person. However, is this guy doing Sharia law? No. He's not. Just like verifiably not doing that. He is just probably ineffectual at the greater economic challenges of Britain and is, you know, doing small stakes, normal stuff to help London. So I would have to judge that as false.
But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of...
Listen, I want just a little comment on this in general, because it's a constant talking point. Like, immigration did surge in America in 2021, like right after COVID. There was an abnormal amount of immigration. And I am supportive of a border policy that you can have that is, you can control or constrain or whatever. Immigration is good for a country in general economically, but there can be a amount that a country can support and you try to keep it around that band. But the problems that are causing these rising anger in a lot of Western European countries and here come back to the same thing I just showed in that slide. The real problems are cost of living, rent, mortgages, all that stuff, okay? And they're being blamed on immigration and borders. They're being redirected in that direction. Just as an example of why that won't solve the problem, even if you were to somehow perfectly control that and lock down your border. We have a much lower rate of border crossings right now, and we have not changed anything positively economically in America. Like the problems right now, it's a perfect example of how that doesn't fix the problem. It's not related. It is not the problem. It's just a scapegoat. You can solve that quote unquote problem completely and it will not change the fundamental thing that is making you angry. Grocery prices are going up. Inflation is going up. Housing prices are out of control. The economy is slowing down. None of these things are being improved by this constant rhetoric around immigration. It hasn't changed anything.
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action.
So that's the iconic line. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell while looking out at the United Nations. It's just crazy. And it's like comically unheard of in the history of the United Nations or in the history of the United States addressing its allies, its so-called allies. It's crazy. I feel like I get caught up too much in like the details of the specifics of what he's saying, but like the grand scheme of it is crazy. Like, what is the purpose of this? What is the goal? If you truly don't care about the United Nations, then don't go. Don't show up. Why go here and just get all this bad will? I don't understand.
The people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done.
No. I'm sorry, but no. That is not true. I'm sorry, but that is incorrect. Underwater in 4 major categories, Trump's approval rating dips as Americans worry about the economy. Again, you're pulling Biden numbers, bro. You're pulling Biden inflation numbers.
I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs. 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs.
So I looked it up. And I saw this line. 80,000. Not that it's a good number, but again, his insistence on taking every real number and then doubling or tripling it for effect is annoying. It's annoying. It's 80,000, which is a high number. We do have a huge drug problem in America. It is something we should work on. I don't think blowing up random Venezuelan boats is the way to stop it. And I just find the constant need to take numbers that are already prove your point or are shocking and then just make them balloon them out of control. It reduces trust in every sentence. Every sentence.
Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal?
So I wanted to check on that as well. You know, it's a pretty bold claim. China makes most of the world's solar and wind and exports it all over the world, but he's saying they don't actually use it themselves. So I pulled the data in an Excel sheet here, and then I sorted it. This is wind farm capacity by country by megawatts. And I sorted it by who had the most. And at the top is China, both in terms of operating wind farms, also under construction wind farms, also prospective total pre-construction plus announced wind farms. So they make the most, use the most, and are building the most. Now, it is true that China also has a fuck ton of coal. They have a ton of everything. I mean, China is doing everything. China is doing the most nuclear. They are doing the most solar. They're doing the most wind. They're doing first or second most coal. They're doing everything because China just cares about energy independence. That's what they want more than anything else. They just want it all. They want every source of energy, more than they care about environmental impacts. The statement that they don't use wind is not true. It's just, they use a ton of wind. They use a ton of solar.
If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
It is crazy. You can just like fact check.
And I'm really good at predicting
every single piece
things,
of it one at a
They
time.
actually said
It's
during
like,
the
wow.
campaign.
He has no clue what's going
I
on.
want to believe you because you're my GOAT. You're my greatest president ever. But I'm just, sometimes you promise me things that don't come true. So I feel like your skills are elsewhere than predicting. Like sometimes you predict that you'll end the war on day one and that you'll get grocery prices down and that we're going to have a booming economy immediately roaring back. Now I'm worried that the predictions aren't really your strong suit. I'm just surprised. Now the United States' open position to the United Nations is that global warming is entirely a hoax.
The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything.
I don't think he knows the definition of that word.
My only problem with Trump is that he's too humble, bro. Take some credit. Take a bow. You've earned it.
But we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most
Clean
of
coal,
any nation
please.
in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have.
Hand of God, I didn't plan that. Hand of God, I didn't plan that. I just know that he always says clean coal.
When you bring a Ruggable rug into your space, you're bringing in more than just a rug. With Ruggable, you can let new best friends in. Let independence in. With Ruggable washable rugs, you can let life in. Choose from thousands of world-class designs, all made with our patented two-piece system. Ruggable, designed to let life in.
Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. We had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this?
But it's like, first let me shit on your country and say why we're applying a 50% tariff on everything to just completely fracture and rupture trade between our two nations. Then let me talk about how I met you in the hallway and how we're like, I kind of like you and we're hitting it off. And then let me go back to shitting on your country. This is crazy.
I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly.
No, he's talking about Lula, who gave the speech before him. Bolsonaro is the one who's in prison for doing a Trump-style coup, which is one of the reasons that Trump is saying they're targeting political opponents and wants to put a tariff on them. And again, worth saying, I want to get the bigger picture here. This can all be like, haha, Trump's saying some stupid stuff. It's leading to materially worse outcomes for American citizens. Specifically, as an example, the fact that we have antagonized both Brazil and China in speeches like these and with our tariff actions has pushed them together. And now China, which is a massive, massive soybean buyer, has now started buying all of their soybeans from Brazil. So Brazil farmers are loving it. They have a new major contract. China's loving it. They have a new supplier outside of the American system. American farmers are freaking out. American farmers have like 4 billion tons of soybeans that last year were bought by China and this year have no buyers. They are about to have the harvest and they are freaking out because they have no buyers. So they're gonna have a horrendously financially devastating season. And that is one small example of what we are seeing over and over again of what happens when you drive everybody away. Again, I have said from the beginning that had there been a coordinated plan to really lock in with allies that shared similar history and value, like, you know, go to Europe, go to Korea, go to Japan, go to people that have had long histories of alliances with America and build a coordinated network to try and push back on China in some way to recapture some of the manufacturing they've grabbed. That is like at least a strategic plan that makes sense. But what he has done, not only in his words here, but in his actions, is like force everyone to do as little with America as they can get away with. Now, it's so big that they still have to do some with it, but like as little as they get with and try to find other routes for the long term outside of it so they don't have to be at the whims of this guy's mob boss style words and actions. It's frustrating, you know? I mean, this is a funny speech and I'm making fun of it as I go, but this style is frustrating and creates these deep long-term rifts outside of the US dollar system, outside of the US trade system, that leaves people in the country I live in poorer, just like literally with worse, more struggling lives. And so it's annoying. This whole strategy towards other nations I find to be really stupid and short-sighted.
We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
Wow. Chill. Well, anyway, I don't know where that ranks among the all-time speeches, but I found that to be a really bad speech. I just think it accomplished no goals. I think it looked bad, and I think it's frankly a little bit embarrassing to be talking in front of the United Nations that way. So you can let me know your own personal rankings, but crazy thing to watch.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
He set it up in a way that, like, okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate according to the narrative. Now, let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird shit going on with this.
I know.
First of all, there was that one guy who was the decoy, All right, so you got this guy who's an older guy who starts yelling out. Didn't he take his pants down? He took his pants down. This guy was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombings.
All the hits.
He called in a fake bomb at another place, and then he did this at this thing. So somehow or another, this guy has the state of mind that the moment someone gets shot, he yells out and says, I did it, and takes his pants down or something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this? He gets arrested for child porn right away.
Right after this happened?
Oh, right away. He's in jail for child porn. Why is that? Well, now you can't interview him.
Right, right.
Right, and because when the internet people start going, how are you at all these different things? Like, what are the odds? Like, if someone ran it through one of the ChatGPT fucking Perplexity things, like, what are the odds that this guy would be at all those different events and be involved? Like, 0.
This is the guy?
Yeah.
I just like that the pants down part is just insane to me. It's like, why is your dick out, dude?
I did it. Listen, I'm not saying this guy isn't insane. He's clearly insane.
Yeah.
Or not. Or he's professionally insane.
Right.
That's where it gets squirrely.
I almost texted you when the Charlie Kirk thing happened because my antennas went up about, they showed the photo of that kid, or the guy that they have, the 22-year-old, whatever. And I was almost going to be like, dude, you think he's got the capability to do that?
Yeah, well, listen, there are people that look like that have the capability to do that.
Pretty accurate.
Nope, no? Not hard. Not hard at all.
Hard.
Let me dispel that.
Okay.
Okay. 200 yards from a prone position with a dead-on rifle. So if you have a dead-on rifle, so you set this rifle, you set your 0 to 200 yards, right? You know how far you're going to shoot. It is not hard at all.
He shot a lot?
You don't have to shoot a lot. So I could do it tomorrow.
If you're no, but you are experienced. If it's someone that's never shot, could they do it?
100%. Not
Really?
if they've never shot. They wouldn't know where to look. They'd have a hard time acquiring the like when you look through a scope. Like when the reticle is weird, like it's sometimes
takes a minute.
You got to know the distance that you have to be from it to really line it up in your sights. But you could get a guy like my friend Andy Stump, who was a sniper in the SEALs. You could get him, and he could show you how to do it in an afternoon, and then you could hit steel at 200 yards every time you pull the trigger.
One day you could learn.
Yeah.
That. Wow.
Yeah. Not that hard.
Because it feels insane to me. I'm like, that seems tough.
It seems tough. We still haven't figured out whether or not the gun that shot Trump had a sight on it, because we weren't sure if it had a sight on it or if this guy was using iron sights. That was 140 yards. If you shot it with iron sights, that's a lot harder, because iron sights is you're lining up. So you have these two things in the back and there's one thing at the front of the barrel, and you got to line those bitches up perfectly, and that's how you stay accurate. That is a lot harder to do.
It's like old shotguns have those, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Pistols.
Yeah,
Like when you buy a
them.
Glock, that's what it comes with.
Right.
But this kid had a rifle with a scope. Now here's where it gets weird. The first images of this rifle with a scope, I swear to God, it looks like he has a composite stock on it. Like it looks like a modern 30-06 rifle. So a 30-06, so that's the rifle. 30-06 is like, that looks like a very modern looking stock. I mean, it might not be. It might be just a bad resolution. It might be wood. It's hard to tell. But if you showed me that and you said, hey, this is my cousin's rifle, is this any good? I'd be like, looks like a standard bolt action rifle with like a sophisticated modern scope on it. Sure. Now, apparently, the narrative is that this is his grandfather's rifle from World War I and doesn't have a serial code. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Why? Wait.
We paused HelloFresh a while back.
We wanted more variety.
Now we have our pick from over 100 chef-tested recipes each week.
We didn't know home-cooked dinners could be this easy. We used to waste hours at the grocery store.
But the new HelloFresh takes the guesswork out of meal planning.
We're eating better, cooking more, and saving time.
It fits our schedule, and it's actually really fun to cook again.
We made this.
Honestly, we're glad we gave HelloFresh another shot.
The best way to cook dinner just got better. Check out the personal offer waiting for you now at HelloFresh.com.
Why are you using such an old gun? Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, is it possible that an old gun can be that accurate? If you have a gunsmith and they work on it, yeah, it's totally possible. You have a really good gunsmith and he sets. If you're like a nostalgic person, you like driving an old car, you could bring it to a mechanic. They could redo the brakes.
Sure.
So if you got a good gunsmith and he took a look at that, and the action was true, and the bore is good, yeah, you could conceivably shoot with a gun for hundreds of years, right? Guns don't necessarily go bad.
Right, they don't expire.
Right, and especially because all the stuff, like the trigger and the action and all that different stuff is replaceable, so you can just, like, it's compartmentalized, it's components. That's the other thing. They said that he took it apart and then put it back together again. Shut the fuck up. Do you know how much time it would take to do that if you were highly skilled?
To disassemble a gun.
To disassemble a rifle so that you can get it in a backpack. And by the way, not going to fit.
Not going to fit in a backpack.
And then somehow or another reconnects it once he gets off the roof? What? What's that about?
Is that what they pitched, huh?
Yeah. And then he's supposed to get it in that stupid fucking backpack. It's literally, it makes no sense.
And the elevator music was a nice touch, by the way.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
So this is just a narrative, right?
Yeah.
We watch a guy jump off the roof, and then we supposedly find this rifle. So if you can have a guy that's in the audience that's yelling, "I shot him, now shoot me. I shot him, now shoot me," and then that guy gets arrested for child porn charges, like what is going on here?
So
and then you
weird.
find this rifle, and then you say, "Oh, he assembled it and he reassembled it." Like, okay. If I wish I was a cop, I'd sit in a room like, this story is horseshit. Like, none of these things make any sense to me. Like, you're telling me that this kid who's not military trained, this guy, first of all, how did he get to the roof? How come nobody was looking? How come nobody was, like, there's a direct line of sight between where he's sitting and those roofs? You guys didn't check? You don't have a drone? Like, that's insane. So he's on the roof, he shoots, he jumps from the roof. He jumps down 14 feet.
Yeah, we saw didn't they have video of him jump? Somebody had a cell phone video of him jumping.
There's
down,
a video
right?
of him jumping. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off of the roof and lands, whether or not he's even the guy who shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a patsy. Maybe he did it.
I feel like he's a plant. Did you see the video? Did you see the person doing the investigating on his mom's Facebook?
No.
You haven't seen this? Have you seen that, Jamie? Some dude online.
His mom's got a weird Facebook.
It's very trippy. It doesn't make any sense. Like, the more they keep looking into it, the more they're like, this doesn't feel like a real. It feels super fabricated.
But here's the thing. Just like I was talking about when people are arguing on social media, it's all part of the plan. If you want things to be...
Oh, I wanted it so bad. Buckets. I was buckets.
If you want people to lose all faith that anyone is going to solve anything, you add a bunch of... If you're going to kill a guy, you add a bunch of other wacky shit that doesn't make any sense, and you spam it out there at the same time. You leave a gun that didn't do it out in the woods. You do a bunch of shit like that.
You have an old man put his dick out and yell, "I did it, I did it, I did it."
Yeah, you get some kid who has a boyfriend who's a furry, and you
boyfriend
talk
is a
to him on
furry?
Discord. I think he's a furry.
Is
I don't
that
want to disrespect.
I don't know if that's a
He's
real
definitely
thing.
His boyfriend's definitely a guy who became a girl.
And wears furry stuff.
I think they do furry sex. Or furry games. Excuse me. My apologies. I don't want to disrespect the furry sex
Shout out
or
to the
furry
furry
game
community. Yeah.
Bro, shout out to the furries, because me and Duncan.
Oh, I fucking botched that one. Oh, that was so bad.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here. Get our best deal before it's gone for just $29.99 per month. Get free premium Wi-Fi and free expert installation. Frontier Fiber, good to go.
Occasionally there's moments where an entire community bands together to accomplish a single goal, collaboratively working towards something truly wholesome, positive, and special. And this just happened in the most unlikely space, crypto. Yesterday a story blew up about a man who has cancer who was streaming to raise money so he could pay for his treatment to fight against it. And while streaming to raise money for his cancer treatment, someone convinced him to download a game called Block Blaster. And when he did, he lost all of the money in his wallet. It made like my nuts and drained it. It, like that, took away all the money he had raised for cancer treatment, approximately $32,000 or so. It turns out the game was malware that was disguised as a game. It had a ton of fake reviews. It had like hundreds of fake positive reviews, so it looked legitimate. Plus, no one expects a Steam game to have this kind of vulnerability in there where it could have some kind of malicious things go on in the background, but unfortunately that's exactly what happened here. It is 100% confirmed. I made a video going deeper in this topic here if you want to see like the entirety of what happened. And that brings us to the latest chapter in this story here. Overnight, the community tirelessly worked to find those responsible and also prove that it was the game, because this is pretty unheard of for the most part. It was like fucking Batman trying to squeeze out the Riddler here. And they did. They confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt the game was responsible. They even identified apparently 907 victims, and not only did they prove that the game was causing all of these people to lose all of their crypto, they even unmasked some of the people responsible for it, which means there could be real consequences for these fucking sick assholes here. Like, we even have snippets of conversations, like this one from David. The context here is these two are apparently involved in the theft with very little remorse. And David says, I will, sure. I didn't want to do that one, to be honest, but once I was done pin testing and sent it off, it was already done, and I figured he would make it back in a day. This is talking about Rostaland, the individual with stage 4 cancer who was raising money to try and get treatment to survive that they stole all of the money from through this game, Block Blasters. He said, bro, it's fucking huge. Life is fucked up, I know. And that's apparently referring to his tumor. Rostaland has a sarcoma, and he has posted some pictures of it because obviously being a pump.fun streamer, there's a lot of distrust. So he has done everything he can to prove the legitimacy, and like I said in the last video, it seems like everything there he is being honest about, like he is telling the truth. He's not faking cancer, I don't believe. So this is him talking about it. He even says, dog, I will send it back, but he literally will make it back in a few hours. I checked how much he already made back. And then the other guy said he already made it back, to be honest. This is one of a few suspects. Now, Zach XBT actually reached out to me to give me even more information about this case because it is crazy. So real quick before getting into like more of the suspects, I would like to show you the evidence they compiled about all of the malicious files in Block Blasters that was leading to all of these people losing their money just from downloading a fucking Steam game. So if you check the Steam charts, it only ever had like a peak player count of 8, but it had 6.4 thousand downloads. So Steam charts are good to get a metric of like how alive a game is, but it doesn't tell you the whole story of how many people have played the game. And of that 6.4 thousand, it seems 907 victims were identified, people that maybe lost a lot of their crypto because they downloaded this. That's a lot of people. I really would wonder how much money they stole just from having this game on Steam. And mind you, this is not like a chart topper. This wasn't like a top seller game or anything like that. This was a pretty underground game. Like, even the name is as fucking generic and lame as it gets. Block Blasters? Sounds like one of those fake TV games where, like, the dad walks in and he says, hey, son, what you playing there? Oh, Dad, it's just like the latest Block Blasters game. Like, oh my god, you're such a fucking fossil, Dad. You don't know Block Blasters? Might as well just call it the pea that took a poop. Like, it's literally a nothing burger of a game, yet because of the fake reviews, and because they were, like, spreading it around, I even saw evidence that they had, like, compromised Twitter accounts trying to do paid promotions to people to stream Block Blasters to get more people to download it. I'm unsure if anyone ever actually, like, took that bait or not, but they even tried to, like, get it exposed to more people like that, so that way more people would download it, they could steal more people's wallets. It is a crazy scheme. that still had 6.4 thousand downloads. Imagine this on a bigger scale if this becomes a more widespread problem. They got 907 people, and we know in one case they got $32,000 from just one of those victims. This is a frightening prospect for like the future of Steam games if this is something that people have now identified an exploit for that they can use. It makes it very scary. This is a really insightful thread that kind of goes over all of the main stuff. So there was a batch-based stealer with a fizz install backdoor, steal C binary, various VBS scripts and zip archives which had the password 121. Now keep in mind, I am a fucking troglodyte when it comes to this kind of deep level shit. I am a homunculus, so a lot of this falls on deaf ears for me, but it seems pretty irrefutable. Like, this evidence here seems pretty watertight. They also have the file paths, the files themselves. They literally have everything. It feels dead to rights, like this is a case closed. And if you want to see like a full breakdown of the files and how it works, there's a website called G-Data Software that posted a full write-up on everything. And actually, according to this site, there's been some other notable games that have had similar things happen. So, perhaps the most notable case is that of Pirate Fi, a free-to-play game that comes with an information-stealing malware. The most recent malware infection in a game was Kimia, an early access title on Steam which was compromised by a threat actor known as EncryptHub through the injection of malicious binaries. These threat actors bypassed initial security screenings from Valve, which allowed the deployment of malicious patches and infected multiple users of the platform. And then they talk about how they observed it with block blasters. So this was reported by G-Data Software. And
ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With sprays by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our sprays are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals and comes at an affordable price that works for your budget, so you can step out with full confidence. Hats off to hair growth with treatment that works for you. Start today at hims.com.
With Fire TV, there's no more searching. More time for you time.
I didn't know about the previous cases here. So it seems like this isn't an isolated incident. This just happens to be probably the biggest one so far. And this one, they actually did apparently unmask some of the main suspects. They stole from a person with cancer. It actually doesn't get lower to that. They're going straight to hell. 100%. And people were so outraged that they all worked together so they could try and bring justice and try and help him get his money back, which, as I reported in the last video, Rostaland did get reimbursed the money that was stolen from him, which I think is amazing. Someone named Alex Becker reached out and sent him the $32,000 back, which is great. It's really nice to see something positive happen in a community that's become synonymous with like dog shit and terrible things happening. But job's not finished here. We still haven't gotten the good ending here, the happily ever after. The people behind it aren't behind bars, they aren't sucking farts out of assholes or anything yet, but it looks like that might happen. It looks as though the people that have stolen from 907 victims, including someone with cancer, have been unmasked. Apparently, in their Telegram, which Telegram might even be worse than Pump.Fun when it comes to like nefarious activities. I have never heard Telegram in a sentence that wasn't preceded by some of the most foul shit you've ever heard of. It feels like that platform is exclusively used by criminals. But real quick, here's a nice TLDR from VX Underground, who directly was involved in reporting on this, and it's been quite an adventure. So here's like a lore recap in case you got lost here. So Rostaland had his crypto wallet drained because he downloaded block blasters, he has stage 4 cancer, and he was targeted specifically for the cancer treatment money. He lost $32,000. Alex Becker donated $30,000 to him. People came together, they found the drainer infrastructure, pulled all the victim data from it. They will be notifying the victims, the malware has been flagged. And then, even more people came together, they found their info from Telegram IDs, and then found their info from their Steam IDs. So now that you're caught up, how they got the info on the main suspects is one of them had joined a Telegram that they were alerted to, and it turns out it was actually hard-coded with some signatures. They then had the names, and they were able to cross-reference that with things like Steam IDs, and they were pretty much able to pull the fucking Scooby-Doo mask off of these villains here. This post kinda lays it out step by step since a lot of people were very curious. So the shitty malware sent all the stolen data to a Telegram the scammers made. We connected to the Telegram channel using the same credentials that were inside of the shitty malware. Inside the channel was the scammers. We got their Telegram IDs, and then from there they cross-referenced with like public-facing chat rooms, stuff like that, and they were able to just start connecting all of these dots and finding the main suspects. And the main one that's been getting clowned on is this guy, Valentine. Now, Valentine has gone dark. He is fucking going off the grid. He is moving himself into the back rooms right now. He's deleted all of his socials that I can find. Apparently, even his girlfriend has done the same. That I haven't confirmed myself. I haven't gone to like any of her pages or anything. But Valentine likes to think of himself as an influencer. So there are tons of posts with him flexing very expensive things, seemingly off the back of stealing so much money from so many victims through his malware block blasters on Steam. Now again, it's not like he did this alone. He wasn't the solo person responsible here, but he is one of a handful of suspects. He is kind of becoming the poster for it though, the mascot, because he's such an insufferable douchebag apparently. What a nice guy. When he's not stealing money from cancer patients, he loves hanging out with his girlfriend and doing cringe TikTok dances together. Look at how cool this guy is. This really was an extremely thorough and just crazy investigation the community banded together to conduct here, all for the sake of bringing down these fucking vile worms responsible for stealing money from over 900 people, including, of course, Rostaland. That was really the spark that ignited this, and VX Underground gave a list of like the most notable people who worked this, so you can see like the credits here. Huge hats off to all of them for their work on this, because if there can actually be like some justice here, not only with, of course, Rostaland getting the money back, that's amazing, but also the people that did this being held responsible and facing real punishment for it, that would be amazing. Now, apparently a lot more information was uncovered about the individuals seemingly behind this, but this is all I'll share publicly here. Apparently the people that conducted this investigation have already turned over all of their findings to authorities. So, there is a very real chance that these people will not get away with this. That's amazing. That's fucking incredible, because in crypto, there's a rug pull every minute. There's a scam every second. There's always someone losing their money in tragic ways in the crypto space, and very rarely does that go punished. And in this case, I thought for sure that was going to be the same song and dance here where they just delist the game and vanish. But the community did not let that happen. This is the result of a community motivated by a single goal of getting justice for someone that was wrong. They stooped to a level lower than you'll normally see, stealing from someone with cancer. It ignited a spark in the community where they worked together to catch these evil people. And I think that is great. I can only now hope that the authorities will do their job and actually deliver some consequences to those responsible for this attack. And hopefully all of the other victims will get their money back as well somehow. I don't exactly know what that'll look like, but I'm really hoping the other 906 people that downloaded this game and perhaps lost a lot of money because of it will be made whole again too. Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here. This has just been nuts. And I do think that this maybe needs to be some kind of wake-up call to Steam, that there is something that needs to be changed, so that way this kind of thing can't happen again in the future. They need to like revamp their like screening protocols or something, and I understand that it's like just a complete open market where people can just dump their bowels on there willy-nilly, but having this kind of possibility on the table is very scary to anyone on the platform that might see a game from a small indie dev that looks interesting, they download it, all of a sudden they have some really harmful shit on their computer. That is something that needs to be explored and fixed. Hopefully this isn't like the first of many to come, and anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.
A man who works hard sweats hard.
Old Spice rider fights sweat, so coach thought I was slacking. So I trained with my Old Spice, and I became the best.
I know this is a topic I've blabbered about quite a bit, but it's something that only continues to spiral more and more out of control. Advertisements during streams. Twitch being the most egregious culprit. I think out of pretty much every service that exists, Twitch's advertisement model is the worst. Actually, you know what? Strike that from the record. I take that back. Put the poop back in my butt. I'm not giving that crown to Twitch because I think mainstream media outlets are so much worse with their advertisements. I don't know how many of you have gone on the internet with the condom off, no ad blocker. It is miserable when you go to any news site. Like, tabloids are the worst, like Daily Mails, obviously, The Sun, shit like that. You will not even see your article. There'll be like 4 auto-playing ads everywhere. Fucking cerebral jacking in, like, Ford advertisements. Like, the article is just encapsulated, entombed in so many ads. So I actually think journalism sites are much worse, but Twitch is a close second. Anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is because a report was recently published about how Twitch viewership is down significantly, the lowest level it's been in 5 years since their bot crackdown, which I've already touched on, but a lot of people have been speculating that it's more than just the bots contributing to the decline in viewership. XQC's take recently just kind of popped off and has reopened this discussion to a broader audience, and it's a really interesting one. He and many others believe that a lot of people are tuning out of Twitch because the ads ruin the experience. What's going on Twitch right now is often being compared to television, how TV started to decline once streaming got a foothold because most people switched from TV to streaming because they were fed up with all of the ad breaks interrupting them. It was far more convenient and a lot more enjoyable to just watch what you want to watch without any interruptions. But of course that opened up its own can of worms with how many streaming services are popping up like fucking weeds across the globe. It is a goddamn pandemic. But the point is, ads made people want to switch from that service, television, to something that had less ads. And in the streaming space, right now we're seeing that with Twitch mainly, but not just exclusively to Twitch, YouTube. YouTube ads have recently been fucking exploding. Like, there are so many more ads now that users are noticing during streams. Though it can't hold a candle to Twitch, where the standard affair on Twitch, if you don't have an ad blocker or if you're not subscribed to the streamer you want to check out, is you go on Twitch, you go to a category, you click on a stream, you sit through like a 2-minute pre-roll ad before you ever even see the content. You see, like in the top right, the countdown for how many more minutes of ads you have to sit through before getting to the content you wanted to watch in the first place. And you say it's not worth it, and you exit out of that person's stream and then just go to someone that you're subscribed to, or you just go somewhere else. Like, I am at the point, and I've been at this point for a while, where if there's a pre-roll that plays, I just leave. And on my streams, there are pre-rolls. Not because I put them there, it's because Twitch has it as an automated process. If you don't run at least like 3 minutes of ad breaks, 3 minutes worth of ads for every hour that you stream, Twitch puts pre-rolls there. You earn your good boy points through ad breaks on Twitch, and if you reach a certain threshold, they get rid of the pre-rolls. What benevolent saints. For me though, I don't do the 3-minute ad break, I do the literal lowest level possible. I'll show you exactly what it looks like to clear up a lot of confusion I'm seeing, because now a lot of people are saying, Twitch is blameless. Actually, we need to all point our fingers at the streamers. They're the ones that are running 30 minutes of ads per every hour they stream. They're the ones that are greedy and putting the pre-roll ads there. And you're half right. There are streamers that do put the maximum amount of ads per hour possible and just force their viewers to just fucking take the punishment, take the belt to the cheeks. That's brutal. It does get rid of the pre-rolls, but that shit sucks. The pre-rolls are something that Twitch does, not the streamer. So as you can see here, streamers like you have to run up to 3 minutes of ads per hour. In the past month, streamers like you who are based in US, have 6K concurrent viewers, stream gaming, whatever, have to run 3 minutes of ads per hour. So they're trying to push that, and if you don't, then you get the pre-rolls. So I have it set to 30 seconds of ads per hour that I stream, the actual lowest it can possibly go. And because of that, I have pre-rolls that Twitch shoehorns in there. But this can go all the way up to 22 minutes and 30 seconds worth of ads per hour that you stream. And I think there are streamers that do that. They just fucking have it go Insano style, turbo mode, off the charts ads out the wazoo here for it. And that is entirely on the streamers. That is not Twitch's fault. Like, I do think that ruins streaming. Streamers that do that and try and, like, normalize that level of ads. That shit is diabolical. But as for the pre-rolls, that is on Twitch. And I think that is a terrible, terrible practice. That is the antithesis to what streaming is supposed to be. Where it is just a live flow of content and you click on things that seem interesting or streamers that you might be interested in watching. And no one wants to sit through fucking 3 minutes before they even see that stream to see if they even like that streamer. They're just gonna leave. Like I do. It's just stupid.
Here at Gibson's Heating and Plumbing, we know how important it is to be comfortable in your home, especially during those hot Indiana summers. That's why we provide a full range of high-quality air conditioning services.
But it is what it is. That's what the platform is. And it's extremely annoying. And I would actually say that the way Twitch does ads is worse than television ever was. By its very nature, streaming is supposed to be a constant flow of content. You are watching something live. And when it gets interrupted with a 3-minute ad break, it's not just like everything pauses while you watch those ads. You are just now missing 3 minutes of what you tuned in to see. Whereas television, even when you're watching like a live sporting event, when the ad break pops up, there's a timeout. There is a break. You don't miss anything. Or if you're watching your favorite show and it gets to the big climax and then there's an ad break, well, the climax doesn't happen in the fucking background. You don't miss anything. When it comes to streaming, you do. So I think it is much worse, and it is much more intrusive, and it is far more out of control now than it ever was for TV. Because at least with TV, there was like a set amount of commercial breaks. On Twitch, Jesus, Lord knows, because streamers control it. And there are a lot of streamers that just do like maximum ad breaks, so it'll be like fucking 7 minutes worth of ads for every hour streamed, or significantly more. Like they could be doing 3-minute ad breaks every like 10 minutes. Like there is no telling how many ads you will be served when watching a Twitch stream. At least with TV, you knew. There was an expectation, and there was plans around it from the content itself. Again, you didn't miss anything with the ad breaks. With streaming, you do. And it's annoying. And people are really fed up. So I do agree with the take that XQC has said, as well as many others have said, about how ads are literally leading to like the death of streaming, in particular on Twitch. Because Twitch is the worst offender for it. YouTube is going down that path with how many ads they're starting to shove down users' throats. Twitch is still in a worse state with it, and I don't see either platform improving in this department. I just think they're going to make it even worse. Especially Twitch. Twitch, I feel like, has been treading water for a while. Now they do this bot crackdown, their numbers plummet for a little bit. I think that maybe scares them a bit about like the potential advertiser hit that they might take, where the advertisers are like, oh, Twitch, this is a big drop. Maybe we won't spend as much on Twitch. Maybe it's not worth the budget that we're allocating over there. We're gonna cut back on this. Like, and then they're gonna go even harder, like pushing their other brand partners to try and like foster that relationship and keep it tight, because they're gonna need to, you know, fucking latch onto it. So I really feel like Twitch's direction with ads has only been getting worse and more intrusive and ruining the experience further and further. YouTube is starting to follow suit because, like I mentioned, they are pumping a ton of ads on streams as well now. Not to Twitch's level yet, but it is there. And I just think that it is horrible for streaming, like, in general. Nobody wants to sit through streams like that where it's interrupted by minutes worth of ads for shit nobody wants in the first place. It is what caused TV to go in a bit of a rough patch there, because streaming offered a better ad-free service. And I've already seen some spitball solutions here that I think are pretty trash. One of them was, well, you should be paying all the streamers anyway, so if you want to watch content ad-free, well, fork over some clams to the streamer and subscribe to them. What the fuck, Goober? No, that's super stupid. Streaming is free. Like, you are producing content for free. Getting any money back is just cherries on top. Like, it is a service that is free. And if you now start requiring people to pay money to keep experiencing that service, well, you've got an issue, because never charge for something that was once free. That is like an age-old saying that remains true. You can find countless examples of that being proven time and time again. Nobody is going to want to pay for something that they were getting for free already. And it is, by its nature, a free service you're providing to viewers. If they like you so much they want to give you some money, then all power to them. I'm not their dad. They can make their own decisions, and that's great. You know, everyone's happy, whatever. But this is not a solution to Twitch's inundation of ads to the platform. Everyone shouldn't be required to spend money on the streams they want to watch in order to watch it uninterrupted and unimpeded. It sucks. That's silly. Another solution I've seen kicked around is, well, maybe the streamers just need to do a better job of, like, planning their ad breaks, kind of like how TV used to do it. I already don't like where that's going. We're regressing now to old TV habits, but the idea is streamers, when they're about to run their ad break or when the ad break is coming up, they pause everything and, like, tell their viewers, all right, here comes ads, go stretch, do that.
Hey, carrots, you're gonna wake the baby. I gotta get to work.
This is important, sir. I think your $10 worth of popsicles can wait.
Ha! I make $200 a day.
Have you ever felt like you're genuinely talking to a psychopath?
Probably a lot of I don't know how to I don't know the textbook difference between psychopath, sociopath, but probably a lot of them. The people that are okay with stealing a car and don't care about how it impacts the mom, I would probably say that's sociopathic behavior. People that are okay with selling. Or man, we talked to this guy. We went into I wanted to document the how to cook crack, because I thought this is a drug that's going to disappear from the market. Like this, it's a relic of the past.
Why is it going to disappear?
If I was replacing a lot of these drugs, or it's laced with, but I wanted to be in a trap, a stove on the, like just like a Young Jeezy song. I wanted to just see it for myself. And as we're interviewing this guy, there's a funny clip where we're in Boston doing this, and me and the camera guys are all, me, Keegan, and Miguel are like this, interviewing him as the fumes of crack are coming through the room. And me and Keegan at one point look at each other, because I'm like, I think I feel a little different. So we look at each other and we're like, yeah, we both feel a little different right now. And as he's cooking up, Miguel's like, we should ask him, like, do you ever have a customer that didn't make it after you made a sale to them? So I asked him that. And he's like, yeah, there's this one lady who I sold it to. She wanted more. I sold it to again. And I knew if she asked again that would probably be the final dose. And I sold it to her. And she did it. And she kind of passed out. I walked out of the house. And sure enough, you know, the junkies that came to buy from me later that were friends with her told me, yeah, she didn't make it. And something that I kind of moved on to the next question pretty quickly. But then in the car ride, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Did he just say what I thought he said? Like, he just casually basically admitted as a sex accessory to a M word, as we can say on YouTube. And it made me realize this, like, there is an element of, on this journey, of being a little bit desensitized, because, and how I compare it to is a surgeon in the ER room. When one of us sees a strapped wound on somebody, we're going to be freaking out, panicking. How do we save this person? But an ER doctor is like, pass the sutures, pass the gauze, and it's just business as usual. And we've seen enough crazy stuff in this time that someone confessing to doing that is like, oh, next question. And I had to check in within myself, like, that was a pretty major thing he said. Sometimes it just being able to take a pause in the moment to dive, because that's a pretty crazy thing to say. And for me not to dive deeper into it or follow up on that was like, damn, what is wrong with me? Have I seen too much wild stuff in the last few years to just like, that I move on to the next question?
Have you ever seen, even of the most sociopathic criminals, draw an ethical line that surprised you?
A lot of them have pretty ethical lines. Like, one of my friends, one of my best friends on earth, is a former bank robber, and in his 20s he robbed, I think, 6 or 8 banks in California, and went to prison for 10 years. Now he's an incredible family man, multimillionaire, runs a nationwide construction business. Very, very good guy. One of my favorite people on earth. And he said in prison, like, and now that he runs a construction business, like I will hire an ex-con, no problems. I won't hire a drug addict because a drug addict will do anything to cheat you, lie to you, steal from you. But a lot of these guys have very strict moral compasses that loyalty and respect means a lot to them. So their word is everything. Like there's raps on all I have in this world is my balls and my word. So there are guys that if they say it, it means a lot to them to back it up. And I've seen this in the rental business. I have a few rentals in Milwaukee. If someone just gets out of prison and gets a factory job and calls me up and wants to rent for me, that actually to me is a pretty reliable guy because I know this guy's taking his life in a new direction. I don't care if he got arrested for selling with a strap. If he's, his boss at his factory clears him and he's been really good. Oh, this is one of my best guys on the job. I would, the business would hurt if this guy left. Okay, I'll rent to you. But a drug addict, and people like that, you really can't trust their word because they're always scheming because their addiction is their number one priority.
Out of all of the people you've documented, is there anyone you genuinely just disliked?
Most of the people I like. I'm a pretty easy guy to get along with, and I look for the good in people. And there's like a little bit of a naivety towards me where I'm willing to see your good side, even though I know you do a bunch of other things that are bad. But totally dislike. It is hard to respect anyone that does something that involves women and children. Like if you steal from a mom, you're a PDF file. But I have trouble disliking people. Like even Tiffany Henyard, on paper, lying to my face, compulsive liar, ran her town millions of dollars in debt in a 2-year period. On verifiably a bad person. I enjoyed her. I like there's an element of where I get the cult of personality that made her the way she is. And even though I wouldn't trust her, I wouldn't invite her into my circle knowing what I know about her, I had fun hanging out with her throughout the day.
Let's talk about her. She is known as the most corrupt mayor in the United States.
Shout out Tiffany, by the way.
Who is she? How do people catch on to her? What is she doing?
Because she basically took this small town, the South Chicago village of Dalton, Illinois, and turned it into like a third world dictatorship where, she was getting escorted out of Tahoes that she paid $50,000 over asking for. She got a fleet of 6 of them. She would get escorted out like a security guard would grab her hand, and she'd have police working overtime. And she's like the tiny small town mayor. Like you guys have met really wealthy people, CEOs, billionaires, where they maybe have one security guard, if at all. She's just a diva. She would sit in a queen throne and watch the town and like at events. She would make business owners do pay-to-play schemes. Like, oh, if you don't donate $3,500 for the 4th of July party I'm trying to do for the town, well, then I'm not going to approve your liquor license. And so, like, she would nearly bankrupt people that wouldn't agree with her. She allegedly had rivals up. She just blatantly lies. And she basically used the town tax money to live a luxury life. First-class flights, steak dinners, wigs, Tahoes. The list does not end with how much she balled off of the taxpayers.
And she also paid off the police, allegedly, right? So she
paid them off by having them work egregious overtime hours so that it was in their favor to protect her and walk her around.
Do you think she's going to pay any like penalties or crimes? Or
Yes.
who's looking at
right now, currently, the word on the street in Dalton is that there's a few people.
How much could you save by switching your car insurance to Allstate? Well, let's say this is you. Hello. And this is you with $713. Woohoo! Drivers who switch to Allstate save an average of $713.
Collaborating with the feds and to not impede their investigation, because I have an idea there's like 2 or 3 main people that are in her circle that haven't been revealed yet, that it's one of them. The walls are closing in. They know that the whole thing is going down, and to me there's no way she doesn't do time. Apparently one of her former right-hand man is actively working with the feds right now. He knows she's going away, and he's talking as much as he can to kind of reduce his sentence.
Was it YouTube that really brought this to light? Because I hadn't seen this before until I started seeing YouTube videos of people going to the city and like trying to track her down. Like, is that what made it mainstream?
I saw a couple TikTok clips of her, and I know there's early guys to the party, like a guy Spencer Cornelius does a lot of investigative journalism that's really good. I just saw a couple TikToks. Like, I actually try not to watch almost any YouTube like in my space at all if I can, because especially if I haven't covered that story yet, because I want to make it unique. I don't want to be influenced. But TikTok was what brought it to my attention. I'm like, oh, this is 2 hours from my house. Like, we gotta go see this lady.
Yeah. Usually with federal investigations like that, you're never going to hear a word until they actually have a case. And once they bring that case, it's practically unbeatable.
If the feds are going up against you, it's over 99% conviction rate. So the fact that it's confirmed that they're in town talking to people in those circles, and just how egregious she is. My favorite part of the interview with her was I kept asking her about these Tahoes, because why in the hell did you pay $50,000 over asking and have a fleet of Tahoes like you're Brad Pitt or something? And she just lied and lied and lied, and I got the paperwork with her signature on it, and I even took it out of my breast pocket, and I showed it to her, and she's like, oh yeah, that was forged. And like, how do you double down on a lie like that? And then we even did signature comparison, and like, how is it even possible that this could have been forged? There's just no way that it's not her that bought the Tahoes. And to me, it was just a fascinating study. I don't know how you would diagnose her. I don't know if she's a compulsive liar, a sociopath. There is a likable quality of her, but I genuinely think my hunch on her is that she's mentally sick. I think she is a good person that means well. In some ways, like, she genuinely has a love for some people in her community. Like, she wants to be the one that brings resources. Hey, you need a new sidewalk. Hey, you need food from the food pantry. I'm going to bring this to you. I want to show how much I love my city. She wants to be the source of it all. And anyone that would help outside of that, she would cut down or put licensing restrictions or permit restrictions in front of her. But I did get a warm feeling. Like, the first time I met her and walked into her room, like, she gave me a big hug. And I'm like, she had me living in this weird reality bubble where I knew everything about her was true and I knew how bad she was. But when I was in her presence, I'm like, have I been gravely mistaken? Like, is it possible? She just lives in this entirely different reality bubble.
Yeah, sometimes the people who are sick in the head like that are the most charismatic, nicest people you've ever met.
Yeah.
We've encountered a few, not to that degree, but a few people who are just so friendly that my guard is down. I'm like, oh, this is just a cool guy, and then turns around and like, just weird stuff goes on.
That's how cults get started. I think we think going into it that this person's gonna be so easily identifiable as evil that's gonna be easy to not like them, easy to kind of mash them down. The reason that cults get started is because, and there's also some good to it, like the base level of Scientology has some decent self-development principles, but then you go further into it when they're doing child labor. There's so many dark things that are happening in that organization, but there's always a yin and yang to everybody. I don't think there's anyone that you can look at and they're just pure, all of their stuff is just bad. Yeah. And that's how they attract a following.
So you've never met a single person that you thought is through and through evil?
I've met guys that claim to be evil because I think they're trying to be tough on camera. There's this one Afghani gangster that I met in California that he showed me proof of him robbing, like there's a Chinese triad gang that run illegal black market grow ops, and he showed me the proof that he robbed them. He showed me the proof of, like, they showed me this guy that they scammed that apparently he tried scamming them, and then what they did is they invited him to an area. He got into the car, pointed a strap at him, had him sit in the passenger seat as he drove around his own car, and he's like, if you move, I'm gonna blam you. Like, show me the Snapchat video of that, and multiple other things that these guys had done. And he was like, yeah, I'm evil. Even him, I do think like he has an allegiance to his family. Like, I think in a weird way, the money goes to help his family, his brothers and sisters. So no one I've met is purely evil.
With the Amex Gold Card, every meal is a reward, earning you 4 times membership rewards points at restaurants and U.S. supermarkets. That's an opportunity in every bite, sip, slice, and scoop. Whether you decide to stay in or go all out, earn rewards on everyday meals with the Amex Gold Card.
Do you have whiplash yet? The story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein continues to change as the Trump administration changes tactics yet again in what seems to be another attempt to try and sweep this whole thing under the rug, maybe potentially. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just a guy who sees patterns and can do basic math. The incumbent administration is doing whatever they possibly can to confuse people, it seems like. Confuse people, get off the tracks of this Epstein, this pesky Epstein thing, except for a representative from Kentucky called Thomas Massey, who is trying his absolute best to rally everybody together and get all the votes necessary to release the files. I'm starting to think they might kill that guy. The last Epstein video posted on my channel was on August 5th, over a month and a half ago. And the fact that there's enough to talk about for another hour-long video should tell you everything that you need to know in regard to the situation. The list has still not come out, guys. And on top of that, this whole situation is being handled currently by people who campaigned on the truth of these messages. Politics is all about lying and sleight of hand and manipulating people to control and gain power, is what I'm learning. That's why I'm wearing Sumptarn right now. Okay, guys? What began as bold promises of transparency regarding the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, financier, these acts transformed into defensive dismissals.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it?
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, certainly take a look at it.
Calls for complete investigations have morphed into ignoring survivors and even calling it a hoax, a Democrat hoax.
From what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given, but it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president.
How could you ever say, it's a Democrat hoax? Don't you think they would have done it when the Democrats had all the power? Like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Nothing has made sense since this happened. By the way, help what we do on this channel, go to gump.club to watch behind the scenes footage. I have an entire mockumentary show coming out very soon that's gonna be really fun on my second channel. I've got all kinds of channels. Go in the description down below. Also a candy company. Also, I'm making a video game, releasing another video game in like a couple weeks. There's a reason I'm only posting once a week now. It's because I'm having fun doing what I love and trying to actually make content that I can be genuinely proud of. So I hope you guys enjoy, and if you don't, I understand. But if you do, press like, hit the subscribe button, and let's continue fracturing America. Speaking of fracturing, all of this Epstein stuff has resulted in a fracturing of Trump's own political coalition, the coalition of the MAGA. Okay, guys? All the while, this apparent Democratic hoax exposing a pattern of entire institutional failure that spans multiple administrations. The Trump administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files has resulted in a 67% public disapproval, which is so up. All this in spite of releasing 33,000 pages of documents to Congress, which 97% of which consisted of already public information. Only 3% of the information is new, while approximately 67,000 pages of the estimated 100,000 total remain withheld. Why? And get this, controversy reached its peak when House Speaker Mike Johnson, funny little guy, claimed that Trump was an FBI informant in the Epstein case.
When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
A bombshell that's so crazy to say that he retracted within 72 hours, dude. It's unbelievable. The inconsistency in story changing around every single facet of this story is enough to make a motherfucker's head spin, and it doesn't stop. It never ceases. The truth continues to be more and more obfuscated, if not blatantly denied, buried, and suppressed. This is a bipartisan thing. Like, nobody wants pedophiles to, for one, exist, and for two, we give our money to a system that is apparently housing quite a few. You know, our tax dollars that if we don't pay, we go to jail. You know that stuff, those dollars. I think it's very important to approach this entire topic as rationally as possible and as unbiased as possible, because it is far more important than just politics. People that make up politics are just people, and they have past, they have histories, and they have beliefs and thoughts, and obviously what they run on is almost never what you actually get if they become elected. And You know, people thought for years that Trump and Epstein were friends. It's been said many times. It's on video. It's photographed. It's common knowledge at this point. But the idea, for some reason, I guess, has just been, well, he never actually went to that was Bill Clinton. That's why none of this stuff ever came out under Biden, is because Hillary wouldn't let it out. And then there's all this campaigning on it. And then now that Trump's in the administration, hey, bud, let's see. Let's see it. I want to see all these freaks. I want to see them all get their day. You know, and I want to see the victims get their day in court, most importantly. It is very important to know and be as rational as possible. The leader of the free world was friends with a legitimate serial pedophile human trafficker, like genuine friends. And the leader of the free world does not want that information regarding that to come out. Of course not. That's bad. We need to see it, though. If you believe that America has a future even a little bit, then this is what absolutely has to happen. Anyways, Trump, Epstein, they're absolutely friends, but they had a falling out at some point. That is what the primary narrative has been. And it's the nature of it. Not exactly sure how it happened, if it actually happened. It's a story that's changed year after year, day after day now at this point, thanks to Mike Johnson. That dickhead. If we go back to the end of July, we have Trump answering questions in regard to Epstein and him contradicting himself in less than 30 seconds, as well as seemingly contradicting statements that he's made over the years. A reporter asked Trump if some of the workers that were stolen by Jeffrey Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago spa were young women.
Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women? Were some of them young women?
Trump's first response is that he doesn't want to say. He rambles for a little bit, saying, everyone knows that people were taken and the star's pretty low up there.
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there.
Which you can't just say everyone knows what the truth is and then that just becomes the truth. But then he says yes. So much for not wanting to answer the question. He just cannot help himself.
And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
What did they do?
In the spa.
The spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago.
The president appears to be simply stating that these young women who worked for him were essentially poached from his business, one of the best businesses in the world, to work for Jeffrey Epstein, one of the best human traffickers in the world, which the president warned Epstein not to do.
When I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want them taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
But when it happened again, that's when he ousted Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. So Epstein was taking Trump's girls, and then, I mean, that's what it seems like. And that is a story that he was running with for a while and continued to give the answer.
Stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place.
But beyond that, the clip has even more serious implications. In the next few seconds, a follow-up question from a reporter asked if one of the women that was stolen from the spa was Virginia Giuffre, which, if you didn't know, Virginia Giuffre was one of the most outspoken victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and she claimed to have been trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein's friends like Prince Andrew and more. Trump says, I think she worked at the spa.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Well, let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and Spotify.
All right, it's saying you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month.
What? The app is telling you all of this?
It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need.
Coming for me, but okay.
Don't worry about those 13 subscriptions you didn't know you had. You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
Supplies are low, deliveries are late. You can scream all day, or you can try the Webstaurant way. From cups to espresso machines, get everything you need without the stress. That's the Webstaurant way.
I think so.
Did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her.
So we have that, and that's not exactly breaking news, as Virginia had been claiming she'd been a teenage spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago before she was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell, who hired her to be a masseuse for Epstein in 2000. So it seems really odd to just talk about this type of thing like that, but you know, billionaires do what billionaires do, and it isn't exactly Trump's fault if an employee takes another job, but it's a different reason than has been credited for Trump and Epstein falling out than we've seen in the past. That's the key here. Another stop on our trip down the rabbit hole of changing stories goes to 2020, when a book called The Grifters Club claimed that they'd accessed the Mar-a-Lago resort registry, where they saw that Epstein had been a member until October 2007. So this was until it's alleged that Epstein was kicked out after hitting on the teenage daughter of another club member. So this has seemingly been confirmed recently when White House Communications Director Stephen Chung made a recent emailed statement that said, "The fact is that the president kicked him out of his club for being a creep." So that adds up. Okay. Also, very important to note that these are things being said about Trump rather than being said by Trump himself. But still, when the White House Communications Director assigned by Trump is one of the people making these statements, I would consider that to be credible, because that is an instrument of the administration. That is the, you know, the mouthpiece, if you will. So we have another example of a story that contradicts what is being said now. Did he throw him out over stealing club employees, or did he kick him out because he's a fucking creep? You have to pick one of those things. You can't just, you know, mix business with pleasure. But even the old statement contradicts other claims that had been made up until that point. The New York Times on July 9th, 2019 cited a Trump Organization official for stating that Jeffrey Epstein was never a dues-paying member. He only came as a guest of a guest. So if that's the case, then how come he's in the club registry and that shows an account for Epstein that was closed in October 2007? Also, if 2007 is the year that they had their falling out and their friendship of the ages came to an end, then that in and of itself is contradictory to statements Trump made multiple times in July 2019 when he claimed that he hadn't talked to Epstein in 15 years or more, which would have been 2004.
And I did have a falling out a long time ago. The reason doesn't make any difference, frankly, but I haven't spoken to him in probably 15 years or more.
So our timeline is looking a bit wonky. I'm gonna be real, guys. Timeline looking. So 2004 is another year in which they had their potential infamous falling out and when they stopped being friends, because, of course, there is another contradicting story. In 2004, the two had become bitter rivals after a bidding war for a mansion that had been auctioned off by a bankruptcy court. Trump ended up winning the mansion for $41 million, but it drove a wedge between the two. That is, Donald Trump and convicted sexual predator, pedophile, and human trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Or at least that's how it seems to be painted. Not all the pedophile, human trafficking stuff. That's legit. I'm talking about their bitter rivalry and how the auction resulted in their, you know, breakup. But who really knows after how many times the story has changed? But wait! When Speaker Mike Johnson recently claimed that Trump was an FBI informant, he also changed the story again. He said that when Trump heard the rumors about Epstein, that's when he kicked him out of the Mar-a-Lago club.
It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
So there are multiple stories behind their friendship ending. Did they fall out after Epstein stole a Trump employee? Did they fall out after Epstein hit on minors at Trump's club? Did they fall out after a bidding war that pitted them against each other? Or did their friendship end when Epstein's crimes began to become public knowledge? There are multiple stories about Epstein's Mar-a-Lago membership. He wasn't a member, he just came as a guest. Or he was a member, which the registry allegedly showed that he had an account that was closed in 2007 as a result of him flirting with a member's underage daughter. Or also he was a member, but he was kicked out after rumors of Epstein's crimes became public around 2005 or 2006 when the media started covering the story. The big Epstein is a gigantic pedophile story. So that's on top of all the other story changing that's been happening over the course of this story unfolding this year. They were going to release everything. They were going to release it in phases, with phase one being released to media pages. The client list was on Pam Bondi's desk, that bitch. Then the client list didn't exist. Then they were going to fully investigate everything and everyone involved. Then the DOJ, FBI puts out a memo that essentially says the case is closed and we're not investigating anything or anyone else and we're not releasing any more documents. Anyone who wants the truth is stupid and misled. You are all sheep for believing a Democrat hoax. That's where we're at right now, guys. And I've got to say, the government has done a lot of stuff to make me not trust it. I mean, here's a short list. This one, though, is really making me feel like a dumb fool. Has there ever been a trustworthy statement ever? Has there ever been? These aren't, I mean, what is even, I can't even think about it. I can't even think about it. It makes me angry. It makes me a little upset. Makes me want to break my holy relic. Needless to say, you've heard a lot of this information. This is mostly stuff you already know, but there are things that we're going to be covering in this video that you probably don't know, you probably haven't heard of, because they're things that I hadn't heard of until doing research for another video, because there is so much to this and it is so deep. It is a sick rabbit hole. The rest of this video, we're going to keep focused on things that we haven't yet covered in extensive detail yet. Like, for example, how the government terribly misrepresented the raw footage we were given of the night that Epstein died. There's actually a great video on CoffeeZilla's channel put together covering the top 5 lies in the Epstein footage with a complete rendering of the cell block he was held in that shows just how misrepresented and misled the public was about what we would be seeing in this. We'd see footage of the cell! We did not.
Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I've marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death.
There was only one camera! There was not. There were 11 cameras, but only 2 of them were recording.
There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working, but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier.
Footage showed that no one was there except Epstein. Someone is, what are we seeing going up the stairs towards Epstein's cell after lockdown?
There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs.
And we were gonna get the raw footage, man, the raw footage. The raw, highly edited footage to misrepresent an entire situation. What? Are you dumb? We also got the lie that we could see anyone walking to Epstein's cell, but the camera only captures the very edge of the staircase, so anyone hugging the right side of the staircase wouldn't be visible. For example, if you just did this right here, watch. You're gonna see this is Epstein's cell, okay, guys? This is Epstein's cell, imagine that. Okay, now this is me. And I'm the guy who's gonna kill Epstein on behalf of all of the elected officials, apparently, in our government. Coffee even made the 3D rendering they created of the SHU Epstein was held in available on his Patreon. You can check out his video and see the rendering for yourself by subscribing to his Patreon. The biggest revelations we should talk about have come in the wake of a scrapbook album from Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003, which was released and contained photos, letters, and poems from his closest friends over the years. Some are handwritten, some are typed, many are signed, and many reference his proclivities for being a freak. They're sex related. Epstein's 50th birthday book. The birthday scrapbook is something we've been hearing about for over a month, and back in mid-July, the Wall Street Journal put out an article titled Jeffrey Epstein's Friends Sent Him Bawdy Letters for a 50th Birthday Album. One was from Donald Trump. Very, very, very provocative title. Now, of course, you need a subscription to the Wall Street Journal to read that full article. And I'm not gonna do that because now everything's public and I don't need to pay a access fee or whatever to see that shit. You can listen to 2 minutes worth of the article and hear that it eventually is described as a letter from Trump written in a hand-drawn naked woman's body. It reads like some kind of bizarre fan fiction that Trump himself allegedly thought up. It's super weird. I will read this, and I don't really understand what's going on, but this is a transcript. I'm not sure it's a transcript that's written and then drawn. Donald Trump drew. Trump allegedly, I don't know. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald Trump, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. And then the most confusing looking signature of all time, Donald Trump's signature. It's crazy. This article was a big enough deal that Trump filed a defamation lawsuit against Dow Jones, who is the parent company behind the Wall Street Journal, and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, seeking $10 billion in damages. That's some Dr. Evil shit right there. $10 billion. I seek $10 billion. Because I don't like it when people lie about. Are you even allowed to sue people as the president? Isn't that like the whole point of being the most powerful dude ever? Is it that you just have the First Amendment? People are just gonna be like, I don't like you, and then make cartoons about how dumb you are and shit. And you just so happen to be really good friends for a long time with one of the world's most prolific evil guys, and then you just expect people to not talk about that and expose you and stuff. Like, what are you taught? What? Nah. Anyways, he posted to social media that it was a powerhouse lawsuit to take down the fake news media for the people. Spokesperson for Dow Jones made a statement to the BBC, standing by the accuracy of their reporting and would defend it against any lawsuit. A follow-up article was released by the Wall Street Journal on July 24th, detailing more of the contents within the birthday book without fully showing their hand. And this one was titled, Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book included letters from Bill Clinton and Leon Black. And this article's focus is on how the biggest name in the book at the time it was created was a past president, Bill Clinton, not Donald Trump. Again, you can't read without being a Wall Street Journal member, but you can listen to 1.5 minutes of it and hear it quote Clinton's letter, which is the following.
It's reassuring, isn't it? To have lasted as long across all the years learning and knowing adventures, and also to have your childlike curiosity to drive to make a difference in the solace of friends.
So much for a Democratic hoax, dude. Seems like that is the Democratic cabal there. And that's why they didn't release it. That's why Joe Biden wasn't allowed to release it, is because of Hillary and the Clintons and how they have so much control over shit, and Obama and stuff. I don't know, is it? I'm not sure. I just want it to come out. I don't care about the sides. I don't like the idea of living in a free country and having this just be like something that's being held over our politicians' heads. You know, I don't like that. I don't like that. Are you telling me that our politicians can be blackmailed? Are you telling me that in spite of 99.9% of the entire United States of America wants something to happen, politicians will not do it because they're blackmailed by a single guy? Are you telling me a single guy has, even after death, every politician's nuts in his hands? Both sides, not just the right or the left. It isn't about that. It's about vulnerability. And it's about foreign adversaries, and it's about blackmail. And apparently that's just how everything works in the world. I live in a small world, apparently, because I've never blackmailed anybody or ever been blackmailed. I don't know what any of this stuff is like. It's crazy. Probably because I'm just a normal guy. I'm just a normal guy. I'm not a master of the universe. Sure, I have an Arnuki beast, and that is pretty cool. In fact, let's see what this little has to say. What do you got to say?
He didn't say shit. Praise up to the Arnuki beast. This is a new holy relic here, guys. This little guy.
You know how grocery shopping always feels like it takes way too long, and half the time I end up with random stuff that doesn't actually make a meal just because I'm hungry. And that didn't for plus.com and from relationship with Epstein more than a decade to his Clinton supposedly refused to comment on the leaked letter from the birthday scrapbook and referred to a statement that was made about how Bill Clinton had ended his relationship with Epstein more than a decade before Epstein was arrested in 2019. Supposedly he didn't know about Epstein's crimes. Bill Clinton, whenever he's asked about Epstein's crimes, I didn't know. Yeah, sure. Didn't you rape a woman in the White House? Isn't that like a whole thing? Didn't you also kill a guy in the 90s? Now, we have full access to the infamous Epstein birthday book, and that became available on September 8th when the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform released the records publicly after issuing a subpoena to the Epstein estate for the book on August 25th. The PDF of the leather-bound birthday book is 238 pages long, and within it are pictures of Jeffrey Epstein throughout his life with friends and family and girls, and also with many faces and names redacted throughout. For example, some of the important people in there, especially victims. A lot of victims are redacted, which is good. But surprisingly, little of it is hidden, relatively speaking. Pages 2 to 4 are a table of contents saying who has included letters written to Epstein specifically for his birthday, including the following names, which we've talked about in our past content. Leon Black, who stayed friends with him and kept him rich, piece of shit. Jean-Luc Brunel, the only other person who faced charges aside from Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein before committing suicide in a French prison. Rest in piss, dumb. Bill Clinton. Alan Dershowitz, a lawyer accused of sexual assault by Virginia Giuffre. Donald Trump. Leslie Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret and man foundational in Epstein's early wealth, and the signs of coercion and manipulation of girls into getting naked and performing sexually are there in this book from very early on, even in letters from longtime friends recollecting their shared past with Epstein. On page 57, a story is told about picking up girls on a beach and taking them out on a boat where, with a knife in hand, the girls are told to take their suits off. It is non-ironically almost the implication scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's art, life, mimic. Some saying it's up.
Think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I gonna do? Say no? Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no. No. But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Horrifying story on page 62 about making a rabbi's daughter do terrible things. It's disgusting. And these stories come from a section of the birthday book that's centered around what appears to be 4 lifelong friends going back to school days. Warren Eisenstein, Terry Johnny Boy Kafka, and Michael Buchholz. Pictures of the 4 begin on page 49 and continue through page 72 with letters and stories breaking them up. There are pictures of public transit passes, driver's licenses to drive taxi cabs, pictures of public school classes, yearbook photos of the 4.
The Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your safety check.
Whoa.
And your weekend getaway. It's more than an SUV. It's your choice. Equinox or Equinox EV. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Recreated pictures from young adulthood to later adulthood, wedding photos. These were bros, close bros. There's no telling how familiar these 3 friends were with the activities of the 4th, who was Epstein, but it seems there are signs of pressuring girls to get nude or perform sexual acts even way back then, whether these are early examples or not. It is extremely uncomfortable regardless. Where a lot of the focus around this birthday book lies is in the friends section dedicated to his powerful friends, beginning on page 114. But before we jump ahead to that, one picture jumps out to me on page 98, which is a picture of Epstein in a suit next to a woman wearing all black with her face redacted that has the caption, "He is the boyfriend of Redacted. We think he works for the CIA." Now, it's interesting because conspiracy theories have been circulating that Jeffrey Epstein was working with the CIA or maybe even a foreign intelligence like Israel's Mossad. And it seems like most of these theories stem from Epstein's girlfriend and partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, being the daughter of Robert Maxwell, a man highly suspected of working for Israeli intelligence, a Israel super spy. I mean, yeah, it seems like there's a lot of evidence there, to be honest. But what does that have to do with having control over US politicians? Nothing at all! But these are conspiracy theories that are largely dismissed as yet another Democrat hoax. They are often seen as having no merit by everyone who is friends with Jeffrey Epstein. But it's interesting to see that this birthday book from the early 2000s having images and quotes referencing an association between him and the CIA. I think that's very interesting. Is this evidence that it's true? Nope, probably not, but who is the censored woman? With theories referencing his closeness to Robert Maxwell when Ghislaine Maxwell was his girlfriend, then would Ghislaine be the censored girlfriend in the birthday book? I'm not totally sure. I don't think so. Her name and picture are uncensored throughout the book, even right next to redacted faces like on page 104, or when her and Epstein are naked in a pool together with bodies redacted on page 107. So why would it be redacted there? Probably because it's not her. Now I want to jump to the letters and writings from Epstein's powerful friends, all conveniently collected in this disgusting birthday book. I want to go on record saying My birthday was pretty recently, and nothing at all like this has ever happened to me, and I don't understand how this is normal, or maybe it's just because I'm homeschooled or whatever, but there is pure, true evil out there, and it seems like some of them we elect to run our country, which is pretty crazy that that's just something that happens. One of the first handwritten letters in this section is a poem written to Epstein by Leon Black, the man who helped keep Epstein rich after his arrest, conviction, imprisonment, and release. A real dickhead. He is the co-founder of Apollo Global Management, an asset management company that oversees $377 billion in assets. And his note to Epstein begins on page 118. It goes as follows. A VPFC is something to be. A VFPC is something to see. A liver, a lover, a Jeff, a Jeffrey. Let's all give a cheer for today he's 50. 5 decades L or half a century. By Bird and by Bucks, C's and M's are his key. Blonde, red, or brunette spread out geographically. With this net of fish, Jeff's now the old man and the sea. The letter ends with Leon calling Epstein a dear friend and signing it with love and kisses, comma, Leon. And he says that VPFC means Vanity Fair Poster Child, but I'm more curious what the C's and M's mean. A line about birds and bucks precede that, and birds could be describing girls as an offensive slang term, you know, like what people used to say all the time, bird, I guess. I don't know if it's offensive slang. I don't know, dude. Seems weird, though. Given the fact that Leon, knowing that Epstein is a freak and a criminal, continued his friendship with Epstein after the conviction, I will say that it allegedly means, maybe, I've heard this, I've seen this, I don't think it's true at all. It could mean children and minors. Or it could mean cash and millions. I don't know. Neither one of those things are probably true, but who knows? One thing that is totally true is that it's a poem that reads ominously with hindsight and retrospect, knowing what Epstein is guilty of. Though, of course, it's all speculation as to how familiar Leon may have been with Epstein's crimes. He didn't seem to be disturbed enough to cut ties like many others, so who the f knows? Leon seems like kind of a weird guy. So what did Leon say about all this coming out? Reportedly, a spokesperson for Leon Black has declined to comment on the letter within the birthday book. Because it's weird and looks bad. Immediately following that poem is a letter from another friend whose name is censored in both the poem and table of contents for the birthday book. It's a letter to Degenerate 1 from Degenerate 2 with a redacted name. Still, in the poem, the line, "So many girls, so little time," appears while describing Jeffrey as always grinning like the mysterious, mischievous lad you are. It's under the friends section of the book, so if names like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are unredacted, who could this person be for it to be one of the few censored lines in the book in this part, when most of what is censored are names and pictures of victims? So, Degenerate 1 and Degenerate 2, who is this freak that's still out there and has enough power to have this redacted, not even being a victim? Maybe it's a, I don't know, another FBI informant. Whoever it is, it definitely seems like they know what Jeffrey Epstein was guilty of, and if not worse, given the terminology to describe themselves and Epstein and the phrasing within the letter, they are as bad, once again, if not worse, as the degenerate. People that have seen our previous videos may remember that aside from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, only one other person ever faced charges for crimes related to the trafficking and assault of minors. That was Jean-Luc Brunel. He was a modeling agent who trafficked girls to Epstein and was accused of sexual assault himself for many of the victims, some under the age of 15. And Brunel wrote a letter to Epstein, which can be read in the birthday book on page 125. Maybe you could call it a letter, but mostly what it is a fixation on the number 15. Math equations that result in the number 15. It's very creepy. And as you guys know, I am no mathematician nor math magician, so it seems like the scrawlings of a crazy person on the inside of their padded cell, but at the bottom, there's what appears to be a tool to help solve some equations, with the symbol G being G's age. It seems like a tongue-in-cheek way of gamifying their crimes for Epstein's birthday, is what I'm picking up out of it. So now, whose letter could follow up the one from Jean-Luc Brunel? Disgraced freak. Why, Bill Clinton, of course. Yay! Clinton's handwritten letter, by the way, President of the United States, loved President. Everybody loved Bill Clinton. My mom voted for Bill Clinton in the 90s, okay? My mom really liked Bill Clinton. Pre-allegations, obviously, and murder of Vince Foster, and all the other stuff that they did and stuff. My parents are both extremely black-pilled in the government. Extremely. They accuse me of being an intelligence asset. That's how off the rails they are. Anyways, Bill Clinton, previous president of the United States of America, elected democratically. By the way, his handwritten letter to Jeffrey Epstein on page 126 isn't so extreme, but when it was quoted by the Wall Street Journal before the book's full release, it was quoted accurately and in its entirety aside from illegible words. It is fairly tame, but a few lines stick out if you're looking for something to point at to say that Bill Clinton had known, which of course he denies that he knew anything, because what else would he be honest? I don't think they're known for that, but it stands out to me because across all my years of writing letters for people's birthdays, which I've never really done, to be honest, maybe once or twice, I've mentioned learning and growing as people grow together and they learn to be better people, but the word knowing stands out very specifically. Knowing what? Knowing what? Bill references the two's adventures. What kind of adventures? What kind of knowing are you talking about? Is this some Moloch shit? Is this some Daedric shit? Are you talking about Daedric shit right now? Like, what is this? What plane are we on? Oblivion? I don't think so. We know that Bill and Epstein went on a trip to Africa together on Epstein's plane with Kevin Spacey, and Kevin has alleged the plane had many young girls, and he's obviously massively disgraced as well. Again, Bill Clinton has denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, and when confronted with the letter,
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Current eligible GM lessees get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2025 Buick Envista Preferred for around $199 per month.
inquirers were directed to his previous statements of denial rather than any new statements being made. So he's not really that interested in talking about it. But what is interesting, though, is that Bill Clinton and this trip to Africa are referenced in the very next letter in the book, this one being from Alan Dershowitz, a lawyer who would go on to represent Epstein and help organize his sweetheart deal of the century. It's as follows. Dear Jeffrey, as a birthday gift to you, I managed to obtain an early version of the Vanity Unfair article.
What happened?
I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, as you will see from the enclosed excerpt. Happy birthday and best regards. The letter includes an edited image of a Vanity Unfair cover alleging Epstein was Jack the Ripper and had financed Al-Qaeda. So that's a funny joke, I guess. It continues. Who was that man with Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is, of course, one of the most famous men, a household name throughout the planet. His picture has appeared on the cover of every magazine in the world, but what was he doing flying to Africa with an obscure former politician from Hope, Arkansas? Referring to Bill Clinton, obviously, former president of the United States of America. Who is that politician and why would Epstein have picked him for the coveted seat of his private jet? The moment this obscure man stepped onto the Epstein jet, he became fair game for probing inquiry. Now, it may have been a joke and Bill's name may not have been used, but it's true today. Ever since Bill stepped on that plane, he became fair game for probing inquiry. These people are aware, 110%. Due process, legal shit, all that. I've heard Alan Dershowitz, or whatever the his name is, talk about this.
You have to be able to, a sweetheart deal. It's a justice system. There's a justice system.
Yeah, there is a justice system, and I love it so much. And it works really well for everybody. It works really well for politicians, and it works really well for those below the poverty line. All right, guys? It works super well. Now, obviously, I want to get to Trump in this birthday book because it's the big meat and potatoes of this entire situation, but there are some other letters that raise eyebrows. You could pick and choose which ones you wish to talk about. There's plenty, but Henry Jarecki wrote a letter found on page 134 talking about how Epstein prefers working in private, or better yet, utter secrecy, and how much goes on behind the scenes and how they share many of the same burdens. Henry was accused by a girl Epstein allegedly trafficked to Jarecki to be a sex slave. Nick Leese, a film producer, wrote a letter found on page 135 calling Epstein a very dear boy and tells a story about an outing with a group including Epstein where one man called Toto pulled redacted skirt up to her panty and put his hand on her before another member of the group, the old man, joined in. So that's crazy. I feel like what I just said probably has to be redacted from this YouTube video or it'll get taken down. But there's also a George Mitchell, maybe the former Senator George Mitchell, I'm not totally sure. Sorry if not, wrote a letter found on page 146 crediting Epstein for the opportunity to lead a full, exciting, and fantastically varied life, and hopes Epstein will intensify your activities in many ways, especially in the field of science. Science people really loved Epstein. Nathan Myhrvold, very cool name, weirdo. A former executive at Microsoft and co-founder of Intellectual Ventures, wrote a letter found on page 147 saying how Epstein didn't manage his money but advised his lifestyle and included several pictures of animal penises and animals mating from a trip to Africa. So that's weird as a letter from Joseph Pagano as well, who I can't find out who this is. He wrote a letter found on page 158 discussing Epstein's life, avoiding the public eye, wishing him health, stealth, and continued wealth. Not necessarily in that order. You usually only need stealth when you're trying to commit crimes. I'm coming at that from a game development perspective. The only time ever you need stealth is when you're doing something that shouldn't be seen. So this guy, whoever the that is, he's a freak. A poem on page 164, presumably by Stuart Pivar, a chemist and art collector, based on the poem's placement compared to the table of contents. We're just kind of assuming here. It has a line that describes how Epstein's behavior would upset the public and that he has somehow avoided jail. So dark. To add to life's piquancy, Jeffrey, with increasing frequency, on any occasion with little persuasion, will outrage the public decency. Jeffrey, at half a century with credential penitentiary, though up to no good whenever he could, has avoided the penitentiary. That is unbelievable, dude. That is unbelievable. Then we have Henry Ravovsky attached tit prints to his letter on page 166 to Epstein, aside a letter that reads, "For the man who has almost everything, but never enough of these." Then Leslie Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret, who helped Epstein grow his wealth early on, wrote a letter on page 171 in which he gets Epstein what he wanted by drawing a pair of tits at the bottom of his letter. And here is where we start seeing Trump's name mentioned in the book. On page 154, a cover letter depicting women, a plane, balloons, and cake precedes a drawing, a picture, and a letter that all look terrible. It's from Joel and falls right where the table of contents credits Joel Pashkow. The next page is a drawing comparing the years 1983 with 2003, with 1983 showing Epstein giving a lollipop to a group of young girls holding balloons. Then,
so 20 years until retirement.
At this rate, it's probably going to be more like 40.
Okay, no, way too long. Let's see how much you're spending. Download an app called Rocket Money.
Oh, wow. I've got 3 DoorDash accounts. I totally forgot to cancel those.
You know you can cancel those right in the app.
Can't believe I
Rocket
was in
Money has
range
a
of that.
clear dashboard that shows you all your income and expenses, helping you stay in control of your goals.
It also shows you a list of all your subscriptions and how much
Not
you're
in
paying
Hitbox.
all in one place. Is this the best budgeting app?
Yes, and it's called Rocket Money.
and in 2003, he's on his island with his private jet above getting massage and pleasured by a group of naked women and the text, "What a great country." Next is the picture. It's a grainy picture of a novelty-sized check written to Epstein from Trump in the value of $22,500 being held by a group of pedophiles. I don't know, people. The handwritten letter claims to have arranged a deal between Trump and Epstein where a fully depreciated woman was sold to Trump for $22,500. And the writer laments not getting any of the money or the girl. So this is, I guess, a bombshell, right? It is a letter that basically admits to trafficking a woman between Epstein and Trump, right? And that paired with the drawing, it seems very damning. I mean, people, and there's nobody talking about this. I mean, a lot of people are talking about it, but it's just, who cares, man? Who cares? I care a lot, actually, like a lot. It's insane. There are 4 people in the picture with a woman's face being redacted and partially covering the face of another man who I can't quite make out, but you can clearly see Epstein and Joel Pascal, who has been photographed with Epstein before. Oversight Dims, a verified government page, has even stated that Joel is a longtime member of Mar-a-Lago in a tweet of this picture and letter. So I'm inclined to believe that. The letter from Trump himself allegedly is buried pretty deep in the book at page 165. Then you see the heavy lined drawing of the woman-shaped body with small curves where breasts would be, indicating they're small in size. We covered earlier what the letter says and how it sounds like a weird flirtatious role play, mentioning shared secrets and commonalities between the two men, Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, FBI informant. We can see that it's signed by Donald Trump, allegedly, and I say allegedly due to the responses and controversies that have arisen since this all became public in the $10 billion lawsuit, which, by the way, if I got sued for $10 billion, it is so over for me, dude. If you have that much money, you can just be like, I don't like it when you say that about me. It's true, but like, just don't. I have a lot of money. I can ruin your life with I have a lot of money. Hey, man. That doesn't seem fair, to be honest. It has become so controversial and is why Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion over its publication, even though it's now been released by the Oversight Committee and was provided by the Epstein estate. So I am curious how this will impact the lawsuit, since it's now publicly accessible thanks to the government, and it just seems legit, seems real, seems like a bullshit lawsuit. I assume it's going to get dropped. Trump, his administration, and conservative influencers on social media have been very outspoken in denying any possibility that this letter, as well as the novelty-sized check and the transaction described in the letter from Joel Pascal, are real. They're obviously denying that because it looks really bad. Obviously, they would deny it. They don't ever acknowledge anything that's wrong. We have yet to see any. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's bad. There's never been any acknowledgement, so I feel like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to believe, to be honest. Unfortunately, I really don't know what to believe. I want to believe what's right. I don't want to believe things based on political biases, but this looks bad. This looks really, really, really bad. It's causing quite a stir. This year, the Trump administration has changed quite a few gears. There were tons of promises of disclosure and transparency, but that has all shifted, and instead, now they take the stance that this is just a hoax, which is really frustrating because I think everybody was like, oh, that's good. They're going to release the Epstein files, and that's awesome. I would love to see all the people we can, kind of know, that chapter, that book's going to be shut. The whole campaign, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, all these people, everything was built on, I'm going to go on a podcast, I'm going to say, all right, we're going to release the files. And then as soon as you get in, the government, the cabal, the demons go around, they circle you and they say, you can't release that. And then they say, there's no files. Ah! Hey, go f yourself. Like, what do you want us to do? You want us to trust you? I just hope more people are, I don't know. It seems like nobody cares on the deep dark right. Oh my God, dude. It's a distraction. Everything is a fucking distraction too. Everything's a fucking distraction. Everything is a distraction. I'm a distraction. Sorry. When the FBI and DOJ released their memo, people were understandably upset that despite acknowledging over 1,000 victims exist and 10,000 plus pieces of CSAM were found, no one else was going to be looked into, and the case, for all intents and purposes, was closed. Nonsense. He'd post on Truth Social, clearly upset that people still care about Epstein and people won't shut up about it. All of a sudden, the files are written by Obama, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and Joe Biden, and his voters were falling for it. His idiot voters. You stupid. You don't know anything. Even though I've been saying this for years, you're all wrong. This is one of the first instances we've seen of Trump turning on his MAGA peoples. Okay, guys, it's crazy to see, and a lot of them don't even really care, which is really confusing to me. But we have to think about the reason he's turning on them. It's because they want pedophiles punished. They actually care. Most people actually care about this type of stuff. And when the news of the letter and the drawing Trump allegedly made for Epstein's 50th birthday came out, the president posted to Truth Social the day the
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks. Because in a Chevy truck, dependability comes standard. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you.
For weeks, the Wall Street Journal dropped the article stating that it's a fake letter. It's fake! So why is it fake? Trump says these aren't his words, and that's not the way that he talk. Everything to computer. Trump also says he warned Rupert Murdoch not to print the story because it's a scam, implying that he had some kind of advance notice that this was going to drop and tried to prevent it, which is interesting because there's a conflicting narrative here. Vice President J.D. Vance had quite the gotcha for the Wall Street Journal too when the article first went live, calling it complete and utter bullshit on Twitter, asking, "Where is this letter?" while also sharing that they were never shown the letter before it was posted. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, posted to Twitter when the Oversight Committee released the complete birthday book on September 8th, saying that when the Wall Street Journal dropped their article, the reporter Joe Palazzolo reached out for comment the exact minute it went live. And Caroline says that they didn't have time to respond. Which is it? I mean, what? If Trump had time to issue a warning to Rupert Murdoch, then he'd probably have time to tell his media team to prepare a response in case it drops, right? I mean, that makes sense. If they didn't have time to respond because they didn't know it was being posted until it went live, then how the did the thing I just say, how would that make any sense? And then there's poor J.D. Vance running around, the house is on fire, he's screaming, "Mommy and Daddy are fighting, Mommy and Daddy are fighting, please, please, is the divorce my fault?" Yes, it is! You're complacent! You're part of this! You're supposed to be at least close to one of us! What the fuck? I guess J.D. Vance got the answer to, where is the letter? Because it's right there in Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book, amongst a bunch of other pedos and freaks and criminals. So that's where the letter is. Where's the letter at? Hey bud, right here, dickweed. Is it possible that Trump and his team are lying? Surely not. I mean, hey, he says he doesn't draw, so there shouldn't be any pictures he's ever drawn to prove that, right? He doesn't draw. Trump doesn't even draw. He doesn't know how to draw. He can draw. We actually have his ArtStation account. Oh, crap! A drawing of the Manhattan skyline signed by Trump and sold at auction for nearly $30,000 back in 2017. What? A drawing of the Empire State Building signed by Trump and sold for $100 at a charity auction in 1995, then again in 2017 for $16,000? Oh my God! More drawings! City skylines! What the details, windows, streets, trees, people, crosshatches, buildings, all signed by Trump. Oh my God, his family on a nice sunny day out enjoying the sun. Just kidding, I drew that. For a who don't know how to draw, there's a lot of drawings being sold at charity auctions. I know actual artists who have sold less drawings. When asked about the letter to Epstein by reporters more recently, he dropped the line about the drawings, but maintains that it's not his signature and not his words.
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time knows that's not my language.
So clearly he's seen that people have seen that he's a prolific artist. He's a really excellent. He really can capture the feeling of the skyline. He's actually pretty good. This is interesting. The skyline. Are those people? What are those people? So the signature and the words. We'll dig into that now. One thing that's noticeable when comparing the letter to Epstein to other drawings that Trump has done is that in the other drawings, Trump has signed his full name, not just Donald. And the letter found in the 50th birthday book Ghislaine Maxwell put together for Epstein, it's just Donald. Now, that doesn't mean much because Trump has signed probably close to 1 million documents in his life, I'd assume, including 200 executive orders just this year, and also something that he previously condemned Obama for, but who is really keeping track? It's just politics, right, guys? The claim is that this is not his signature. Not that it's a legitimate signature that's been lifted and pasted into the letter. It's that it's not his. It isn't his at all. This isn't his signature. During a press conference, the media pressed Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about the signature's authenticity, asking if she'd support having an expert analyze it to prove it's not the president's signature. She says that they would support that, then states that she's seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out who said it's absolutely not Trump's signature.
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature.
She even cites a supposed article from the Daily Signal that seemingly showed 3 separate analysts coming to this conclusion. I wanted to find this article and see for myself. Strangely, however, there is no article like this at all on the Daily Signal, and they have over 16,000 results when you search for Trump signature. But going back through to the date the letter became available, there aren't any that reference signature analysis. So maybe we're just dumb and we can't find it, but digging some more, what I think she may have been trying to reference was an article from the Daily Wire, which claimed that the Wall Street Journal Epstein letter was the polar opposite of Trump's writing style, according to 3 forensic analysis. You know, the Daily Wire. Very centrist, very unbiased. So let's assume the Daily Wire had some reputable experts conduct the analysis. We should not discount it just because of the...
We got here first. We did it. No, she's right there.
Good morning, guys.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
It's a cold that settles in the bones. Even a small distance can feel vast.
The penis-sucking nature of the publication. Oh, wait a second. Turns out they had 3 leading AI research systems conduct the analysis, and they unanimously agreed that there was an extremely low probability that it was authored by Trump. Are you kidding me right now, dude? What? You had AI do it. Oh, so with this knowledge, let's look back at the statement that Leavitt had made and we'll compare it to the truth. She claimed that it was the Daily Signal that published the article, a site that's already pretty far right-leaning. It was not. It was the Daily Wire, an even further right-leaning outlet. She then said it was an article that published the findings of 3 forensic analysts who agreed it absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. But in reality, it wasn't 3 forensic analysts. It was in Grok AI. Or probably not even Grok, dude. It was... I don't even know what's the worst AI. I can't even think of them. It was 3 AI tools. So this just in, Caroline Leavitt, also a bitch like Pam Bondi. So they didn't analyze the signature, they analyzed the writing style, and they didn't find that it absolutely wasn't his. They found it was a very low probability. Oh my God. There is a big difference between absolutely wasn't his, 0%, and very low probability. Like, a lot of difference. Like, so much, dude. Like, if you were to say, there's a 0% chance you're going to die today, I'd be like, okay, I'll sleep tonight. And then if someone said, if I heard a voice in my head, there was a very low probability you'll die today, I'd be on edge, dude. You know why? Because there's a chance. Obviously. What's a low probability? Less than 50. Okay, there you go. So, in essence, Caroline Leavitt really heavily invited a handwriting expert to analyze the signature by just spreading a bunch of misinformation and being a total dumbass, doofus, idiot, propagandist freak. This is America, all right? This isn't communist China. We don't do that. Well, we do that, actually. I'll correct myself. But the people of America are very proud because we feel like we don't do that. But we do, though. We do it just as much as everybody else. But, like, we don't think we do. Oh, I farted. So yeah, a real expert analyzed the signature, not the contents of the letter, not the writing style, and they reported that the signature absolutely is Donald Trump.
The signature that came up last night purported to be Donald Trump. I can absolutely say it is Donald Trump, but it's very much the signature that Donald Trump had in the early 2000s as opposed to his signature now.
Real specialty title, graphologist Emma Bach conducted this analysis, and she's been working as an expert since 1989, according to her website. She'd done work for Google and has had her work appear on TV and in true crime documentaries. Not that appearing on screen magically makes your work bulletproof, but she's earned the trust of many conglomerates, companies. She's a more trustworthy person than, let's say, Caroline Levitt. It's not a difficult conclusion to come to, and I feel like anyone with a low probability of a working brain could probably look at the signature in the birthday book and the signatures that Donald Trump has written on other letters and just be like, yeah, that's probably him, for sure. It looks like his whack-ass weird signature. So yeah, that makes sense. But what about the contents of the letter itself? We couldn't trust AI to analyze the contents, so maybe we could try letting AI analyze the contents again and hope for a different result? That's the solution. On Twitter, at least. Grok was asked by a Twitter/X user who hasn't lost all critical thinking skills to see if Trump has ever used the word enigma since it's used in the letter. Grok finds there is no record of him using the word enigma in writing or speaking. The reason we use this example is that Donald Trump Jr. quoted this post in a post to prove that this couldn't possibly be his father's work, saying, "My father has a very specific way of speaking, and in 47 years, I've never seen him doodle once." Now, we know we can set aside the claims of the no doodling because we know Trump is a prolific doodler, okay, guys? Because that for sure is false. And aside from the fact that it's sad that in 47 years of being alive, he's never sat next to his son and drew with him, that's sad, that alone. But we'll ignore that. We're not going to humanize anybody in this video, except for the victims, obviously. Additionally, the claim that Trump never used the word enigma was debunked with a clip of Trump using it twice at a rally in Iowa.
Now, Carson's an enigma to me. I didn't say it. Carson's an enigma.
It was also used twice in a book that Trump co-wrote in 2004 titled Trump, How to Get Rich. So yeah, that's wrong. It's not the only example of him using terms and phrasing that are also present in the letter. In fact, many similarities have been found between the letter and Trump's writing style, which is apparently different from what's found in the letter, allegedly. And these are compiled by Judd Legume on Popular Information in an investigation comparing the two. And I'm a big Legume guy, so I'm gonna give old Judd a chance here. Judd's an interesting name. The first line of the letter, the part that is dubbed voiceover, says, "There must be more to life than having everything." This is a direct quote from a children's book, Higgledy Piggledy Pop, by Maurice Sendak. Maurice also wrote a book, We Are All in the Dumps with Jack and Guy, with a page that's critical of Trump depicting homeless kids in front of Trump Tower. Trump seems to obsess over any criticism he faces, so I'm sure this was an author he was aware of. At the end of the letter, Epstein is referred to as pal, which is a term Trump has used to refer to.
The Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your safety check. And your weekend getaway. It's more than an SUV. It's your choice. Equinox or Equinox EV. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hardee's Original Bag is back, now with even more full-size sandwiches to choose from. The new spicy chicken sandwich, hot ham and cheese, hand-breaded chicken tender wrap, or charbroiled double cheeseburger. Mix and match any two, with fries and a drink, just $6.99.
To Steve Witkoff in 2018, so he absolutely says that. He also used it to describe Phil Ruffin in 2011. The letter, if written by Trump, allegedly, also refers to himself in the third person, which is another Trump-style choice that he's shown in the past and was even made into a compilation 6 years ago by the Washington Post because of how strange it is to refer to yourself in third person. I'm not a very smart guy. It seems like this is just outright denial to try and save face, and there is no politician or party that represents you, okay? Because they're all full of shit. It doesn't matter what side of the fence they're on. If they've been in the game for a long enough time, they're full of shit. They're full of dookie, you know. They got about as much dirt as a flea market couch. So yeah, signature, allegedly legit. The writing style, allegedly legit now, allegedly legit. I've never heard him say enigma. Pal Enigma. I don't know, dude. How about this? How about the BS novelty-sized check. How about that? The $22,500 check written to Epstein for the fully depreciated woman. Caroline was asked about this at another press conference, and her response was, "Did you see the signature on that check? It's not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely the president did not say that. Did not sign that at all. I asked AI.
I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign that check.
Now, just in case she's unaware, that is a novelty-sized check, not a normal piece of paper. Just because Trump's rich doesn't mean all of his checks are that big. I would say, because I'm a person who thinks the movement to sign your name is going to be vastly different when signing a gigantic check as to when you sign a small, normal check. One is the length and width of a grown man's thigh. So yeah, probably not gonna be a typical signature. Also, it's a novelty-sized check. They're not even real. It's just like a thing. Why would they put that in the birthday book? If not as a funny joke. It's obviously clearly a joke amongst good pals. Good enigmatic pals. I don't think it needs to be a perfect signature to hand over to the bank. It's just a symbolic deal. It's just symbolic of a deal that's made between a couple of people. So anyways, even if it was all just a joke, the fact that it exists and the reasoning behind it is a major red flag regarding the relationship between the current president of the United States of America and Jeffrey Epstein. If they're joking about selling women when one of them is literally guilty of selling and trafficking women, it's f***ed up. They denied that he wrote the letter, then when it matches his writing and word choice in the past, they deny that he wrote the signature, and then it was found to be a match by a handwriting expert, and they deny that the check has his signature on it when it's 20 times larger than a normal signature, so of course it's not going to be a one-to-one. So let's suspend disbelief for a second and say that these are forgeries. It is fake. So in this case, we're assuming that the only person who's been lied and slandered about in the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book is Trump. Out of 238 pages, 3 are completely fabricated magically. You know, I'm not so sure about that. And also, if it was fabricated and it was a Democratic hoax, why didn't the Democrats use it to win the election last year? I just don't understand how this works, really. What's the end game here? If this was planted to make Trump look bad, when did they plant it? Was it planted 20 years ago, just waiting to see the light of day and make Trump look bad? Was it planted right before it was sent to the Wall Street Journal and the Oversight Committee? Like, the only way that any of this is bullshit and is fake is if there are people literally faking stuff the moment before all this comes out, and it didn't exist before Trump was elected in the last, like, it. But all this, nothing's changed though. It's all the same stuff we're seeing. We're just seeing more of it released. So I don't know. I do know that the answers that have been given are simply unsatisfactory to address the criticisms over the letter correctly, and the check being present in the birthday book at all. Any of this being present, none of the things that have been said make me think, well, I trust them. Most of the reasons given for why it couldn't be true have just been completely proven wrong. So what's next? I mean, what else is there? Just spam that line, dude. It's a hoax. It's a hoax. It's a hoax, man. It's a hoax.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. Democrat hoax that never ends.
The hoax was explained more by Speaker Mike Johnson in the same speech in which he stated Trump was an FBI informant, because continuing to call it a hoax is just drawing more backlash for them. So apparently their argument is being mischaracterized by the media. I feel bad for them. One could argue that mischaracterization is happening on both sides, like using incorrect information from the wrong website to prove the wrong point. It's pretty exhausting. I'm gonna be real. I need to lay down and roll around for a little bit or something like that. You guys ever lay on the floor? Anyways, in the statement from Mike Johnson, he says that when calling it a hoax, what Trump is referring to is Democrats using the situation to attack him.
Trump called it a hoax yesterday.
What Trump is referring to is the hoax that the Democrats are using to try to attack him. He has never said or suggested or implied. I've talked to him about this many times, many times.
He's not saying that what Epstein did was a hoax, because that's what it seemed like he was saying to me, but I'm glad Mike Johnson cleared that up. When Trump heard about the unspeakable evil from Jeffrey Epstein, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, according to the cronies. Although earlier in this video, we did point out 3 separate stories that were given officially by official channels for why Epstein was kicked out or why Trump was no longer fraternizing with him, which was then denied and confirmed, denied and confirmed. Anyways, Trump feels great sympathy for these victims, these women. Why else would he have been an FBI informant to try and take them down? Try to take the whole thing down. He was a hero.
He is horrified. It's been misrepresented. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Oh, okay, guy. Okay. Oh, Speaker Johnson, I get it now. Trump is actually part of the solution, not part of the problem. Yeah! That was my impression of J.D. Vance, understanding the story, the reality. When Trump talks about a hoax, according to Mike Johnson, he's talking about Democrats' impure motives. They're using this now to take Trump down when they never did anything in the time that they controlled the White House.
What he's talking about is the Democrats who are doing this with impure motives. If they cared so much about this, why didn't they do something during the 4 years of the Biden administration when the Biden DOJ had all the records? They didn't say a word about it.
Aren't they literally saying that the signature is fake, the letter is fake, and the check is fake? That is pointing to physical documents as being fake, not just the way that they're being used. So that's confusing. It doesn't make sense. We do have to follow up on some of these points, though. First of all, there's a supposed compassion and sympathy that Trump feels for the victims. Johnson said that he would likely even meet with them.
Should he meet with the victims? Should he meet with the victims?
I suspect he probably will. Yeah, he has great compassion for them. The president has a very compassionate heart. He hates the fact that these women suffered those harms. He hates what Epstein is accused of and who he was.
Well, luckily, victims of Epstein were gathering outside of the White House demanding transparency. So they were right outside. All Trump had to do was invite them in or go out there. Nope. Unfortunately not. That didn't work. While Trump was making a spectacle of going to a seafood restaurant in D.C., he was asked directly if he would meet with the victims on the 9th. And this was 4 days after the Mike Johnson statement said he probably would, and Trump responded saying, "Nobody has suggested that, and I haven't even thought about that."
So will you meet with the Epstein victims? Do you plan to meet with?
I don't know about nobody suggested that.
But would you be open to doing
certainly I don't like that whole situation with respect to anybody being abused or hurt, but I haven't even thought about that.
I love reading quotes of Trump. It's so funny. He's just like, what? He runs the whole country, man. It's crazy. This is the second time. Like, I kind of get it, the whole business thing, and you gotta run it like a business and stuff, but this is just, come on. I don't know. Anyways, did Johnson make a wrong assumption that Trump would? Was he just saying something he had no insight into to try and make Trump seem more like a good, sympathetic guy? Was he lying, potentially? The same day, Caroline Leavitt was asked more about the hoax, and she reiterated that the hoax is the narrative that's being spun, not the documents themselves. The hoax is apparently Democrats pretending to care about victims, and even calls the ones gathering outside the White House political props.
What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the president of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction.
I'd call these people cold and calculating, but none of their answers match up at all. They're just cold and dumb. Johnson says that Trump is sympathetic and will probably meet with the victims, and Trump says he's never heard that idea, and it seems like he won't, to be honest. And then we had the press secretary calling victims political props instead of trying to be more sympathetic to Epstein victims. It's just, I don't know, people bitch so much on the right about being called Nazis and racist and all this stuff. And they're like, it's just, you're using words to devalue, you're just trying to immediately throw my argument out immediately. It's a Democratic hoax. You're a Democrat. You're a Democrat. It's the same thing now. It's all the same shit. It makes me feel at peace, in all honesty, because I can just walk away. I can make this video get fired up for an hour, have a bunch of people get fired up with me on the internet. We can all kind of I don't want to say bitch and moan together, but we can share in something that's important and we can walk away. Make sure we know and just remember it. Remember it when we vote. Remember it when we are considering even running ourselves for a local office. And there's a way to change all this stuff, and it takes a long time, and you can't get distracted. You can't get distracted from this stuff. You can distract yourself on purpose, but you have to remember things like this. You cannot forget things like this. You can't be won over by promises, and it's going to be really difficult, but I think it's got to start at a local level, though, to be honest with you guys. I think it's got to start at a local level, but anyways. What the fuck am I talking about? I have no idea. They can't make up their minds about what stance to take. They're running around with their heads cut off. Something is said like an absolute fact. For example, Trump doesn't doodle. Then he's a doodler of the highest degree. And his doodles are awesome and they've been sold at auctions. Everything gets walked back. Even the claim that he was an FBI.
Webster Store.
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Webster Store.
15 non-wobble.
Webster
Store. Lights.
Webster Store.
Where are we going to find all this stuff?
I already ordered it.
Huh? All of it?
Webster Store for whatever your restaurant needs.
FBI informant was walked back by Mike Johnson when it spurred backlash online after people said you need to have seen or participated in a crime in order to be able to inform on it. That's the joke. That's the funny part about all this stuff. It's like, he's an FBI informant. Oh, you mean like he's undercover? He's an undercover pedophile? Is that what you mean? Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson? You mean he's an undercover pedophile? Human trafficker. Thank you, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. In walking back his claim that Trump was an FBI informant, he says that what he meant was that Trump was one of the only people willing to help law enforcement.
He was one of the only people, one of the only prominent people, as everyone has reported, not President Trump, but everybody about him, that he was willing to help law enforcement go after this guy who was a disgusting child abuser.
So he may have used the wrong terminology, but that's what he meant by his words. All right, guys, there's an ocean of difference between being willing to help the law enforcement and being an FBI informant. It's also so easy to say now, 20 years after the fact, that you were willing to help back then. It's a lie. It's just not true. But it is such a massive and impactful statement to make and then walk back when you're the Speaker of the House, third in line for presidency in the event of a tragedy. Like that's crazy. Congressman Jared Moskowitz even brought it up in a move to pressure House Judiciary Committee Republicans to see if the FBI should be questioned to see if it's true, because he's just lying. He's an FBI informant. Whatever his name is, Mike Johnson, Big Mike. Aren't they not allowed to lie? Isn't that like the whole thing? I swear to uphold the Constitution. What are you talking about? You lie. You tarnish our rights, our amendments, you sycophant. You're a freak. You're a freak. You're not like us. You're an ugly actor. You're on pills. And not the fun ones either, like vitamins or whatever. This story has never been more convoluted and obfuscated than it is right now, and it is incredibly damaging to public confidence, the confidence we have in our leaders, the confidence victims have in general. How can we trust them to have our best interests at heart if we can't even be sure they're fully committed to transparency around the most notorious sex trafficker that has ever existed in American history? Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed, press the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'll see you in the next one. Go to all my other channels, go to the Gump Club to watch behind the scenes videos and content and uncensored videos and shit. I'll see you guys in the next one.
The Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your safety check. Bro. And your weekend getaway. It's more than an SUV.
Our main story tonight concerns gangs, something Tampa police once warned teenagers about like this.
Think it's cool to be a baller, shot caller?
Hello everybody, welcome back to the podcast. Today's guest, we have Boogie2988. Please welcome in. You can come in now, please sit in the middle. For today's co-host, please welcome Vara Flooring. Welcome in, Vara Flooring. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, man. Nice to be here. This is different.
Different from your normal shows, I guess?
Yeah, I'm kind of used to like studios and stuff, set dressing and stuff like that. This is different.
Yeah, so just to give a little context, I actually, and Viral Flooring, came out to Arkansas to interview Boogie. And in case anybody doesn't know you, can you just pull the mic a little close to yourself and introduce yourself? Also, firstly, congratulations on becoming a millionaire.
Thanks. I'm no longer a millionaire.
Could they have him talking to the mic or turn on his mic, whatever the fuck's going on?
Congratulations, regardless.
I don't know if it was Disneyland or hookers, but it was some got me.
You were a millionaire at some point, right?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Nice to. You're who?
Viral Flooring.
Viral Flooring?
Yeah.
What the fuck's what's he viral for?
He makes floors viral. He does flooring. That's my manager, by the way, and the co-host for the episode.
Okay. Did you want to?
30 seconds
you get closer if you wanted, or you could come, around, or.
My journey.
Just make sure you have the mic close to you while you're talking.
All right.
Stuff, yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And introduce yourself in case anybody doesn't know you.
Yeah. I'm old school YouTuber, Boogie2988. You might know me from my Francis sketches back in the day. Kind of famous for liking Mountain Dew and being fat. Or you might know me for other infamous reasons like gambling away all my money on crypto or faking cancer.
Let me ask you a question. Are you trying to lose weight to become healthier?
Yeah. I used to be about 600 pounds, and now I'm down to 335. So I've lost like a couple hundred. I've lost a couple of you at this point.
What's the point if you'll be dead from cancer soon anyway?
So the cancer's not exactly cancer.
Oh, what is it?
It's a blood disorder, more of a blood disorder kind of thing. So I was kind of confused.
How do you get those two confused?
I'm an idiot. There's one called.
So then you didn't fake it. You must have made a mistake.
So there's polycythemia, and then there's polycythemia vera.
Right.
And then I got told I have polycythemia, and then I Googled that, and I thought it was the other one.
Oh, you thought you had cancer and nobody told the doctor who told you.
My doctor told me.
The doctor told you you don't. There's no reason to go online and say you do, and then you looked it up yourself and made the decision.
And then I went to the doctor and I'm like, hey, so what's the deal? And he's like, well, we got to treat you for this shit. And I thought it was super serious, right?
Right.
And like the cancer has like a 20-year prognosis anyway, but it mostly just comes down to the fact I'm stupid.
Right.
And then I ran to the internet for pity points as soon as I Googled it. I was like, hey, everybody feels sorry for me because I'm a emotionally manipulative shithead.
And are you an emotionally manipulative shithead? You saying that in and of itself is sort of manipulative. You're trying to come off as self-aware right now.
I'm trying to get better.
That's also like
that's hard.
I feel like it's hard to determine with someone like you what's true and what's false.
Yeah.
Because when a manipulative guy says they're manipulative, that is manipulative.
Right. As a general rule, you should never trust someone like that. That's probably.
This is also manipulative.
It is. Everything I say.
Everything you say is dishonest.
Will be either dishonest, have a goal. This is narcissism 101, right? Everything I say or do will have like a goal behind it. It'll be manipulative.
This is still
in some
manipulative.
Way.
Now you're trying to come off as self-aware and agreeable, but
the best thing
you'd seem more honest if you started arguing with me. If anything, that might be a better play for next time.
I'm not a narcissist, then, motherfucker. How about that? What the hell? I mean, I'll eat dinner.
When you're watching the other football but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about the game? You can just ask Google all of that at once. Oh, so that's it.
Get ready with me as I go out for the first time in forever. I've got a content creation business, which legal.
I ain't gonna throw away a good stage. Shit.
Well, you mentioned one time you went on a podcast and they didn't feed you.
Yeah, Ethan Klein, man, 3 times. I tried to get him to take me to dinner 3 times. Wouldn't feed me.
Well, I just didn't want to make the same mistake. You know, it's obvious that when somebody does a podcast, you need to feed them.
I get hangry.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that must be a constant thing for you, right?
Yeah. Well, less so once I started injecting myself with medication. Oh my God, fuck the steak. That's way better. Holy shit.
You want to move on that quickly?
Yeah, well, dessert's better than protein, right? Like, that's healthy, this is unhealthy, right?
I mean, it still might taste better than that. I don't know.
No.
Well, you do whatever you like. I mean, I think you to your heart's content, you'll be dead from I can't. You'll be dead from polio vera soon. So.
You can't have gluten?
I'm trying to eat healthier. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not.
Yeah, I can tell. You seem very excited. I mean, do you not get to have this food at your house recently? You've been struggling money still, or?
You know, I'm trying to like do better and eat less and have like healthier food in the house and like bananas and fruit and like proteins and weight loss shakes and shit. And then I just leave and go to Starbucks and get like croissants instead.
Right.
But I can't have this in my house. When it's in front of me, I'm gonna eat it.
And going back to that thing about you being a manipulator and you should never trust someone like you, is God keeping you alive to punish us?
God only takes the good ones. The rest of us are here to suffer. So if you're still here, that might say something about you as well.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm such an honest guy. I feel like I'm known as such a cool, honest Abe.
You're an honest Abe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I Googled you. I don't know much about you. But yeah, that's the one thing that came up. You were like always honest, always true.
That's exactly what it said when I Googled you. It said, feel bad for the guy. I didn't know how to interpret that.
That was just my whole YouTube shtick for like 20 years.
It wasn't a shtick though, that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it was and it wasn't. Like,
it's like a disorder.
I got on YouTube originally to like be the butt of the joke, right? Because I was like 600 pounds and fat and stupid. If you go back and watch my early videos, that's all it was. It's like eating french fries and making fun of myself.
Right.
But then I made this draw my life video and it went mega viral. And I started getting all these like free pity points and shit. And I got addicted to it, dude. Like, I made so much money off of it. People like were so nice to me, and I liked it, so I just kept doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Sent by one every
He has the
year.
most iconic Patreon shoutouts.
Once you
Not
get
gonna
to
lie.
like 18, they stop being attractive.
I should have gotten an assist for that.
Right. At that point, I'm more of a Leonardo DiCaprio type, and less of a like a Donald Trump type. So I'm 20, 25. That's my demographic.
2020 people born this year.
I trade them in at 25, 26.
You're attracted to what, like people who are born?
It's easier to groom if they're zero. It's easier to groom them if they're zero. Start fresh, right?
I think you're being honest. I don't think you're manipulating right now. I think this is honest. Unless you want to say that it's a triple team. Level 1 is honest, level 2 is trying to seem like you're joking, and level 3 is you're honest, but you know it'll seem like you're joking, but you're truly honest.
What if, and this is closer to the truth, I'm trying to see how the joke lands or see how the manipulation lands. And if it doesn't land correctly, then I say it's a joke.
I think in concept you're not so stupid that you can understand how doing something like that could be beneficial, but I don't think you're able to truly act in a smart sense.
Right, well, I'm not that intelligent, right? Oh, shit. Dude, if I knew there was going to be as good of a meal, I would come hungry.
You're not hungry right now?
Well, I did have like a case of Mountain Dew on the way up.
A case of, but a diet one, so you're on it.
Yeah,
I don't even want to touch
my
it.
fiance, she won't
Oh, really?
She's like,
And I have a question about your fiance.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Is it possible your girlfriend is just a gold digger hoping that when you die she can inherit your massive debt?
I plan to bankrupt that bitch when I die. She will live
How
in
does that
debt
work? Yeah, I didn't
forever.
understand that, because usually when a very young girl dates a very fat, old, on the way to death man, it's like you think that they have something. I mean, is the whole thing a lie? Do you have a bunch of money and you only told her? Like, really, why is she in a relationship with you?
I mostly trauma bonded her. Just classic manipulation 101. She's not smart enough to get it. So.
Yeah, but if you're telling her this, then why doesn't she?
Oh, she's not smart enough to believe me.
But you just did a wink. So what was that?
Well, I want to make sure I still get laid tonight. She's over there.
She is behind the camera right now. I don't. So she would be offended by you saying something like this?
She's never offended by anyone, honestly. She's kind of.
So I understand she's just like a shell of a human, just like.
Yeah, right. Well, what soul she had when I met her, I consumed.
You like physically ate it, or?
I tried. It's really hard to get spread on a crack.
But really, in a serious manner, really, why is she in a relationship with you? I know the trauma bonding thing probably is true, but I mean,
all jokes aside, okay.
She's stupid?
No, all jokes aside, I did a shitload of mushrooms. And a lot of it allowed me to become a little more self-aware about what a piece of shit I am. And I started working on it. And there's money. I didn't know I was getting paid for this.
You're not getting any money for this. That's my manager with my money.
I could really use some money, though.
We're aware of that. I mean, this isn't on you. He's actually insulting me, but go ahead.
But anyway, I kind of felt like once I started releasing a lot of that shit and trying to get better, the universe started rewarding me. Like I have a podcast, All Cal Live, does pretty well
Right.
these days. Keemstar started working with me, which is him really slumming, right? Like he dipped all the way down into the fucking
Right.
gutters to pull
So
me a
you
dirty
did
out.
mushrooms, and the universe decided to reward you with a schizophrenic girlfriend and getting to work with Killer Keemstar.
I didn't say it was a great reward. Working with Keem is fun.
It almost seems like an insult. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
like
I mean, I'd rather won the lottery, but working with Keem, Keem's a good guy. People are really.
I'm not
compared
insulting
to
Killer
me. Compared
Keemstar.
to
He's
me.
a legend. I
Compared
used
to
to
me.
watch him back when he was on that live streaming website like 20 years ago. I don't know why he doesn't stream on it anymore.
You know you're in Arkansas, right?
Me?
I was worried Frank Hasso was going to be here, if I'm being honest with you.
We paused HelloFresh a while back.
We wanted more variety.
Now we have our pick from over 100 chef-tested recipes.
Oh, yeah, this is. Oh, God, what? What the fuck is that? You're getting it on the food, dude. When you're getting it, don't spray the food.
He's bringing you more right now, by the way. Oh, he took away the salad.
Are these dog bones? Are these? Oh, did you see that?
Did you know
Good
that
girl.
when...
Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
Yeah, leading into the next question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that when you were 30, your girlfriend wasn't born yet?
When I started my YouTube channel, she was 1.
Wow. I mean, really, are her parents fucking raging?
They were at first, actually, yeah. 100%.
Now they understand. Now they're like, we understand it. We learned a little bit more about your 50-year-old boyfriend, and he's an amazing guy
I'm
from everything we read
51.
online.
I'm 51.
Oh, okay.
To be very honest, I'm older than her mother, which is real awkward because she calls me son now. It's real fucking weird.
Right. So as I said, I mean, why did they change their minds? They're like, we read about you online. We could tell you're just a good guy.
They saw my house. I think it was mostly they saw my house, and they were like, "Wow, this is a really nice house."
They
He
saw
must
your
be
house
doing
that
okay
you,
for
that
himself.
you don't own because you're in like debt, or I don't
Hey, I paid more than half of it.
So who's paying the other half? Your girlfriend? Who's
No,
like, what,
it's,
12 years
we
old?
haven't started her own yet. She'll pay the other half on the backside. I had to pay the first half.
Okay, so her parents.
Oh, old fan. Sorry.
No. So her parents started to like you because they realized that you made bad financial investments. I don't understand it.
You know what it actually is they were easily manipulated. And you know, honestly, truthfully, I just met him and had dinner with him, and her father threatened to kill me, and I took that well.
Right.
And I think from that moment forward, we kind of became friends. He gave me the classic. He's older. The father's older than me, for the record, by the way. He about 10 years older than me. He told me if I hurt her, he'd kill me, and I believed him. So from that, but if you don't say
And
that,
I
when
wish he would have done it.
Oh,
Am I allowed
come
to say that?
on. You can. You recommend a guillotine instead of a gun, though?
What?
That's an inside joke. You won't get it.
I don't get it. Is
I
that
feel
like
you
an
don't get a
online
lot of
thing,
these.
or?
It's a district thing. It's a local live thing. Check out the podcast. Local live.
We don't do self promo, so I'm gonna bleep that out.
We're gonna blur my shirt too.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We don't do promo here. It's not allowed.
Alright, that's fine. Okay.
Why did people call you a scammer after you released a cryptocurrency called Fatty Coin on Pump.Fun for 5,000 undisclosed dollars?
So, I'm always really mad at that, actually.
Right.
Because if you go watch the video I made, I said if you invest in... You feed your guests well.
Yeah, I did. I didn't want to make the same mistake that
I'm
guy
still
made.
mad
It's
at
three.
Ethan Klein. He did not provide a spread like this. If you watch the video I made about Fatty Coin, I said
Right.
if you invest in it, you would lose your money, and the people invested in it, and they did.
Yeah, but you still understand that you made a video where you were dressed as Andrew Tate, right?
Oh yeah, it was funny.
So you were making it seem like a joke. So it's like if I made a video where I was holding a gun up to my head and said, "Hey, if you don't subscribe, I'm gonna shoot myself," and then if somebody didn't, I really did, and
Well, I
I tried to
understand.
blame them.
I understand that now. I understand that now.
You understood it then.
I just really wanted the money. They gave me $10,000 to promote their coin, so I did.
I thought it was 5,000.
It was 5,000 up front. It was 5,000 in the back end.
I know, but did they actually give you the other 5? I thought they never gave it to
They
you.
really did. They actually offered me more money to do it a second time, but because my podcast was doing well, I said no.
Right, but you would have done it otherwise.
Yeah, I would have been desperate for money. I would have done it. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm actually a supporter of crypto scams. I don't really feel bad for anybody in that space.
Yeah, me either. I'm sorry. 100%
But
that's true.
But I was
100%.
gonna say that also includes you. You lost what? $750,000 in crypto.
So my original buy-in was $250,000, $250,000.
Right.
And then I got as high as 800,000.
Right.
And then one morning I woke up and it was back down to like 300,000. And dude, I hate Taco Bell. Get that shit out of here. Get that. I hate Taco Bell, dude. I've already shit myself once today. I can't do it again. No. Bad jihadist. I don't know what your deal is. Thank you.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
What was I saying?
Yeah, go ahead. Was something about crypto?
So I got up to like 800,000, and then like one morning I woke up and it was back down to like 300,000.
Yeah, I don't think it
didn't
would
put
be
a
fair
sell
to say
order.
you lost 800 because I think it's stupid to claim somebody.
Yeah, I was more like, in the end.
I think it's reasonable to say you lost about 500,000.
Well, so in the end, I cashed out at about 71,000. So I guess
Okay, only like
technically-
400,000 or something like
Yeah,
that.
right. If this is cold, dude, you better microwave it. This is even Ethan Klein with me.
He didn't give you shit.
Oh, that didn't hit it.
I got a hat. I got a Teddy Fresh hat.
Okay, well.
He wanted to give me a shirt,
Are
but
you
none
doing
of them fit
self-promo
me.
for him right now? I'm bleeping it out.
Oh, we have bleep that out. I want to self-promote Ethan Klein. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so now I'll keep it in. Anyways, how about you eat that?
I did. I tried that. It was excellent. What about this?
I mean, I'm not gonna
Well,
eat food
try
right
it.
now.
Why?
Because you touched it with your mouth and you have.
I haven't touched that hat. I don't really touch it.
Oh, that good. I heard that. Who are you whispering to? You think I'm? Anyways, yeah, I don't understand why people got upset with you. Yeah, I never got it. You
I
call
got it.
yourself the modern day Andy Kaufman.
No.
Did you know he was joking?
No. Number one, no. I thought he was an asshole until I saw the movie. Number two, I said
So
I was.
you liked Andy Kaufman when you didn't realize he was a comedian.
I liked it with just bullying people.
Man, so. Right. You still talk to your parents?
They don't talk back.
Why not?
They're dead.
Oh, that's sorry, I didn't know that. But they must have been cool to you when you were younger.
You know, you don't get people like me through love and support.
No, I don't agree. They must have
You
been
don't.
supportive of it. This is what you get.
No.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here. Get our best deal before it's gone for just $29.99 per month. Get free premium Wi-Fi and free expert installation. Frontier Fiber, good to go.
Their pasts linger, their legs still heavy. Does misfortune hold them back, or does it light a fire in their heart?
Don't coddle your children. Don't coddle your children.
Did you know that if you eat too much, you'll gain weight?
I learned that the hard way. I figured that one out.
But you didn't know that beforehand. Like that. At what age did you learn that? Were you always fat?
48.
48 years
48
old.
or
Just
so.
a couple of years ago?
Yeah. No, I was always fat. I started putting on weight when I was like 5. Yeah. And then I just kind of always thought that's how it had to be. Thought I was just always going to be fat no matter what I did.
You were right.
Yeah.
You were about to go into a dialogue of how you could have changed it, but
No,
wrong.
No, I could have been less fat. I could have been less fat. Though I will say, 600 pounds was kind of like a fucking. That's pretty cool, right? If you're gonna do it right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
If you're gonna hit rock bottom, go all.
If you're gonna be 300 pounds, you might as well double it so you can't even get out of bed without shitting yourself.
Look, I know you're like 12 or whatever, but have you ever seen a movie back from the 90s called Fight Club? My girlfriend's never seen it. She's too young too.
Fight Club?
Yeah.
The one where the guy, what happens? He goes and he fights.
Right. Yeah. Well,
inside of a club.
Yeah. The message behind that movie.
I've seen the movie, by the way. It's the one where Jean-Claude Van Damme.
No, it's different. This one's the other sexy guy. The other guy I want to fuck, Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the movie.
Yeah.
But you know, Brad Pitt wasn't actually in the movie. It was the other guy.
It was the other guy, right? He imagined Brad Pitt. I forgot about that.
No, but Brad Pitt, he wasn't actually there because he wasn't real.
That's what I'm saying. He imagined.
Yeah, but Brad Pitt was. How could Brad Pitt act in the movie if he wasn't truly real in the movie?
Wait, is Brad Pitt not real at all?
No, he's real in real life, but he didn't act in the movie.
Wait a second.
That wasn't him in the movie. That was a fake guy for the movie.
Who did Angelina Jolie marry?
No, in real life he's real. I'm saying in the movie he wasn't playing in it.
Okay. I got the wrong message from Fight Club. I love sour candy. I'm gonna go.
You haven't been eating all of this food I've been giving you. You made it like a bit in the beginning. You took a bite. How about you?
Dude, it's going too fast. Slow down. I'm a buffet kind of guy. I've always been a binge and purge guy, not a just
go ahead,
straight up
continue
binge
eating,
guy.
please.
Thank you. Jesus Christ, man.
Finish what you're saying.
Give me time. Give me time. Sorry, I'm getting a little lightheaded, dude. Can I get some water? Do we have water? Can you grab that water for me? No, I can't.
You have a Mountain
That's
Dew.
not gonna make me feel better. It's fine. Sorry, I get a little lightheaded.
Is that because you realize you shouldn't be 300 pounds? You'll go all the way to 600, and now the consequence is you're lightheaded.
Yes, 100%.
Right.
A lot of heart issues. So, but not cancer. So there's that.
Damn it!
I know, right? Life is unfair. Life is so
I
unfair.
hope there's one sneaking up on you.
Well, you never know. You
Yeah.
never know. That shit can be in you right now. We could all, in this room, all have cancer right now.
No, just you, I hope. And you too.
Why her?
Because, I don't know.
Why her?
She must be a bad person, honestly.
Hey.
There must be something wrong with her.
I already gave her AIDS.
I mean, I was about to make the comment that nobody would sleep with you for you to get AIDS, but obviously, you.
Yeah.
found a way
I
to
paid
do
for
that.
it. I paid for it. I paid for the hookers.
Go ahead. You haven't been eating anything. I'm a little disappointed.
Dude,
you just ate
dude,
two sour
I can
candy.
only eat so much, dude. Like, seriously, like, give me a. Is any of this poisoned?
I mean, I want you dead, but I won't do it myself.
Okay,
I don't want to go to jail.
You shouldn't do that kind of thing on camera, right?
I mean, you. I don't know. It's like the N-word. So yeah.
Do you know my quote about the N-word?
Yeah, you shouldn't say it on camera.
Yeah, well, it's basically that. I said,
That's my quote as well. I've been saying the
Really?
same thing for a while.
Well-
I don't know if I said it first or you said it. I've been saying that for years.
Trust me, I said it first. You weren't
Probably,
born
yeah.
yet. You weren't even a twinkle in your daddy's eye yet. What is this? Is this? That's just manwich mix.
I mean, you seem like the guy who'll eat anything, so I guess I don't know. We
I
just
don't
went-
even get a can opener. Come on. No, I said in my documentary thing that I did a few years back. I said that if you say the N-word,
right,
in a closet in the dark, it holds no power. It's just a word. It's only when you use it in hate or on camera that it has an impact.
Yeah.
Ask Jimmy
What
Kimmel.
an excellent
Ask Jimmy
point.
Kimmel.
It's like saying that if you call somebody's mother a bitch, and they can't hear it, they won't be upset. But if you said it to their face, then
Bingo, exactly. It's
That's
all
a
about
meaningless
intent.
point.
No, it's
Obviously,
all
that's
about
the
intent.
dumbest-
It's all about how you use it.
No, that's not about how you use it. That's not.
Okay, well, let's. Okay.
No, that would be a
This
different
is-
point.
this-
That's like saying your
this
mother's
is
a
a
bitch.
fist.
versus your
This
mother's
is a fist.
No,
and now
you're
if I
completely
use it in
wrong.
hate, if I use it badly, right? I can use it to pick up food. I can use it to fucking throw this shit. I can do.
But yeah, but what you're saying
right?
doesn't make any sense in the first place.
It does, because if I hit somebody with my fist, then that's.
The Cowboys trading Micah Parsons to Green Bay.
Packers are getting a superstar.
You probably think that you are better now. You only say that.
Fuck off with the water. Man.
You have
Fuck
the
off with the water.
you have the sort of the right idea, but the whole thing is mixed up. But anyways, hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by Holston from Easy on Paul. I didn't understand what he meant, and I sort of wanted you to try to explain it to me if that would be possible.
Right.
I hate being alive. I hate being alive. I hate breathing. I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain. Help me. Help me. Help me.
At the time, I hated being alive.
Right.
And I was in a lot of pain.
From cancer.
Well, no, from my manipulation failing. And
so not physical pain.
No, emotional pain. And I thought if I suicide baited, I would be able to get back all the empathy that people used to give me.
So you were, I mean, you still are at the same level. You're just in a better position. It's not like you've gotten better as a person, actually. You're really willing to do anything. I mean, you're probably willing to, like, have sex with a dog or something, for example. Like, you'll go just about anywhere.
I have personal moral lines, right? I don't want to fuck a dog. I want to harm a child.
No harming children besides the 18-year-old,
I don't wanna,
the
like,
barely 18-year-old that I'm dating.
Dude, she's 22. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you didn't just start dating her.
You know, I started dating when she was 20.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not
dating
gonna
2
harm any
years.
children because, like, there's this weird, I guess,
Look,
look, 2.5 year
look.
gap
No,
there.
no, no, no.
She's
listen.
gonna become
no,
crazy
listen, motherfucker.
anyway, Joe.
Do you know in the United States, you know how when you can sign up for the army? Do you know how old you have to be? You have to be 18.
11.
No, you have to be 18.
Oh, it's 11 depending on
right?
the state.
Same thing as an. You have to be 18 to sign up for the army to start serving. Now, I think if you can take a bullet for Uncle Sam, you can take a load from me. That's the God's honest truth.
I would rather take a bullet, and I think most women would agree with that too. It's not even a gay thing.
I mean, yeah, most of them prefer the bullet. Yeah.
So
Most
what's
of them
yeah?
choose
Then
it.
what's the point of mentioning it? It's I mean, there's clear
The
differences.
point is
Most
that
people
once
would-
you
most
are
people would rather-
18,
hold on a minute.
you are allowed to make adult decisions. If the government says you're not allowed to make adult decisions and you can't sign up for the army, then I'll consider stop
Well, the
fucking
front-
21-year-olds, 22-year-olds.
You're saying that as if it's in your control. You have control of it with one of them, and that's about it.
I don't know, man. As long as you have money, you can pretty much fuck most people.
Yeah, but you're out of money.
I know, that's true. That's true. Are you are you paying me for this? He doesn't say much. Does he?
Do you think women should be alive?
Alive?
No, I read it
Women
wrong.
should be
I read it
alive?
wrong. Hold on.
No.
Do you think women should be allowed to drive those cars at the arcade, or is it too dangerous?
Well, I don't let her drive, because that is
Not a
definitely
real
too
car. That's obvious. I'm saying the
Um,
ones at the arcade, where you have the little steering wheel, and you see if you can beat someone in the game.
I mean, honestly, I don't trust most women with Mario Kart, and the goal of that game is to hit you. So, dude, Slim Chicken. Did you try this, Slim Chickens, while you've been in Arkansas?
Well, we just got you food. I didn't eat anything yet.
Dude, I'm okay. I'm not gonna touch it. But
No, it's
this
all
is-
yours.
No, but listen, this is like our. Oh, God.
Yeah, but you're not getting paid. They're a serious company. They have multiple chains. They wouldn't work with you.
I think I mentioned in a Stephen King book. Did you know that?
Stephen King?
They did. You know the writer,
The black guy or the white guy?
the white one.
I don't like either of them, to be honest.
You better do not want to pick somebody under that contract. Not on camera, right? Not on camera.
No, that'll do. Just the N-word's my
Where's
line.
the sauce, motherfucker? Did you not get Slim sauce?
It's very fresh.
It's very cold. Do you not eat good food? What do you eat? Like carrots and shit?
I only had enough money to feed you. I mean, look at. I mean, I just didn't know.
I mean, honestly, you're losing money on this one, for sure.
This cost
For
me a
sure.
lot of money.
Oh,
You would think the food here is sort of cheap, but I mean, wasn't that cheap. I mean, we got you a beautiful tomahawk steak that you're not eating.
Can we bag it up? Can we bag all this up?
I'm not gonna eat it. You already bit into it, so it's all yours. You
Alright.
can take all of this home.
Again, you pick something too healthy. This is.
That's
not-
too healthy for
yeah,
you?
Yeah, it's not self-destructive enough. I want to make sure I never see my dick again.
Hey, never pick a fight you can't win.
Would you have qualified for 2 animals on Noah's Ark?
I don't think they would have let me on the ark.
I was gonna say, thank goodness they didn't, because none of the other animals would have survived.
Are you? I would have ate. Well, I would only eat like one of the two.
No, not even eating them. I mean, it would have fucking sunk.
I would have eaten one of the. I would have eaten the females anyway. You want to see a trick I learned?
Okay.
Watch this.
Gonna be you able to drink a lot of it?
Meet Shock CryoGlow, the new med spa inspired mask with under eye cooling. IQ LED.
See? And now it's diet.
I can sort of sense what the problem is with you.
What?
You're retarded.
A little. A little. A little bit.
How many calories do you think you are?
All of them?
You, not how many do you eat?
All. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. 3,500 calories for a pound of fat. Weigh 30. Did you already do this math?
What 3,500 calories for a pound of fat? You burn 3,500 calories and you burn a pound of fat. I don't think it's you eat. I think you're getting this dramatically mixed up.
You might be right. Okay. Well, I'm going to say 1 million calories.
1 million?
1 million calories.
That's a massive overestimate. I mean, this chicken thing here, how many of these do you think you are? Like 1,000 of them?
That's about 90 calories right there. So
that's what I'm saying. You're not. I don't.
But
even
how
know.
much do you think 335 pounds of chicken is going to be calories? This is a lot. That's a lot more than this.
But it's also fried. But you're also pure fat.
My brain is fried. So it should be on your factory.
Why did you spend $200 on prostitutes? That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money for a person of color, actually.
I don't get it.
Can you bleep that one out?
Which one? What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
Good. I didn't hear me either.
I agree with what you said, by the way.
Good. What? That's just one of those quotes that I was famous for. One of those dumb things I said. God, dude. What, again? I showered before I got here.
You smell like shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude. Of course I do. I'm fat. Have you
to-
worked with any other fat people? Not the steak. Don't fucking ruin this.
You
dude.
said you didn't want it.
I said it was healthy. I was gonna eat it, dude.
See, you're in a position where you can't even defend yourself by getting up or anything.
Dude, I'm crippled, dude.
Yeah, but you just hit yourself with that, and maybe my manager.
Well, I don't care.
You punished yourself?
Did I not get you? Did I not get you?
You got me.
Did I not
You got me. You got me. You got me. Oh, yeah. I got soaking wet from that.
I learned that if I spit it directly at him, it's a crime. If I spit it in the air, that's assault. It's different.
Yeah,
I learned a lot about assault.
That's why you're a felon.
Exactly.
Because you don't understand how the law works.
Yeah.
What are your top 1,000 favorite foods?
All of them ranked by nothing spicy. I can't do spicy.
You don't like spicy food?
Yeah. It's anything spicier than buffalo chicken makes me shit myself. And I already do that enough.
There's a fly eating
I gotta
food,
change it.
Fuck!
Fucking audio quality is so bad.
Fucker! I don't share, motherfucker.
Are you that slow?
You mean retarded?
You know,
Or
I'm as
what
quick
kind
as
of slow?
Jean-Claude Van Damme, so I can get the fly in one
Get it!
punch. But now he's over there next to your retarded girlfriend.
Oh, dude, fuck off. Now, it's one thing to make fun of me. It's another thing to call her retarded. And even if she is, and she might be, I haven't had her tested.
Is her mother supporting this relationship? I know you mentioned her father earlier, but what was the mother's thoughts?
Well, her father's the one that's trying to kill me.
Yeah,
The
what about
mother,
the mother?
is all in on it. It's kind of amazing.
A terrible mother.
We text like every day, and like she's like, you know what? As long as you make her happy, I don't know why you make her happy, but you do.
That's a bad mother.
Well, every child wants their kid to be happy. She can't help the fact that her kid's happy being abused.
Maybe she can change. Well, no, that's not true. If your kid is happy by torturing animals, you got to change it up.
For who? Her or the animals?
That's
For
a
the
good.
whole world, that's a bad kid.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The fact that he's even like arguing against it a little is fucking wild.
You are in Northwest Arkansas. We torture
He's not
chickens.
not memeing
fucking
enough.
a
It sounds
million
like.
times a year. We feed. This is Tyson, the home of Tyson.
Yeah, but
distributed
that's
by
not
Walmart.
torture. I mean, maybe they're not giving
Yeah, you gotta go
the
to a
right
chicken
care.
plant.
They're
You
not
gotta go to Tyson. Mothership. Did you go to Rogan's place every now and again?
I was banned. Yeah, they banned me from the, I'm kicked out of that club. There's it's the wolf line virus. There's no other way to say it. Not only banned, a cease and desist order. Sure, Rogan can open a club. It's great. It was a matter of time. Wokeism has seeped into the club. The manager of the club, this is the key point, the manager is a far leftist. He is punished up.
I can't
he gives
believe
people timeouts. He banned a comedian for 3 months for a joke that I saw, and he called it problematic. These are woke leftist comedians, non-binary, trans, all of it. It's a circus there.
All right, so it looks like Joe Rogan's comedy club, The Mothership, went woke. This is hilarious. Apparently the far leftists have taken over and the woke mind virus has infiltrated the club. And now they're banning comedians who they disagree with politically, according to this comedian Tyler Fisher, who was part of the Austin comedy scene. Like, he's been on Rogan's podcast, he did Kill Tony, he recorded his special at the Mothership, and I think was a regular at his club. But then he was banned from the Mothership and Fox News, I think around 5 months ago, because he used to also make appearances on Greg Gutfeld. And he was originally based out of New York City, but the comedy scene there went too woke for him, and he claims he got canceled for being white. So of course when that happened, he went down to Austin, and Joe had him film a special at his club and had him on the podcast right away to talk about how he was canceled for being white.
At comedy clubs, you just start to hear people say, you know what, there's too many white guys. It became quite popular to just start to say, there's too many of you guys. So what do? We got to get rid of them. You know, the first time it happened to me, I was invited to do a podcast. She goes, I think this was after the George Floyd thing, maybe. And she goes, I can't have a straight white guy on anymore. And so that happened, and then it happened in another podcast. And then I had an acting agent who, whenever I would do stand, I used to host Mark Norman's show, Hot Soup. And all the agents would come, and no auditions. Is SNL coming to check me out? And he emails and he goes, it's too tough out there for white guys. He kind of was like, we're done here. Some more time went by, and then another manager scouted me, brought me in. It's called AGI Entertainment, I think. And he goes, dude, you're a killer. He goes, you got an acting resume? He goes, we're going to get you on Curb Your Enthusiasm, you know. And I was like, okay, maybe this is finally somebody who's got the balls to fight this shit. Months go by, he calls me and he goes, we hit a snag. He said, we can't have any more white guys, or we're not hiring white guys. We're not representing white guys. And I just was like, what the fuck is going on? How could you say that? My therapist goes, dude, you got to start recording this. You have to record this stuff, because it was happening every month. I got a commercial campaign. They go, you've been replaced with a black woman. He goes, you're the guy for the job. It was like a hosting thing where you got to do impressions. I was perfect for it. They replaced me. So I started, being prepared, and I recorded it, and I got it on tape. The independent run shows, there would be like no white people allowed shows. What? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I was at a club, and I did a spot. Guy goes, you going on the next show? And I go, yeah. He goes, I didn't know you were in the LGBT plus 2RQR community. And I go, what? He goes, yeah, it's only no straight people allowed. And I was like, fuck?
Yeah, so it's tough out there, and Tyler ended up suing one of the agencies that dropped him. And obviously Rogan, he just eats this shit up. He loves hearing stories like this. So Tyler, he thought he found an anti-woke comedy scene in Austin, but then he got canceled for allegedly harassing a woman at Fox News, and he got banned from there. So he claimed Fox went woke, and now I think he's planning on suing them. Then shortly after that, he was banned from the Mothership, I think because of the Fox News thing. And there's a post made about him on some app where someone claimed he harassed a woman at a comedy club. And apparently he's also always hitting on people in the lobby of the Mothership. So now the Mothership canceled him for being a straight white male, and now he's trying to expose the club for being woke, and I think he's contemplating suing too. So Rogan, he's definitely regretting taking this guy in. It's so funny, just a year ago, he was listening to him complain about how he's being treated unfairly for being a straight white male, and now he's complaining about Rogan's Club and Fox News basically doing the same thing. And it seems like it happens everywhere he goes. So there's kind of a pattern there, but of course Joe Rogan was too delusional to notice it, and now he's stuck having to deal with this guy. And apparently before this podcast, Tyler consulted with Jordan Peterson on what to do in this situation, and it sounds like Jordan's not really doing Joe any favors here, because he told Tyler the strategy is the truth. And of course, Tyler took that as, I need to talk about this. So he went on this podcast and ranted about it for an hour. And of course, he also recorded a phone call with the manager of the Mothership, like he did with the agent that fired him for being white.
I have a 45-minute HR conversation from the woke manager of the comedy club on tape. I've protected myself just like I did for my discrimination case. I was clued in that he was going to try to fire me, so I protected myself by recording the call, and thank God I did, because what is on, you wouldn't believe what's on there. He wouldn't tell me what I did wrong. He wanted me to give a false confession.
Dude, someone
Jordan
said...
Peterson, I had dinner with Jordan Peterson, and I like nearly broke down crying. I told him about both of these incidents, and he said, I'm not going to do the voice.
I'm going to hear it in the voice anyhow, but...
It's like, I'm not doing the damn voice. He said, there is no strategy, Tyler. The only strategy is the truth. And I was like, that's brilliant. Because I'm sitting here going, all right, I did this, I got the recording, I got everything. I'm like, just fucking tell the truth. Who gives a shit? Again, it was all so exciting when you get there, and it really was like, my God, it was so exciting. Like, I've been doing this 15 years. I was like, the mothership, I can say what I want, I can be myself. Like, and that is how I felt. I felt like, wow, this is family. I'm in the lobby. People are coming out to use the bathroom. They just saw me kill. We're joking around. I felt so comfortable. But again, when you have snakes in the grass and you have people with far left woke ideology, and they know I voted for Trump, and they know where I stand, and they know I'm pro Charlie Kirk and all, the reason goes out the window. You're an enemy, and we must get you out. You don't think a couple new comedians with, he, they pronouns in their bio are gonna try to, get you out so they can get some stage time? See, again, you have to understand the woke, you gotta be thinking in the mind of a schizophrenic person. They're not grounded in reality. If they decide you're evil, you're evil. Charlie Kirk's evil, he must be killed. And if they're not going to shoot you, they're going to assassinate your character.
Yeah, so what a turn of events. Apparently trans people took over Rogan's club and are banning Trump supporters. Maybe they'll eventually stage a coup and kick Rogan out too. I mean, it's so funny Tyler claims you can't be a Trump supporter there because the owner of the club, some would argue, is the reason Trump got elected. And also Tony Hinchcliffe performed at that rally. Most comedians there probably voted for him. So it's hard to believe Trump supporters aren't welcome there. And Rogan, he did a lot for this guy's career. But I think after the Fox News thing and some of the rumors and him allegedly hitting on women too aggressively in the lobby of the mothership, Rogan just thought he was too much of a liability and it isn't worth keeping him around. Which is kind of surprising considering Rogan lets David Lucas perform there, who's admitted to abusing a woman. And then also Brian Callen, who was canceled for sexual assault, but he's good friends with Rogan. They've known each other forever. And Rogan did put him in timeout for a little after those accusations came out. So he must just really not trust Tyler and thinks it's not worth the headache to keep him around.
So when I called Joe and I said, Joe, this isn't true. And he said, the only reason you're doing this after the shows is for chicks. He wasn't hearing it. Look, I love Joe. I really do. I really do. But he made up the decision. I'm not getting involved. You did this. We're not talking about it. Cut it out. And I said, look, that's not what I'm doing, but sure. I won't hit on women, whatever. I said, I'm not going to stop standing outside. I'm not going to stop thanking the fans. It's how I have a career.
Any number of women on any given night, probably some men too, who are in love with you because of who you are. Like not groupies.
I've had women grab my genitals. I've had women say, "Can I f you?" I have men doing that. I have men picking me up. The reason you haven't heard about this happened 5 months ago. The reason you haven't heard about, everyone knows about it, is because they know it didn't happen. Yeah.
And I would be shocked and appalled if it turned out that you are some sort of sexual degenerate that I never knew about.
I'm a very sexual person. I love sex. I love women.
And it's so funny at the end there, the host is like, I'd be shocked if you're a degenerate. And Tyler's like, listen, I love sex. I'm a very sexual person. It's probably not the best response to that. But also apparently fans keep harassing him in the lobby of the mothership. And that's not the first time a comedian's claimed to be harassed there. Also Kurt Metzger claims he was actually harassed by Tim Duncan in the green room of the mothership. I know that sounds insane, but Kurt seriously claims that happened. which I covered over on Patreon if you're interested. And I've also talked about how one time Rogan thought a woke reporter infiltrated his green room and flipped out.
It was
And I've
fucking
also
Channel
recently talked about how
5,
Joe's
Andrew
good friend Duncan
Callahan,
Trussell has
flip
been losing
shit.
his mind. And there are over 150 other exclusive videos on there, so if you like the channel, if you enjoy the content, make sure you check it out. It's definitely worth it. I'll put a link in the description.
We paused HelloFresh a while back.
We wanted more variety.
Now we have our pick from over 100 chef-tested recipes each week.
We didn't know home-cooked dinners could be this easy.
The cheeseburger's Jewish in that joke. No, okay. The cheeseburger is whatever type of cheeseburger you thought it was in your racist heart. Anyway, that's it. I just get online, read opinions from people. The news, like other news, is kind of like, this is the most divided this country has ever been. It's like with the red states and the blue states. It's like, why? Because we tweet at each other? You know we had a war, right? You know this country had a civil war? That was pretty divided. Like, at least nowadays we're communicating with each other. Back then, those guys they got the news like once a month. Some guy would come by on a horse and they were like, who's talking shit? And the guy was like, the South is talking shit. They were like, fuck that, I don't like that. Give me my gun, I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna walk down there for a month straight. Shoot the first fucking guy I see down there. That's how much. The Civil War was basically just the North just shooting racism out of the South. That's what happened. The North was like, South, fucking chill. And the South was like, no. So then a bunch of guys had to walk down there and shoot them a lot. And they were like, all right, we'll let them go. But we're not going to be nice to them for a while. Until we find out they're good at football and then roll tide. Hey, roll damn tide. I don't like Alabama football. I just watched this documentary on Alabama football. It's great. It's about, well, it's not, I don't know if you should say it's great, but it's about Alabama football. It's about when they desegregated their football team. So up until this point, Alabama football was just white. All right? And everybody down there was pumped on that. They would pack the stadium. Everyone would be like, look at all those whites running around, catching it. And look, I'm not knocking them too hard because I still have a little bit of that in me. You know, like if a white guy catches the ball on Sunday, I'm like, oh shit, go, 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 go. Ah, they got him. They got him. It's a tough run, a smart run. Heads up run there. But no, they took it too far. And so the documentary focuses on that. It focuses on Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant, legendary head coach. He was the head coach that brought the first black players onto the team. So the whole documentary is like celebrating Bear Bryant. They're like, fucking way to go, Bear. You did it. What a hero. And then you find out it was 1971. Yeah, well, a little late for high fives on this one, fellas. Holy shit, 71? Like we had been to the moon. There were literally people on the moon before Alabama had black guys in their secondary. Does anyone understand? There were white corners. White cornerbacks. You understand how preposterous that is? Some of you are too young to have ever even seen a white corner. They're extinct. They don't exist. There's two left at the San Diego Zoo, and they won't reproduce. You'll never see a white corner. But that's what happened. It wasn't like the reason they desegregated the team. That's what the documentary focuses on, which is great because it wasn't like, oh hey fellas, it's 1971. Maybe we should get with the times. What happened was Alabama scheduled USC, Southern Cal, Alabama was confident. They're like, oh, white boys are, we'll take on anybody. And then USC came down to Alabama with a bunch of black dudes from LA, just beat the fuck out of Alabama. And then after the game, Bear Bryant gave like a speech and he was like, hey y'all, come on. Yeah. That was it. That's all it took. Everybody down there was like, yeah, we get it. We'll be less racist. If it means we can win. What? That's what it is. Like, as big as racism is in America, football. That's true. That's true. Look, there's a Disney movie, Remember the Titans, dedicated to what I just told you. The whole point of that, dude, that was one high school football season. Remember the Titans was like, it was 8 weeks. You know, that whole town went from like centuries of like, don't let them in our school, to just like, oh shit, the high school team's 4-0? Those are my brothers. All right, I'll get off the topic. The point I'm trying to make is if you want to get rights in America, you just got to put together a good football team. You know what I mean? Like if the transgenders got together and put together just a fucking hard-nosed, run it down your throat ball club. If the trans are just 3 yards in a cloud of dust of transgenders. If the trans community could just somehow upset Alabama, everybody down there tomorrow would be like, those are some tough bitches, actually. All right, we got out of that. There's some rough patches in there. That's all right. Well, this won't go great either. You know how like every show and movie now is like a remake of something? They just remake an old thing and just make it like more progressive and just put it out. Like they remade Ocean's 11 like a heist movie with like all gorgeous women. That movie should have been 10 minutes long. They literally should have got to the casino and just blown the security guards. They'd be like, oh, here's the keys to the safe. Take everything. I love you. You guys, you crazy bitches. I love you bitches. That's it. That's all they make. They either make that or they make slavery movies every year. Those are for no one. I have black friends. I was like, dude, you guys like these? They're like, no, we thought these were for you. It's like, no. We all hate those. Stop making them. It's uncomfortable. Civil rights movies are good though. I like Judas and the Black Messiah was sick. Remember the Titans is great. Hidden Figures was good. The movie about the black ladies at NASA, or as my dad likes to call it, Medea Goes to the Moon. And look, that was him that said that. He said that. As soon as he said it, I was like, what did you fucking say? You don't talk like that. So every movie just remade is more progressive. I just think it'd be funny if like the right started remaking. You know what I mean? If they just start like conservatives, like there's a new Scooby-Doo coming out. And it'd be funny if like the right remade it. It's just like Scooby and the gang going around ripping the wigs off of transgender people. It's like, that's not a woman. Just, some guy would have got away with it. We solved the case of the Starbucks ghoul. Has enough time passed that can we admit that Trump was funny? Can we finally admit that he was funny? Well, hold on. I don't like the tone of that. That's not what I'm going for here. Yeah. The great leader. No. He was funny. Now, whether or not that's a great quality for the commander-in-chief, That's definitely up for debate. But he was funny. I saw it. And I lived in New York, so the whole time he was in office, I would be like, you know, something would happen, I'd show my friends, I'd be like, look at that. They'd be like, what? All right, it's funny. Like, there's nothing funny about Donald Trump. So I don't know. During Hurricane Dorian, he was like, maybe we should nuke it. Like, that was a real suggestion from the president. The president said that. The president of the United States. He was like, hey, we got a big storm coming. You guys want me to blow it up? I was like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know, I fuck around, dude. That's what I do. I don't know. Now that he's gone, I'll never watch a debate ever again. Can you imagine, like, just a regular debate now? After we witnessed the GOAT. Undefeated in debates. And he never said a fact. You know how impressive that is? He was funny and he argued like a fifth grader. He was unstoppable. People would try to hit him with statistics and facts. He would just go, wrong. Like, holy fuck, dude. How was no one prepared for this? Go back and watch those debates. You forget how electric that shit was. Don't tell your friends in Austin. They'll be mad. Just get a six-pack, toss on a Trump highlight video on YouTube. It's a good night, dude. I went back. I watched his first debate. That's like my favorite one. At the time, Trump was polling at like less than 1%. Like no one liked him. If you guys like him now, you didn't back then. And I know that because I watched my dad. My dad at the time, he would like, anytime Trump even came on TV, my dad would be like, get this fucking joker. Get him off the fucking screen. And then now my dad's like, yeah, fucking guys can't go to the Capitol? He's like, guys can't have fun anymore? He's like, and it was because of the debates. That's what did it, dude. That's how we got Trump, these debates. And the first one is the best one. So it's a Republican primary. Everyone's up on stage, and they're all still doing their political shit. So, like, the first couple guys that talk are like, I'm from Kentucky, and I love education. And the crowd's like, nice. We didn't know what was coming. And then the next guy's like, I'm from Georgia, and I love religion. And the crowd's like, pretty good. This is a good one. This is a heated debate. And then it finally got to Trump's turn to talk, and he was just like, Rand Paul is ugly? And the whole crowd was like, oh! We didn't know you could do that in this. You can just do that as your thing? And Rand Paul was like, all right, everybody, settle down. We're trying to have a debate here. And the whole crowd was like, shut the fuck up, Rand Paul. Ugly bitch. And we just kept throwing dorks up on stage to make them debate Trump. And it was not fair. It was mean for us to have done that to people. These guys were in politics their whole lives. And they just had to debate a fucking maniac up there who didn't give a fuck, dude. And I hate to, it was fun to cheer for him in the debates. It was fun to cheer for him in the debates because he was going up against guys that have been in politics for like 40 years. And then he showed up to the event like, oh, fuck it, what are we talking about? Like, it was like, he had no clue. Every week he had no fucking idea. There's one debate he's like in the middle of it going back and forth about the economy with Ted Cruz. They're literally talking about the economy, and in the middle of it he's just like, Ted's wife, ugly as a dog. Like, dude. Holy shit, dude. And Ted was like, I'm from Texas. You don't talk about a man's family like that. You've got a dog wife, Ted. It was like, everyone knows. Yeah, and a week later, Ted Cruz was on TV like, I support Donald J. It's like, you pussy. I will say this. One thing that sucked about Trump losing was, for me, was because I just figured out kind of how to do his voice. Which that's kind of a bummer that it's not hard to do Trump. It's all you have to do just do that. Do that a second off from where it should be in the sentence. And then you don't have to sound like him. All you have to do is like get his cadence down. It's very easy. All you have to do is like describe something and then say you described it that way. That's it. It's every time. Like, what a big room this is. I walked in here. I said, wow, what a big room. That's it. Every time. Austin. A lot of homeless. I walked in here. I said, wow, that's a lot of homeless. You guys got it. You got a lot of homeless. You got to. What are you guys doing about it? Whatever you guys are doing is not working. So just switch. I don't know what to do either. But do something. A lot of tents. Why? It's been making me laugh thinking about Trump, like, not understanding why people are homeless. I walked out, I saw him, I said, why? Are you living in tents, I could never, these guys. But I will say this about Trump. I don't want you guys to get, I don't want to turn this into a rally. I don't want you to. I will say this, don't freak out. Just listen. I think it's fair to say that of all the presidents we've had, I think it's fair to say that Trump would have been the funniest one to see get shot. You know? Yeah, dude, the Patriots got fired up on that, dude. I was having fun at this show. No, look, I didn't even say it would be funny. I said funniest. It's a huge difference. Technically, there's a funniest of everything. There is. It doesn't make it funny, but there is, like, think of the worst thing you can think of. There's a funniest one. I'll go first. I'll think of one. School shooting. None of those are funny. Zero funny. But maybe there was one where, like, the horse girl in the class, like, could sense something was coming. You know what I mean? And they were like, what's wrong? And she was like, like, you know? But back to what I was saying about, if you had, what I said was true. If you had to rank them from least funny to funniest assassination, easy number one. For real, he'd be talking shit like when it happened. He'd be doing like a rally. He'd be like, my opponent's gay. I walked in, I saw him. I said, wow, this guy's gay. The shooter would be coming out and be like, sit down. You're gay. You're gay. Get hit. He'd definitely make a funny noise into the, like he'd get hit, be like, ah, and fall. He'd fall funny. I will say I did write that joke before Biden could be added to the rankings. I don't think he would be the funniest, but the only reason Biden might be the funniest is because I think Biden's the first president you could punch assassinate. You know what I mean? Just walk right through the metal detectors and be like, Mr. President, what the fuck are you doing, dude? It's a body shot. I'd add that joke. My dad. So you can't be talking about killing presidents? I was like, what about Biden? He's like, yeah. My dad's, he's a good guy. He's an alcoholic. But he's good. He's a good alcoholic. He's not hurting anybody. But every once in a while, he always has an excuse while he's drinking. That's what's funny about it. Like, he can never just get hammered and be like, yeah, I got fucked up. Like, it's always, like, you'll see him on, like, a Monday. You'll be like, damn, it's Monday? You're getting fucked up? He's like, it's Monday Night Football. Have a couple drinks. Jeez. You'll see him on, like, a Tuesday. You'll be like, damn, it's Tuesday? You're getting fucked up? He's like, it's There's no football. What the hell? And then my sister does heroin, and that one we're like, you do need to, you need to stop doing that. Which sucks for her, because if she played guitar, everybody would be like, yeah. But instead, she's a hairdresser, so it's not as cool. Relax. It's my family. It's my family. Don't worry about it. Actually, based on this crowd, I'm sure it's actually a lot of your guys' families. And that's all right. We're allowed to talk about it. My sister, so she was doing heroin. We had to have a intervention for her. She lived out in Pittsburgh. We live in the middle of Pennsylvania, so we had to trick her to come home. You got to trick them. I don't know if you know these guys. They're not just fucking stopping by. They're very busy. They're the busiest people. They get a bad rap for being lazy because they take a lot of naps. But if they're awake, they're fucking they're very busy. They're scurrying around, dude, doing quests. That's what they do. If you do heroin long enough, you run out of money. You got to start doing quests. It's like a fucked up game of Zelda every day. You just wake up to a new quest. It's like, you need to gather copper. Gotta find a scrapyard. It sounds nice. I wish I got quests. But eventually the quests get pretty dark. Scrapyard, that's like level 1. Towards the end, the quests, you need to get titty fucked behind the Home Depot. That's when it's time for a change. So we had to come up with a plan to trick her to come home for the intervention. The plan we came up with was we told her that we had won tickets to go to Six Flags. And it worked. She called back. She was like, all right, I'll be there. She got on the first bus. It's like a 7-hour bus ride. It's nothing to them, dude. Nothing. If you take heroin, every bus is a bullet train. It's a 5-minute ride, tops. Anyway, so the plan was pick my sister up from the bus stop, not take her to Six Flags, take her to a hotel where we're going to have an intervention. I didn't want to start the intervention with like a lack of trust. So I took her to Six Flags the day of her intervention. That day, she and I went to Six Flags together. And I thought that was a nice gesture, but it turns out intervention is supposed to be rock bottom. You know what I mean? Like, intervention is supposed to be the worst day of your life. Not like you're tired from easily the best day. Humanly, she took heroin and rode roller coasters. It was impossible. We sat her down, we're like, you better fucking change your life. She's like, oh, I'm going back tomorrow. We're like, no. And I was with her. She was fucked up. If you know anyone from Pittsburgh, you know what she was wearing. She was wearing a Steelers jersey and pajama pants. Steelers pajama pants. She dusted off her finest Heinz Ward for the occasion. So we get in there. There's a water park there. We didn't know. They added that. We haven't been there since we were kids. We get in there. There's one of those water slides. It's just like a fucking straight drop. Like, no sides on it, no raft, just by yourself. She looks at it. She's like, I want to go up on that one. I was like, yeah, all right, yeah, fuck it, you know? I knew she was going to rehab, like, that night. So I was like, yeah, go get this one in. You're about to have a rough couple months here. This is going to be... Also, I figured they would stop her. She was wearing a Steelers jersey and pajama pants, trying to get on a water slide. All they did was make her take her fucking Crocs off. Her yellow Crocs. So she's climbing up this ladder. She gets to the top of this fucking giant water slide. And you know how, like, when it's your turn next on a water ride, you gotta, like, lay there in that water and, like, wait to go? She nodded off. She took a nap up at the top like a Dracula, laying in front of some high school lifeguard that's like, ma'am, it's your turn. He just sent her down, dude, asleep, just flying down this thing, dude. There's a ramp at the end. She hit her. We all got to watch her wake up in air. She did the whole fucking. Because, you know, I don't know how that wasn't fucking rock bottom. It's like you woke up in air. Anyway, don't be sad about it. She's good. She did go to rehab. And that's good. Yeah, she's done. She stopped using it. She's sober. She's all good. She's 2 years clean. Yeah. It's good. She did get cancer, though, so. And COVID. Cancer and COVID. So I'll tell you what, this was cool. I was with her. She was at home. She went back to my parents because when you have cancer and COVID, you got to go home. You have to go home. You can't keep hanging out. But no, I was with her. It was crazy. This year she beat heroin, cancer, and COVID. It was like living with fucking Rocky. It was crazy, dude. Every week my whole family was like, "Give up. You're never gonna win this." She was like, just kept winning. When she got COVID, I was like, "All right, you're definitely dead." She's like, "Hey, yo, COVID." So I ain't hear no bell. Just fucking just wailed on it, dude. Yeah, she's got a hell of a chin. Hell of a chin on my sister, and that's what better quality could you ask for in a human? Anyway, damn, dude. Fuck that music across the street, dude. That fucking bothers me. I'm an old man now. Turn it down. Turn it down. What is that, rap? Turn it off. Trying to talk about my sister doing heroin over here. This has been making me laugh. I've been thinking about, like, the first time, Jesus Christ. I do comedy a lot, and every once in a while you can hear music from another room, and it's like, damn, dude, music's so much better than comedy. Every time I hear music, I'm like, fuck, dude, that shit crushes.
What's up, you dirty, stinky sinner? If you're seeing this, that means Jesus did not take you into the big blue sky. You were not chosen for the rapture. You're a piece of shit, and you're going to hell. Say hello to me and Ronald Reagan. I want to assume that all of you have seen a TikTok of someone telling you that they're selling their house and their car for the rapture. And if somehow you haven't seen that and you don't know what the rapture is, because maybe you've just been bed rotting for the last, 18 to 20 years, I'll get you caught up. Basically... It's so condescending. Let me say that differently. There's been a lot of posts about the rapture this week on TikTok. If you don't know what the rapture is, I'll help you out. The rapture is an American tradition where you can buy someone's car for half off because they're going to go in the sky with Jesus and they no longer need their Kia Soul. When I saw all these TikToks about the rapture, it made me wonder where this ideology comes from. And so I'll do what every YouTuber does. I will recite to you sections from a Wikipedia article that I just read before I started recording. So the rapture ideology comes from something called dispensationalism, which is a framing of the Bible that interprets history as occurring in different ages. And God chooses to, interact with his people, his boys and his girls, in different ways throughout these ages.
When you're watching the other football but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about the game? You can just ask Google all of that at once.
And that idea was created by this dude. And that's your history lesson. JK. His name is John Nelson Darby, and he's credited as being sort of the father of dispensationalism. And essentially he was, among the first wave or maybe one of the original people to interpret the Bible as occurring in the past and potentially in the future. Whereas before him, most people would have viewed the Bible as purely events that happened in the past. He specifically popularized the idea of the rapture in the 1830s, and then the idea of the rapture got reinforced in the 20th century in America by way of something called the Scofield Bible. The Scofield Bible is sometimes referred to as the Scofield Reference Bible, and I believe it was first published in 1909. And it came out right before World War I. And it is my understanding that the Scofield Reference Bible is what informs a lot of American sort of evangelics, and it's another reason why the rapture is so popular. Now, John Darby is not the reason that people thought the rapture was happening this week. It was actually this South African pastor that fired everyone up for it. And I would hate to be that dude in the post-rapture clarity and having to explain that he was wrong. Now, this isn't the first time people thought the rapture was happening. In fact, it's happened many, many times throughout the years. Even, all the way back in the 1800s, they got, honestly, some sick marketing for the rapture. Stop the music. Guys, it is me, Lockheed Martin's #1 rated comedian to watch for 2026. And I have to let you know that I will be in San Diego and Austin, Texas this week doing stand-up comedy. When I say it that way, it makes it more exciting. Austin is almost sold out, so I'd love for you to be there. San Diego is filling up as well. I'm doing a brand new hour, brand new set. Think Dr. Miami, big, juicy jokes. I want you to come see my big, juicy jugs worth of jokes this week. So buy a ticket now at noelmillerlive.com. Let's get back into my yap about the rapture. Jesus, take me through the 4 floors of apartment structure above my head. Now, if we're taking the framing, the worldview of the guy who came up with the rapture, it's kind of serious. Now, I don't believe John Nelson Darby. That was borderline Jamaican. That was offensive. We'll keep that in. I don't believe John Nelson Darby intended for you to clip farm. I don't think John Nelson Darby intended for people to clip farm the rapture. I think that's maybe the funniest thing in all of this.
This is how the rapture is gonna happen. So boom, right?
So boom, right? Sky's gonna fall type shit. You know what I mean? Also, I love this. I love this like Gary's Mod demonstration of the rapture. To be honest, with all the things I've seen in Gary's Mod, this is light. Give him a clip of that torture map. I'm sorry. I know I should just move past it, but I love. All right, so boom. All right, so boom. If you've been a good Christian, you might float up, but your kids may not have been. So you might just be leaving your kids in their place. You might be playing with your kids, and in real time, your body's gonna start to lift up. Bye-bye, baby. You know what I'm saying? So boom. Next.
Trumpets go off.
Metro! Trumpets go off, dude. That's what's going to happen. You're going to be sitting there with your family, and then all of a sudden, you're going to hear the trumpets from Euphoria. And you're going to hear Kendrick go, beep!
What up, Reddit? Kendrick Lamar.
And you know it's over. You know it's time.
Jesus comes back. Boom, what happens? Instantly, boom, takes everyone in an instant.
Boom! It's boom! But if you a Christian, you still good. If this was my pastor, I might be more inclined to be at church. All right, so boom, you're a sinner, right? You're going to hell. But you know what? If you accept Jesus, you still good. Shout out to that guy. It shouldn't be so funny, but the second life demonstration of Jesus coming back is killing me. Also, I love that Super Saiyan sequence right there when he showed up.
Check that out. Boom. Boom.
Damn.
Souls.
Kind of quick. To be fair, I think he's giving an accurate representation. That would be what it's like. Did you get my email this morning? Basically what I was saying.
Boom. Boom. Souls.
Souls.
Boom. Look at the baby. Boom. Gone.
Look at the baby. That'd be wild. Now listen, let me say something horrible, okay? This is terrible. But if you're a parent, you relate, all right? You love your kid. You love your kid. I think as parents, you're okay knowing that you're a piece of shit because you were a piece of shit before they were born, and you knew that. You knew in some capacity, and piece of shit doesn't mean necessarily bad person. Maybe you just overindulge in things, you have minor addictions, whatever. You know, you've lived your life. You've seen you at your lowest lows. You know the real you. Your kid doesn't. You're still kind of special to your kid. Maybe when they're young. When they're older, they probably start to lose respect for you, but I'm getting away from the point. You're okay, and you know where I'm going with this. You're okay knowing that maybe you might go to hell. You might know that, right? You would know as a parent that, and maybe I'm projecting. I know, let me speak for me. I know that I'm okay. Now take it back. I'm gonna put it on you. You know, because I'm a good person. I'm going up. Jesus is choosing me. You know that you're okay with maybe some poor decisions you've made in life. If you're sitting there with your baby, or maybe it's crying. Maybe it's not a good time. Maybe it's one of those where it's shit 5 times that day. It's crying its eyes out. It won't let you put it down. And Jesus takes it. And you're sitting there just holding its empty clothes. Look, as a parent, you'll probably be sad in 72 hours, but those first couple days of silence, you might be okay. You might be Obviously, I'm joking. There's no way to recover from that one, so we're just going to move on. Run it again. Boom, baby, gone. Run it.
Boom. It's going to be crazy, y'all. This is why we got to get right. Look at that. Boom. Couples, married couples, people in the church. Boom. Not everyone will be saved in the churches, y'all. Come on.
It's like, and see, that's where maybe it loses me, right? The concept of the rapture loses me on the probability. You know, I'm fine to gamble on a slot machine, but gambling my Sundays away, because on Sunday, and I think that's the ultimate test of at least Christian faith, Jesus-based faith, is pulling up on Sunday. You've had 6 days of hard capitalism, all right? 6 days of hard capitalism through both nostrils. Then you got to pull up on Sunday and try to connect with God. I'm lazy, all right? That's probably what is going to keep me down here with the heathens, is laziness. And it's the sheer probability. That would feel really bad if you're posted up in church and you showed up being you'd feel like such a pick-me. Ooh, you would feel like such a pick-me. You pulled up every Sunday being like, I love you. Jesus, I accept you in my heart. I love you. And on the day he goes, you didn't mean it. Nah, all that stuff you said in here was fake. Sit down. Look at this dude, another baby goes. just taking babies, man. Look at this.
Y'all can be saved in the church. Boom. Not everyone will be saved in the churches, y'all. Come on.
They're crying. No, I want my baby. I would cry. I would cry if my baby disappeared. For sure.
Look at that. Look at that.
Thunderous applause. Earth-shaking cheers. They once moved millions.
You see, hey man, I gotta say this. If you work a service job, a customer service job, you know, restaurant, you're not selling people on repenting if you're telling them, hey, you might show up to work one day and all the customers might disappear. Word? It's like everybody gone, boom, gone. So no customers ever again. No, they're all gone, boom, taken. And so you're saying if I don't repent, if I don't accept, nope, you're not going. So you're telling me all the customers are up there in heaven? Yes. I don't think that's a place I want to go. I think I'm gonna do something bad.
Vanishing out of thin air, even the dead, the souls. Boom. Wow. That's amazing. Check that out.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wow. When we go up to the Creator, we go back to the source where we came from, y'all.
Why do they all look like Sam Altman? Look at this.
Rapture is upon us, whether you are ready or not.
Do you think the designer of these Shure microphones understood that this was going to be the foghorn, the device that is used to let people know Big J is coming back? Kind of dope. Just saying.
Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan
To his people.
to the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future, and then he brought me back. And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus sitting on his throne, and I could hear him very loud and clear. I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th, 2025, I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date.
Are there other people who have also said the same thing to confirm what you have said?
Well, they cut it like a horror trailer. I mean, it is scary. It's not around time. If I have that vision, Jesus in a throne room, and I say, "What's up, bro?" and he goes, "Hey, man, I'm coming. Count your days." See, that's another reason why I'm not going up there, because the urge, if I was good all my life and then Jesus said, "Only 2 more weeks of this shit," I would probably throw it all away. I'd probably say, "I only got 2 more weeks here," and I'd probably do it all. The urge to become, I guess, worldly and just start sinning like crazy, you know, I might just go in. And let me say, my sins would be petty. It'd probably just be trying acid and a lot of gambling. I'd probably do a ton of gambling. I don't even know if that's a sin. If you're a Big J expert, let me know. That's not a gooning thing. I mean, Jesus. Let me know if he's cool with gambling. Because then, if he is, or if that's repentable, I might do 13 days of gambling and then... Obligatory, don't gamble, man. It's bad for you. Play Texas Hold'em for, I don't know, Cheetos and Oreos with your pals. Keep it light. Now, this is the worst news, I think, to come out of all the Rapture news, if you're a sports person.
2018. Again, in a vision, in a dream. I don't see him in this dream. But I hear a voice so loud, his voice so loud. And he says these words. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. Mark the words that I'm about to say, because none of the words that I'm saying are going to fall to the ground. None of these words will be empty, because they come from God himself. In other words, they will be fulfilled. He said these words in a loud voice. I didn't see him, but he spoke in the voice in the stream. He said,
Kind of edging us along here. What'd he say, man? What did he say?
There will be no World Cup 2026.
Oh, no. Not soccer. No. No, not. Jesus, don't take soccer. Wrap it up, boys. No World Cup. See ya. That's wild to think Jesus took everyone we knew, or some of the people we knew, and just the World Cup just to be petty. And by the way, all the other sports are for the devil. Soccer is heavenly. God is going to take every football player except Ronaldo just to kind of stick it to us. You can love him. You can think he's the second coming, but he's not. He's down there with you. He's a sinner and he's a heathen. Get fucked. Now, when it comes to traveling, right, because if you look at the Rapture as a final journey, a final destination, someone will have travel tips. You can always leave it to the internet to have some kind of hack for a travel that you're taking, even an ethereal one, even one that you cannot maybe wrap your head around the severity and the difficulty of it. Someone will have 5 traveling hacks and tips for you.
Rapture trip tip number 5. When you finally start moving up into the air,
It's got a nice ring to it. Rapture tip trip.
Rent a car from our newest fleet yet. Your real car never has to know.
So 20 years until retirement. At this rate, it's probably going to be more like 40. Okay, no, way too long. Let's see how much you're spending. Download an app called Rocket Money. Oh, wow. I've got 3 DoorDash accounts. I totally forgot to cancel those. You know you can cancel those right in the app? Rocket Money has a clear dash.
Hey guys, this is a Rapture tip trip from Wired. Hey guys, I'm the drummer for Biba Doobie, and I'm here to give you a Rapture tip trip.
Rapture trip tip number 5. When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely...
No, I'm taking something, dude. Imagine getting raptured and like you're conveniently palming the geek bar. You're at Boeing altitude levels going... The head rush from that would be nuts, man.
I definitely don't recommend looking down. I think we learned that lesson from Lot's wife. Okay, just keep calm, take a deep breath, slowly release it, and keep your face looking upwards.
Sage advice, I would say. That is the horror movie equivalent of looking in the corner, so you just don't see the scary stuff. If you're getting raptured, dude, yeah, I think that would be such an overwhelming experience. In a way, and again, let me say something horrible, all right? Let me say something terrible. It's like a reverse suicide. In the sense that, you know, maybe if you're thinking of taking yourself out the game, you think of maybe going off a bridge or something, right? You're looking down and you're going to it. But getting raptured, it's a, hey man, you did good. Come on up here with me. And it's a, wait a second, wait. Hold on. Even though you may know you're going to a better place, it's over. Everything you knew is over. Let me continue with something terrible. People who have survived the Golden Gate Bridge jump, they always say, I regretted it. You know, that's a known stereotype, is that they regretted it and they wish that they could take it back. I wonder, I'm just saying, if you got raptured and you went to church and you did all that good stuff, you probably want to go up there, but are you thinking about worldly things as you go up? Are you thinking, man, you know what, I kind of like iced lattes and cheeseburgers and, you know, I like that new Alien series on Hulu. Are you thinking about all that stuff as you're going up and you're thinking, man, what if I just sin right now? Could I just go back down to my regular life? And it's too late. I also wonder, someone's got to tell me, if you get chosen for the rapture, is that it? Could you be like 4 feet in the air and go, no, never mind. I hate you. I don't accept. Put me back down. I need my daily routine. Can you do that? I need one of you to inform me because I refuse to use Google or a search engine anymore. I don't even have internet in my house. I actually got all this info and I downloaded all these TikToks at the public library.
And pray you're not on the toilet.
Look at that. She's got a sense of humor too. These are great rapture trip tips. I don't know why she went private. She did go private. Probably because people are being mean to her. And this is sage advice. If you're getting raptured, look up. Don't be mean to this lady, okay? Because what she's saying in context isn't wild.
Plausible deniability, if you will. However, that doesn't justify that chick who's been getting on saying you should stand outside all day for the rapture just in case you get stuck to your ceiling.
Let me say this. This lady brings up a good point. There's like a TikTok of someone saying you got to stand outside all day on rapture day because you don't want a ceiling over your head. What is the like rate of travel that Jesus is pulling you up? Are we talking like lightning rate? Is this a slow burn? Is this air balloons? Is this hot air balloon speed? Would be tough if you committed your life to Big J, you did a good job, and you're driving to work, and then I guess he's taking your soul, so your physical body doesn't matter. But on your way out, just getting your skull and neck crunched on the roof of your Kia before he takes your soul out. Does God get, you know, frustrated when he's trying to pull you out that physical existence and you get, you know, your head is going through the roof of your Kia and he's like, man, what the fuck? Give me that soul, brother. Now, everyone is bullying the rapture people, right? You have religious psychosis. You're an idiot for selling your car. This, that, and the third. Let me say this, guys. People who believe in the rapture, at least in a late-stage capitalist context, if I could use some words I just learned. I get it. If you work a 9-to-5 job, if you work a blue-collar job, if there's any of those left, if you work construction, agriculture, and someone taps you on the shoulder and says, hey, man, you know, there's a chance that you could just be taken away from all this, and you're going, I never have to work again. It's like, no. You just show up every Sunday and you accept this man in your heart. There's a day you might not ever have to do this ever again. I get it. I get the feeling of wanting to be like, yeah, take me out. Because getting raptured is better than the promise of death. If you're talking about like philosophical argument. Okay, what do you want? 70 years of late-stage capitalism or 40 years of church and a really fast head rush to the end? Okay, so I'm not saying this for everybody, but I'm saying I get why you would believe it. Because you know, I'm a nihilist guy. And so if there's a promise of escape, count me in. Well, again, shout out to everyone who's stuck here after the rapture. You're a sinning dirtbag, and you're stuck with us, so welcome. I hope you enjoyed this one, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye.
Let's have to wait around for the next rapture.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Corona, la playa awaits.
What's up, everybody? Today we're going to watch some people get kicked off airplanes because I think it's funny. I always find that when I see videos of people getting kicked off airplanes, it doesn't matter how old everyone is supposed to be in that scenario, everyone acts like a 5-year-old. And I find that amusing. You know, it could be some drunk guy who's getting kicked off a plane, and they go, "Sir, you need to leave this plane." And he's like, "Nah, I don't." "Yes, you do. Sir, you need to get off this plane." "Nah, I don't." "Sir, you have to get off the plane right now." "I'm not getting off the plane." "You need to get off the plane right now." "I'm not going to get off the plane." "Well, we're going to call the police to get you off the plane." "Go ahead and call them. I'm not going to get off the plane." Then the whole airplane turns into like a classroom, and they say, "Just get off the plane." "I'm not getting off the plane." "Come on, the teacher's coming. Get off the plane." "I'm not going to get off the plane." We live in an interesting time, right? People seem to have a lack of humanity, but on an airplane especially, people have no humanity. You could be getting kicked off a flight, and you could be right for wanting to stay on the plane. You could say, "Hey, you guys are kicking me off for no reason." It wouldn't matter. All 300 people on that plane are looking at you going, "Hey, buddy, get off the damn plane." "But no, they're bumping me off the flight for a pilot. This is bullshit. I gotta get home to my kids." Hey, man. Fuck your kids. We don't care. This is the one flight to New Mexico today, all right? And if you gotta go so we can get there, sorry. Get off the damn plane. There's a couple of these that I'm very excited to watch because I know the top line story about them. Others I haven't seen yet. Anyways, let's get into it. Why not start with a drunk CEO getting kicked off of a flight? So apparently this guy was arrested back in November last year, but the footage was just released. This is Carl Dvorak. He's a high-level employee at Epic Systems, not to be confused with Epic Games. Fortnite. This may not be related, but the company, Epic Systems, which Carl works for, is in a bit of controversy right now because they're in the middle of an antitrust lawsuit. So was this footage leaked as a little smear campaign? We don't know, but if it is, we're going to help them out and show it to about a couple 100,000 people. So let's get after it. If you end up on the jury for this case, do not let them know you watched this video.
He was trying to.
Is he intoxicated?
It was believed he was intoxicated, but he wouldn't come out, so we could evaluate.
It was believed he was intoxicated.
First, he passed out in the seat, and then when we tried to get him out, he woke up. Okay. He didn't know where he was at, but he's talking to everybody, making noise videos.
That's a very condescending gesture. Sorry, that's just jumping out at me right now. Her being like, he was talking to everybody. The implication of this hand gesture, just flapping, yapping. Honestly, you could use that at talking about my videos. Oh, Noel, he just... Oh, yeah, it's one of those Noel videos. He's just kind of, about people getting booted from airplanes.
Taping the whole thing. He said, "Bring on the sheriff." He sure did.
Okay.
Also, her voice makes this sound like a Red Dead cutscene. He said, "Bring on the sheriff." This guy at the back of the plane waiting. "Bring him to me."
So they want you off the plane, okay? For whatever reason, they...
I have no idea why. And I have no idea why.
So you want to hop off and come talk to us out there?
No, I don't.
No, I don't. No, I don't want to. I'm going to stay on this plane to the next flight. Sir, there are no more flights for this flight. Well, then I'm just going to stay I'm just going to sleep here. I'm just not going anywhere. I'm just going to stay on the plane. What are you going to do about it?
I have no idea why. No one said anything to me. What was the initial reason he didn't want? Because he was...
The crew felt like he was intoxicated because...
And he was unfit to fly, basically.
Right, but we tried to evaluate, but he refused to even come out to the event.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, Because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, I'm in Palestine,
You know,
probably
to be
wondering
fair
how I got
to
in.
this
So the
guy,
Israeli authorities, as it turns out, they've revoked my visa. Had a bit of hassle coming in, I'll tell you about that later. In the meantime, I'm here with this incredible Palestinian Christian organisation called Sabil. And what they're doing is taking an incredible group of people, a delegation, around the West Bank, occupied West Bank, obviously illegally occupied West Bank, occupied by the Israeli state, and Jerusalem. And we're here to learn about the experiences of Palestinians who suffer apartheid, their brothers and sisters, of course, suffering genocide, as far away from here as Milton Keynes is from London. And what we're doing is learning about the historic injustices, obviously the Nakba, which, as we're told, never ended in 1948, the displacement, the mass discrimination, you know, just the utter horror and injustice that Palestinians put up with every day. So, I'm going to start by talking to the wonderful Omar from Sabil about where we are right now.
This village is called Lifta village. One among many Palestinian villages, over 531 villages that have been depopulated in 1948. The indigenous people, the Palestinian people, our people, were forced by gunpoint or for fear for their lives. They were driven out to either other countries or just less than few miles away from here.
Zionist paramilitaries attacked Lifta, so they killed people.
I mean, the logic of it, the intention was not to kill people. In Zionist ideology, that you need to create a Jewish state. To create a Jewish state in a country that is already filled with population. At that time, almost 1 million Palestinians lived in it. You needed to drive them out. So that was the solution, whether it was using violence, massacres, or actually just by fear. Palestinians were driven out so that they can make space for the new refugees that were coming from Europe, fleeing Nazi Germany or destroyed Europe after World War II.
And what happened to the people of Lifta?
They continue to exist, having ruins, being surrounded by ruins. I mean, these are the dead stones. There's a living community. The people of Lifta continue to have their weddings together. They continue to share their stories.
But where did they live? Where did they go afterwards?
They live everywhere, physically. But in their mind, they still live here. Lifta is not empty. The people are still living here. Nakba means catastrophe. We lost 2/3 of historical Palestine. 2/3 of our people became refugees. We lost our books. We lost our culture. We lost everything. But we haven't lost our stories. We're still here. We still share them. And we still believe in international law and in the conscience of the international community that they will stop being an obstacle for us to go back, to come back to our home.
And you think one day that will happen?
It has already happened. We're here. The people of Lifta here are showing us a tour. It is not something that will happen. We have never left Lifta.
Across the West Bank, there are hundreds of thousands of illegal Israeli settlers. They've got the backing of the Israeli state. I mean, they are driving Palestinians off their land. We're here in the West Bank. This is happening everywhere. Now, we went to Beit Zizet and spoke to Sada, and his family have lived there for so long, and they're living through terror. I mean, they're caged, they're surrounded by illegal Israeli settlers, really important to say that, illegal Israeli settlers, and they're caged in, they're surrounded by cameras, and they are facing a campaign of terror. And there's no other way of describing it. So I went to speak to Sada about what his little children are going through as Israeli settlers colonize and steal their land.
Right now, girls in marginalized communities are being pushed out of school, their leadership potential lost. Together, we can unlock this potential. Comfort unites people across the globe in common cause to stand with our sisters in the Comfort Association. We are the largest and fastest growing movement of educated young women in Africa. As teachers,
احنا طبعا our family was here before the Israeli occupation and before any settlement existed. The Israeli pressures we faced from the occupation, such as reminders, closures, and preventing the family from entering or leaving the house, make us feel like we are in a prison. Harassment from settlers on the right and on the left, assaults on the family and children, arrests of children. The entire family has faced situations where settlers even stripped completely in front of the young children, causing psychological issues for these young children who are present. They have confiscated all the land around the house, leaving only the area of the house that is currently here.
So how are they trying to drive you off your family's land? What are the things they're doing to drive you away?
There are many things and a lot of pressure, such as closing the gate, which is the first thing that affects the family, as even the sick cannot go to the doctor or the hospital, and the children are prevented from going to school. I can't go to my work. Attacks by settlers, the presence of armed settlers, intimidation of children, preventing children from even playing and having a little freedom around their home to feel comfortable and safe. This has been forbidden for my children, meaning the most basic rights, which are health and education for children, are often denied to us.
How have they behaved towards your children?
These children have been arrested several times. If young children kick a ball against the wall, they are arrested. They are threatened with death, arrest, and being forbidden to leave the house. These young children who do not know what homeland or home mean. This child was arrested once, and the second time I prevented them from arresting him.
What have they said in terms of the Israeli authorities about making you leave this land? What have they said to you, and will you ever leave your family's land?
The Israelis first tried to tempt me with huge sums of money and travel, and by killing my family. They tried to blow up a car at the door of the house. They tried to set the house on fire while we were sleeping. I mean, there is nothing more dangerous than now the pressures the Israelis have put on us here. I mean, even if I die on this land, I have 4 children. Even if my 4 children and I die on this land, we will never leave it, no matter how things turn out. Because in the end, we are the rightful owners and they are intruders on this land. And every occupier has an end and will vanish from this land.
One of the crucial ways Israel is waging war against Palestinian national self-determination is the economy. It's asphyxiating its economy. It has control, of course. It is the occupying force. So we're in Ramallah now, and we're going to chat to Sam Bahor, who's a Palestinian-American business person who focuses on the Palestinian economy under Israeli occupation. I want to know about that, because that's not spoken about enough in the mainstream media at all.
It's important to understand that Gaza is part of our economy. So first and foremost, 40% of our population in Gaza has been extracted from the economy, not only as being laborers, but also being consumers. So that affects the Palestinian economy overall. The economy in Palestine is a function of what Israel allows to happen or not to allow happen. And that's not something that started on October 7th. That has been the case since the Israeli occupation started. So whatever we're able to do here economically, Israel allows us to do it. Partly because they don't want, up until October 7th, I think they didn't want the environment to explode. Also, we support them. We are laborers to the Israeli market. So a lot of what they allow us to do falls back on supporting the Israeli economy, whether it's providing them with cheap labor or providing them with laborers themselves. So Israel knows what it's doing in terms of putting restrictions on the Palestinian market. It forces us to buy from Israel instead of buying from abroad, making it very difficult for us to import. And they make our economy not have enough job creation, so our workers are hoping to find jobs in Israel supporting the Israeli economy. So as far as Israel is concerned, they view us as an extension of their own economy, and they act accordingly. They definitely don't allow us to do anything that has any trappings of an independent Palestinian state, like having our own currency, having our own fiscal policy. They refuse to allow that to happen, let alone having our own borders so we can actually control the country that we live in. So Israel makes sure that our economy is decimated, holding custom revenues so the Palestinian government doesn't have any funds to operate with. All of that is a function of the Israeli military.
And what's the US role? What's the Western and US role in all of this?
The U.S. has allowed this to happen. They know very well what Israel is doing, and they have turned a blind eye or actively supported it for so many years. In addition for Israel raping our economy, they've also benefited from non-stop Israeli financial support, both at the federal level in terms of Congress giving up to $4 billion a year to Israel, basically covering the financial costs of this genocide, and corporate America remaining engaged in Israel when all normal business calculations would indicate they should not remain invested in Israel because Israel is a very dangerous place to do business. So the American side at all different levels has provided the resources for Israel to continue to do what it does, even as it applies to the settlements. U.S. nonprofits, tax-deductible organizations, are allowed to channel funds without paying taxes on them to Israeli settlements directly. This is in clear violation of U.S. law, let alone international law. Israel has issued bonds and has convinced local governments and state governments to buy Israeli bonds, which are junk bonds at the end of the day. But yet, you have a class within Israel, within the U.S., which is willing to support Israel ideologically, not grounded in any kind of business or investment mindset.
هاي قصة عن القوة.
أنا اسمي باسل.
مسافر يطا هي المكان اللي كبرت فيه. بداية تصويري هي بداية نهايتنا. جرافات؟ أنا متسلم ادخل!
This is Masafa Whatta. This is in the West Bank. A lot of you will know about where we are now because it was immortalised, I guess, in No Other Land. It won Oscars. And it's about this community which is under violent assault. It's been designated as a so-called firing zone by Israeli authorities since the 1980s, supposedly barring civilian presence because they need to train their military. They're driving Palestinians out of their homes. Hundreds in the late 90s were forcefully evicted, and in 2022 the Supreme Court of Israel approved eviction orders driving out up to 2,000 residents, many of them kids, and they've been continually attacking, wiping out homes through demolitions while settlers are engaged in violent attacks. Now we're so honoured to be here. I'm so honoured to be able to speak to Basil Adra, obviously one of the people behind the film. He lives here. This is his land. He'd lost to Israeli violence, one of the people who was obviously behind that film. One of the things I wanted to ask him was, you know, what does this say about Israeli impunity? This film, massive critical acclaim, has it actually got worse, the violence, rather than it causing such a scandal that it would deter them?
It got much worse, you know. I think mainly because these settlers see that their soldiers, their state is killing every day 100 Palestinians in Gaza. So they see that nothing is happening to them and they can do it every day and continue. So why they don't escalate here? Why they don't do more crimes and why they don't take more land? And I think it's the impunity coming from the international community to Israel as a state, because not just to punish the settler that killed Auda or the settlers that attacked Khalid Dabba yesterday, but this is a whole state, a system that committing daily crimes. I think the international community should not hesitate taking actions again, but take serious actions. But to tell me, like, recognize the state of Palestine in the middle of genocide. Like, why you don't stop the genocide as a priority? People don't need like a state now. They need to eat, and they need to stop being killed, and stop to be starved. And then okay, it's good to recognize the state of Palestine, but this you should have done it in the 90s, when you pressured the Palestinians to accept and to sign Oslo agreement, not after Israel killed this two-state solution. Like, it's also what it means, like two-state solution for British. Like, where is the borders of this two-state solution? I think it's just, what these governments are doing is just playing on your feelings. People that are like going in the street and protests and doing. It's like the story of when they start to sanction individual settlers. You are like sanctioning how many? Like 10 settlers in UK, But there are 700,000 settlers living here. Your airports are open freely for them. They can travel, they can enjoy a holiday, and they can come back and commit crimes. Yeah, exactly. Your markets are open for their goods. You're sending them weapons, buying from them weapons. Each one of us because even you guys like coming from UK, from other countries, like thank you for doing this, but also it's part of your responsibility because you know your money, your foreign policy, it's your governments are involved in this, and I know that you're doing what you can. So it's important to use the culture, the films, the protests, in the elections also to have a rule to try to elect for and to vote for the right people. So anything together we can do. You from abroad, we are on the field. Help each other to try to create this change.
We're in Hebron, a Palestinian city, and it is, frankly, it's like a horror film. I'm just going to be honest, it's like a horror film. It's a Palestinian city which has been divided up. The residents here live in prisons, and there's a few hundred Israeli settlers protected by this force of Israeli soldiers, and it has devastated the lives of thousands of Palestinians. Businesses closed, entire streets shuttered, they can't walk on the streets, and crucially, they're living under military law. Really important point here, Israeli settlers live under civilian law of Israel. The Palestinian people here live under military rules. They are dragged before military courts, where the judges are Israeli army soldiers. These are rushed court trials, done in Hebrew. They're just kangaroo courts. Now, we're going to speak to Issa Amro. Some of you are going to recognise him. He was in Louis Theroux's documentary on the BBC about settlers, and he really showed the apartheid system here. Streets where Israeli settlers could walk and do all their business, and they're barred, they're hemmed in. And I want to know what's happened to him since. I want to know what his life is like here. He's an incredible guy, and I think we're going to learn a lot. So in your home, it's quite extraordinary. We're here in Hebron, we're caged in. What's happening? What's going on?
What's going on that we, the Palestinians in Hebron city, we live under oppression. We are segregated, separated, and unequal. We don't feel safe because of settler violence and terror and army aggression. We don't have enough services, so no maintenance, no ambulances, no enough water, no enough electricity because of the occupation, and we have no social life, no visitors. We are caged in our houses here, and we are caged in our own neighborhoods, and we are caged in our own cities. The checkpoints are closed. No people from outside can come and visit me in my house, and we don't have any possibility to do any social activities. Non-violence activities is not allowed according to the Israeli military law. So you don't have any kind of a way to say no to the occupation or to scream. Speaking to media is a crime now. Documenting the human rights violations is a crime. So to counter that and to make it costly for the occupiers and for the violent terrorist settlers, we try to document the human rights violations, we try to support the Palestinian resilience, and we try to shout and tell the truth to everybody in the world, so they act and make concrete actions to make occupation, apartheid, and illegal settlements costly for the Israeli government.
So we walked past and we saw the Israeli soldiers. How many settlers are they protecting here, and how many Palestinians does that apartheid, which is what this is, affect?
You know, after the Ibrahimi Mosque massacre in 1994, the Israeli military closed the city, and our main street, Shuhada Street, which is, equivalent to Oxford Street.
Yeah, Oxford
Yes, yes, it was Oxford Street. My father used to hold my arm not to lose me because of the customers. Customers were coming from all over West Bank to Hebron to buy handmade stuff, very beautiful ceramic, grapes, land, things. They used to do a lot, a lot of customers used to come. The occupation closed it, closed the mosques, closed the streets, close the shops, close the markets because of the Israeli settlers. I'm not allowed to walk in my own neighborhoods where I was raised. I have a lot of childhood memories. I lost them because of the closure. And because of a few hundred fanatic extremist settlers, they are the followers of Meir Kahane and now Itamar Ben-Gvir, who lives in the city here.
National Security Minister.
The national security, the national terror minister. You know, he's not doing any security for the Israelis or for the Palestinians. He's causing terror to everybody. We are stuck in our own city by these occupation measures. We have 22 checkpoints in less than 1 kilometer square. More than 1,800 shops closed, Palestinian shops closed because of the closure policy. Around 40 to 50% of the houses here in the area, Palestinian houses, became empty. They changed the names of the streets, our own streets, from Palestinian Arabic names in our lifetime to Hebrew names. So my neighborhood, it's called Bab el Khan. Now it's Aimek Hebron in Hebrew in my lifetime. And it's a Palestinian neighborhood. It's part of Palestine. It's part of the two-state solution. But unfortunately, the Israeli government, they don't want peace. They don't want to give us rights. They don't want to recognize us as equal human beings. They don't want to recognize us as a nation who deserve freedom, justice, and equality as everybody else.
Can I ask what happened to you on the 7th of October?
What happened to me on the 7th of October, it happened later to many, many other Palestinians, but I'm an example of a Palestinian human rights defender who was kidnapped from here by soldiers and settlers to the military base. For 12 hours, I was tortured, sexually assaulted, and beaten all the time. I was completely, in pain, and I can't describe my feeling. Till now, I have trauma because of what happened to me on October 7th, and it was really hard to face death. This is what happened to me. In spite of that, that didn't stop me to speak loud in behalf of my people, to reach people outside Palestine, to make them act, to change their reality here for better for everybody.
I watched, obviously, Louis Theroux's documentary. You had a big impact on people back home. Huge numbers of people watched what happened to you. A lot of people might think in normal circumstances, the Israeli army, the Israeli settlers would be embarrassed and be scared. You're now an international recognised figure. What happened after that documentary?
After that documentary, Daniel Levice was sanctioned in UK, and this is what we want. Israeli settler leaders to be sanctioned. And after each documentary, or after each time I give an interview, the settlers and the army, they get angry, and I'm under the military law. It means I am without any rights. So after Louis' documentary, they came here, they broke into my house, they damaged my trees, they vandalized the land, the soldiers came and threatened me, they detained me many times at the checkpoint, they threatened me, they made my life harder than it is now, but there is no change without willing to pay the price. So I'm willing to pay the price for my principles and for my beliefs to make a change in the future.
What's your message to people around the world, particularly in the countries that are arming Israel?
My message to all the people in the world: don't be part of the problem. Be part of the solution and make Israel accountable for its crime according to the international law. The international law should be implemented on everybody here. It's our main reference. And do concrete actions and be with the victims and don't be with the oppressors.
Hey, you are not allowed. Why can't he be with us?
I don't like Ticketmaster. You all know that. By extension, Live Nation, because Live Nation owns Ticketmaster. It's a huge, messy web that I've clowned on and insulted numerous times now. And I feel like everyone probably shares that same sentiment. I believe in every human being's soul there is a spot reserved purely for their hatred of Ticketmaster to reside. I'm sure everyone has their own experiences and horror stories here. It is just an absolute dog shit business model that is becoming worse and worse all the time. And it's run by this! Bear witness! Worm person! This is Michael Rapino, more like Michael Rapinor, because this man is just a giant fucking wiener. He is the CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster, and recently, this is why I'm making this video, he went on to say he had the goal to claim ticket prices are actually underpriced.
Yeah, I mean, I think music has been underappreciated. I always joke, sports, it's like a badge of honor to spend 70 grand for a Knicks courtside. they beat me up if we charge $800 for Beyonce, right? You know, so it's a real, it's a very we have a lot of runway left, right? So when you read about the ticket prices going up, it's still, average concert price is $72. Try going to a Laker game for that, and there's 80 of them or whatever the hell. So the concert is underpriced, has been for a long time.
What?
If that isn't the biggest load of fish paste, what in tarnation, brother? Holy moly. There's so much to insult with this statement, like I don't even know where to begin. If you have been to any concerts or shows over the last, let's say, 10 years, you've probably noticed a trend where it's getting more and more and more and more expensive. The biggest complaint you will see anytime there is a concert is people talking about how they're priced out from attending it. Even the biggest fans can oftentimes not afford to go to it, or maybe they can only get like the nosebleeds or something, which isn't usually even worth the price you'd pay for that, because also that is often expensive too. And they get away with this because they have fundamentally a monopoly when it comes to live performances, live shows like this. And there's always the huge issue with scalping, which almost seems encouraged by Ticketmaster, at least historically it used to. I don't know if it's as bad as it once was. I haven't noticed it to the degree I did a few years ago, so maybe they started to fucking put the nipple clamps on it and twist to try and stop that a bit. But since they do still have this monopoly, they still have, of course, like fees and also just an exorbitant price tag on attending these shows. Because they can. You don't have like an alternative to get the tickets or anything. And I hate that comparison he makes where he's like, oh yeah, some people will pay like 70 grand as like a badge of honor to sit courtside, comparing it to like a big sporting event where people shell out tons of clams. Brother, you just blow in from Stupid Town. How in any way, shape, or form does that even remotely associate with these prices for a concert? It's so night and day, I don't even think it's worth digging into like the actual meat and potatoes of the statement. It's just a false equivalence. And he tries to use it as a way to justify that there is still so much room to charge more for their tickets. And I think that is just sickening. So I've been to 2 shows recently. I went to a Deftones concert a couple months ago. Unfortunately, I did somewhat brown my trousers a bit there. There was a couple tiddlywinks of fecal matter, which I made a video talking about it. It was pretty embarrassing, pretty shameful. Fucking shit myself a little bit as a 30-year-old man. Not that I blame Michael Rapino for that. I know he didn't put poop in my butt. That's on me. That was my responsibility. Like, I get it. But anyway, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I'm starting to like pseudo-trauma dump on you here for no reason. Deftones concert was amazing. And then recently I saw a My Chemical Romance show here in Tampa. Also amazing. But you know what both of these had in common besides being extremely entertaining? Extremely expensive. And Ticketmaster gets to basically charge the moon for it if they want to. And they do want to, make no mistake. And it looks like they want to charge even more for it. They want the fucking whole kit and caboodle here. They want your entire piggy bank just to see your favorite artist perform once. And I understand concerts aren't like a necessity. No one needs to buy tickets to a concert. But you can see this trend that when Ticketmaster Live Nation kind of took over and got this like monopoly, they have been jacking up prices non-stop. And it's just spiraling out of control where it prices out tons and tons of normal people that no longer can afford to go see their favorite artist perform because they'd have to decide between spending the money for a couple of tickets to that event or like you could also just spend that money on like a fucking week-long vacation in a lot of cases because it is that fucking expensive. So it's just, I also think it's bad for the artist too because then you're not performing to as many occupied seats. You're not performing to as many actual fans anymore. I just think the whole model sucks now. And you can see a huge change when Ticketmaster Live Nation took over. Tickets were far more affordable, and I get everything's gotten more expensive. I understand that. But in this sector specifically, this monopoly has been extremely awful for fans and artists as well. It is only good for Ticketmaster. And the CEO's out here like, well, actually, it's like super reasonably priced. In fact, it is underpriced. I need to be making more money. Meanwhile, last year he took home like I think it was like $32 million, like himself in total compensation. Like, I wonder why he thinks it's underpriced and why they should be charging more. What's the incentive there Man, that's so interesting. I wonder why he would have that
poor guy.
perspective.
Someone think of him.
Any sensible, sane person will tell you the same thing. Ticket prices suck. And Ticketmaster super fucking sucks. So I definitely don't agree with Michael Rapinoe's assessment here that there's a lot of runway for more ticket price increases. He says that people beat him up for charging $800 to Beyonce. Well, what he doesn't mention there is that $800 to see Beyonce is to see her through like a fucking glory hole on like the 39th floor of the stadium she performs at. Like, you do not get good value even when you do spend a lot of money going to these concerts because everything is so fucking expensive. So I think his take on this is complete trash. Complete trash.
The goal isn't graduation day. It's a better every day after. It's the first day in your new career. Your first pay raise. The 5th day of that week-long vacation. It's the first paid holiday home with your family. Or the day of your last car loan payment. Much sooner than you thought. At Ivy Tech Community College, we don't just care about your degree. We care about your life. Let's get started at ivytech.edu.
Here at Gibson's Heating and Plumbing, we know how important it is to be comfortable in your home, especially during those hot Indiana summers. That's why we provide a full range of...
But he does say something during this event that I think is an important thing to mention in regards to how important shows are to the artists.
Well, you know, the live show is, become, the artist is going to make 98% of their money from the show. The record label, all the other ways they made money is irrelevant now. The show is where they're making their money.
Now, in this section, he is actually correct. He did pin the tail on the donkey here. Record labels take the lion's share of what an artist makes, or what a band, group, whatever, makes. I have heard some, what I believe to be, or should be, criminal contracts in the record industry where they will take sometimes like 90% of like streaming revenue, record sales, merch sales, that kind of thing, and thus the band needs to survive off just tours alone because that's where they make their actual money. The record label makes the rest through them on other things. They only see like a small percentage of it. It's fucking terrible. The music industry itself is so unbelievably corrupt. Ticketmaster is just a small component of that. But he is right. The actual shows, that is the most important part to the money that an artist brings in, which I believe is also contributing to the increase in ticket prices. Not always solely Ticketmaster, but there are cases where groups or artists have knowingly increased their prices as well, and like even agreed to like the surge pricing type shit, the like dynamic pricing model, because streaming revenue, record sales, merch sales, all of that stuff, the record label has got its filthy fucking paws in a big way. Thus, they need the tours to, bring in their actual chunk of change. Again, the system itself in the music industry is super fucked. Also, streaming revenue is not a ton for music. I feel like most of you have probably heard artists talking about how much like a song of theirs makes through like Spotify or something, and it's not overly incredible from the numbers I've been made aware of. And I guess from my own personal experience, I'm in a band, The Gentlemen. We are working on more music. Across our 2 albums, we maybe have like 100 million streams across all the songs, and we even did do like physical sales. And in total, I believe what we've brought in over the last 6 years is like 120, 140K, somewhere in that general ballpark. So you divide that between 2 people over the course of 6 years, it's not, the biggest bag of money you'll ever see in your life. You're not talking Scrooge McDuck levels of wealth coming from like music streaming sales. At least not until you're in like the, I guess, hundreds of millions as opposed to just like the 100 million club. Again, I can only speak from my own personal experience and at least the other numbers I've become aware of and what artists have made from those. And we've never toured or anything. If we did, that would probably be where the bulk of the money would come from, because there's not a ton of people buying physical albums anymore. And streaming revenue through listening, through like just song streams, isn't like incredible per stream either. So he is right that these shows, these events, are extremely important for like the artist making their money, but his view of it is so distorted, where he thinks that because this is like the main revenue driver for a lot of artists, they need to be charging an arm and a leg for it, where it like prices out tons of people too. Like, it's very counterintuitive. There is no need for the prices to go as fucking Insano style as they have because of Ticketmaster's involvement. It's just completely unacceptable, and it is just point blank way too expensive. Ask anyone who's gone to a concert recently. It is just too expensive, and he is just entirely wrong by saying that it's underpriced. It's not. I really think the Live Nation Ticketmaster merger was just the worst fucking thing that happened to, like, live shows in general. That should have been slapped down. And the fact that that was allowed to go through has just been disastrous. I can't fucking stand Michael Rapino. I hate Ticketmaster. Shit sucks. Just wanted to yap about it a little bit because somehow he felt so confident to just let this absolute trash take fly like that about being underpriced. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
I'll miss your new car smell.
Have a
I remember growing up, there was a cliche in movies and shows where if a character would die, like clockwork, they would always say, but don't worry, they're not really gone. They still live on in your heart forever. And it's about how the character's memory and their legacy is able to transcend death. And they're alive to a certain extent because you remember them. It's metaphorical. But in reality, in the modern day and age, this idea can actually be literal. Thanks to technology! Did that scare you? Did that jump scare you? Does technology frighten you? Well, this one might. Thanks to our advances in one field in particular, AI, there are some fucking worms, some parasitic zombies out there that when someone passes away, they then get dollar signs in their eyes like Mr. Krabs because they can still get some usefulness out of them. They can parade that corpse around thanks to AI, where they can kind of like revive it with some of this like fucking forbidden necromancy so they can continue to squeeze doubloons out of their image. It's like Kabuto from Naruto, where he like revives ancient ninjas to use for his own game. Except in this way, there is no semblance of humanity left in the corpses. It is literally just these husks, these like fucking skinwalkers that just only care about money, that will use AI to bring someone back so they can continue to make money off of them even after they've died. And unfortunately, there is no one that has been exploited more, both while they were alive in their elder years and now, especially since they passed away, than Stan Lee. And unfortunately, Stan Lee has been like this golden goose that they continue to parade around. He passed away many years ago, and since then he has been fucking minted on the blockchain as an NFT. His Twitter account was still actively being used to peddle some dog shit. He's been used in multiple like crypto projects. It goes on and on, out the wazoo. And now Los Angeles Comic-Con has announced that there is going to be an AI Stan Lee attending, where guests can pay money to get a picture with AI Stan Lee, as well as have a conversation with him. So fork over some clams and you get to interact with AI Stan Lee. Excelsior! It's exactly what he would want, I'm sure. The people that own his image now get to just continue to put him on the puppet strings and have him dance for them, where they can put whatever words in his mouth they want. And of course he has no say-so in it because he is no longer here. He shed the mortal coil quite a long time ago, and yet since then, somehow, there are still people that are using him to make money for themselves. It's just greed. I think it is so sick and twisted. And the company that owns his likeness is trying to prop this up as like a positive thing. So the studio that owns the rights to his likeness is Cartoon Studios, and the company that developed the hologram is called Proto Hologram. And they have big plans for rapid commercial expansion of its Stan Lee IP. This was a human being, by the way, that they're now talking about like it's the fucking E3 showcase and how they're going to be like unveiling a new console here. We got big plans for Stan Lee now that he's dead, and we can do whatever we want with his likeness. Yeah, get excited. It's big moves coming from our Stan Lee IP. How is that anything but ghoulish? Oh my god. Such as collectible cards and a refresh of his wax statue collectible cards. They're making a Stan Lee trading card game. Oh my fucking goodness. And of course, the hologram AI is part of the same push. So comic book fans can enter a special 1,500 square foot booth to interact with AI Stan Lee, who appears in the rectangular box. The AI avatar may even make a surprise appearance in other parts of the convention, such as a panel. So even when he's dead, he's still being put to work. What great news, Cartoon Studios. Wow, what saints over there. And if being trapped as an AI construct after your death for an eager audience feels a bit like something that would happen in a Marvel comic book, the folks behind the Lee avatar have already worked out a defense of the project. We'll never put words in his mouth that aren't in line with things he spoke about in his lifetime. This is according to Bob Saboni, who is the head of the Stan Lee division at Cartoon Studios. They have their own division at Cartoon Studios dedicated to figuring out ways to still use Stan Lee's image to make money off of him. Of course, with no say-so from Stan Lee, he is dead. So by the very definition, you are putting words in his mouth because he is not saying those words. He never said those words. He is not with us any longer. This is the worst goddamn defense of it you could possibly muster. No matter how you spin it, these are not his words. You can try and base it off things he said in the past, whatever, doesn't change the fact that they are still not his words and his thoughts. It's fucking crazy. They are all designed to just make money off of him. Fortunately, with decades of footage capturing his thoughts on so many subjects, we can build a voice that stays true. Not always word for word, but always faithful in spirit, context, and intent.
He's been in basically every fucking
Loney.
Marvel movie
That
since.
is Barnack Hall. That is horseradish. The intent is just for you to make money off of Stan Lee. It's so sick, man. Holy shit. Now, there is some cases where AI...
Fear is not the first or the final word in your life. And the church...
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It is Wednesday, and there is a lot to talk about, starting with this. Jimmy Kimmel is back.
I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol.
And before we jump into this, you've got some people giving Joe Rogan some credit because before we actually knew that Kimmel was coming back, he predicted.
My suspicion is they suspended for a short amount of time. He comes back to a standing ovation. Donald Trump tweets mean shit about him. And then the world moves on.
And that is exactly what happened, minus the moving on part. Because you had Trump posting on Truth Social last night. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? He is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. Who could have ever guessed that these settlements would embolden Trump? He said, oozing of sarcasm. Also really quick, and to be clear, this is my opinion. It's so funny that there have been so many Trump defenders saying, hey, this is a private company that made a private company decision. This wasn't because of the government, despite all the evidence that the government was pressuring things to happen. And Donald Trump, as he almost always does, is like, no. I'm going after him. Trump's like, don't try to steal the credit, and then just rinse, repeat. But again, that's my opinion. Newscat back on. While Trump was seemingly stewing in his own resentment, Kimmel, he returned last night to a standing ovation, where he delivered what felt like a historic, nearly 30-minute monologue that I feel like is going to go down in late-night television history.
Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted.
Though, I will say, if you watch TV offline, there were a long list of cities, including D.C., New Orleans, Richmond, Columbus, Portland, Seattle, St. Louis, Salt Lake City, Nashville, and much upstate New York that could not watch it live. Right, and that's because the broadcasters Sinclair and Nexstar refused to air the episode on nearly 70 ABC affiliate stations that they own. But of course, you could also still watch the monologue on YouTube, where, as of recording, it's racked up nearly 14 million views in about 14 hours. Which also, to put that into some context, his political monologues, they typically get like a couple of million views. And I mean, the one that got him canceled last week, it only got around 4 million. So, we'll see how long that boost lasts, though obviously in the short term, it's possible that some people who didn't even tune in before are Kimmel fans now. But going into the monologue, you had Kimmel thanking all the people who expressed support for him during the past week, naming a long list of fellow talk show hosts. But then he also added names that were less expected.
I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right
to share those beliefs anyway. Like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, even my old pal Ted Cruz.
Or with Kimmel saying that even though he disagrees with them on most things and some of what they say, it makes him want to vomit, speaking out against this White House, it takes courage and they deserve credit for it. Kimmel also had some very kind words for Erica Kirk, who forgave the man who murdered her husband.
On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Rainey and Kimmel just breaking up, talking about that moment.
You believe in the teachings of Jesus as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply. And I hope it touches many. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that.
But that also wasn't the only moment where he showed vulnerability, because he also commented on the small segment that apparently got him canceled last week.
But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
But then, after addressing the controversy, Kimmel made sure to stress, that none of this is actually about him. It's really about freedom of speech.
This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
So Kimmel's saying that he's heard from comedians and talk show hosts from Russia and the Middle East who said that they'd get thrown in prison or worse for making fun of those in power. And he added that, he took his own freedom to speak his mind for granted. But now the government's going after not just him and Colbert, but also Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers. And Dude Kimmel calling that crazy, un-American, and a direct violation of the First Amendment, as well as hypocritical.
There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, "President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship." You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr, who later was appointed chairman of the FCC by this former crusader for free speech.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that.
Right, and then, while making it clear that he strongly disagreed with their decision to pull him off the air, Kimmel commended Disney for putting him back on and saying that it put itself at risk of retaliation by doing so. Also, since last night, we've seen a variety of reactions to Kimmel's comeback, where some, like Ben Stiller, calling it brilliant, and others saying that pulling off this monologue was a feat in itself. Many saying that he did this kind of balancing act flawlessly, but also there were others with a very different opinion. You had people like Andrew Colvett, Kirk's executive producer and a Turning Point USA spokesperson, writing, "Not good enough, Jimmy. It's simple. I'm sorry for saying the shooter was MAGA. He was not. He was of the left. I apologize to the Kirk family for lying. Please accept my sincere apology. I will do better. I was wrong." You also had conservative commentator Dana Loesch saying, "No apology. He wasn't making a joke. He outright lied about the killer because he hated the politics of the victim. Jimmy Kimmel can pound sand." But then also Piers Morgan, among others, honing in on the moments that Kimmel broke up, writing, "Hard to feel sympathy for Jimmy Kimmel and his crocodile tears, given how gleefully he is always gorged on the career entrails of conservative stars who lost their jobs like Tucker, Roseanne, etc." Right, well, there's no shortage of opinions here. Where I do want to end is with Joe Rogan, right? One of the biggest podcasters in the world. He's been heavily credited as being part of the reason why Donald Trump was elected. And while he hasn't reacted to this latest monologue yet, he did make his feelings about Kimmel's cancellation very clear in his most recent podcast episode.
First of all, I definitely don't think that the government should be involved ever in dictating what a comedian can or cannot say in a monologue. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
And if people on the right are like, "Yeah, go get him," oh my God, you're crazy. You're crazy for supporting this. How you have time while you're running the world to be tweeting that you don't like talk show hosts?
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
So with all that, it's going to be very interesting to see whether Rogan, not to mention Ben Shapiro, Ted Cruz, and these other big names on the right.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Well, let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and Spotify.
All right, it's 6.
Keep up their criticism of the White House as things unfold. Because remember, Trump promised to retaliate against Disney and ABC for this, and he doesn't seem like he's willing to give up the fight that easy. And of course, this is, he'd probably rather have a battle on this front and several others than have to deal with the Epstein scandal. And then there's more we've got to dive into today, but first, let me say, my old phone carrier thanked me for my loyalty by raising my bill, which, hey, come on, what? And so I dumped them and switched to today's sponsor, Mint Mobile. And right now, new customers can lock in 12 months of unlimited premium wireless for just $15 a month. That's talk, text, and data on the nation's largest 5G network with coverage for 98% of Americans. Plus, free calling to Canada, Mexico, and the UK, and 10 gigs of hotspot coverage on their unlimited plan, so you can scroll, stream, or work wherever without begging for Wi-Fi. And the best part, Mint made the whole thing easy and online. No stores, no salespeople, no hidden activation fees. You sign up, activate with eSIM and minutes, and keep your number. And I love that I can switch between 2 active lines on the same phone. It's super easy, and when I upgrade my phone, the eSIM transfer is a piece of cake. 96% of users rate their experience with Mint's customer care as highly satisfied. So if you're worried about service, no sweat. So hey, head to mintmobile.com/DeFranco and get this new customer offer for 12 months unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month. Again, that's mintmobile.com/DeFranco. Get it while it lasts. And then the fun part, upfront payment of $180 required, equivalent to $15 a month. Limited time, new customer offer for first 12 months only. Speeds may slow, about 35 gigabytes on unlimited plans. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for the scandal. Because in 2025, every story just sounds like it's a Mad Lib. Because this whole thing, it kicked off earlier this week after DHS posted a now viral video on their socials that showed multiple dramatic ICE raids and arrests set to the original Pokemon theme song along with clips from the show. A clip that I'm not even gonna try to include in this video because the Pokemon company would probably sue me so hard that I'd probably have my fucking grandchildren paying the bill. But one, come on, you know the song. And two, to really hammer the point home, the video ends by flashing several mock versions of Pokemon trading cards, but instead of Pikachu or Charizard, they featured mugshots of some of the migrants that ICE had arrested. With DHS then making sure to share those cards in separate posts so everyone could see the details in full, including descriptions of their alleged crimes, information on their arrests, and even their listed weakness as ICE. And then you had Customs and Border Protection replying to the post on X by sharing a gif of Detective Pikachu dancing and writing Border Patrol's newest recruit. And so then with that, you had a lot of conservative figures kind of applauding the post, high-fiving each other, though it also got a ton of backlash. And that as you had many people wondering whether Nintendo and the Pokemon Company gave DHS permission to use its IP, especially as you had others noting that both of those companies are famously litigious and many called on them to take legal action against the Trump administration. But also there you had some arguing that the video falls under fair use protections. And as you'd expect, there's a lot of back and forth and debate here. But then the backlash got even bigger yesterday when a former chief legal officer for the Pokemon Company told IGN that he doesn't think that the company is going to go after DHS. Saying first, think of how little you see the Pokemon Company International's name in the press, saying they are insanely publicity shy and prefer to let the brand be the brand. And adding, second, many of their execs in the USA are on green cards. Even if I was still at the company, I wouldn't touch this, and I'm the most trigger-happy chief legal officer I've ever met. This will blow over in a couple of days, and they'll be happy to let it. Also, I'll say that article ended up getting community noted on X to clarify that it was the former chief legal officer who made those remarks after a lot of people just appear to think that it was an official response from the company. So that then brings us to this morning where you had the Pokemon Company responding to the DHS campaign with a spokesperson there telling the Daily Beast that they were aware of the video that DHS posted and adding, "Our company was not involved in the creation or distribution of this content and permission was not granted for the use of our intellectual property." But very notably, the company declined to comment when asked if it intended to take legal action against the Trump administration. But as that plays out, it brings us to Theo Vaughn, who one was widely credited with helping Trump turn out young voters, but also two, slammed DHS after it posted this video.
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
In the original clip of Theo, it was recorded back in January when a fan allegedly asked him to send a message to a boyfriend who couldn't come to his show because he had been deported, with that video being widely viewed as a joke. And so with this now government-released version, you had Theo Vaughn writing, "Yo, DHS, I didn't approve to be used in this. I know you know my address, so send a check, and please take this down, and please keep me out of your, quote, banger deportation videos. When it comes to immigration, my thoughts and heart are a lot more nuanced than this video allows. Bye." With Theo then also responding to another comment that applauded him for speaking up, saying, "It's crazy to me that they would think this is okay? What if someone attacks me tomorrow because they think I'm some final boss of deportations or something? Now also with this, while Theo didn't specifically say what his views on immigration are and how they differ from the Trump administration's actions, you did have some pointing to comments that he made on the topic during an episode of his podcast back in June.
Obviously, there's a lot of deportations going on. It's sick when you see like children crying and people being taken from their parents. It's heartbreaking. Anybody thinks that that's heartbreaking. Now, there's also in the country, there's, you know, you have rules, you have laws, you have like, these are the rules, right? And some people are here, they're illegal. They're illegal by the letter of the law, technically. They're undocumented.
With Theo then going on to blame the Biden administration for letting a huge influx of illegal immigrants into the country and adding,
so, you know, when Trump is he's heavy-handed. That's who he is, right? We've also had a broken system for a long time. So when the hammer starts to come down, or the guillotine as this is, it's not going to be...
Hey, play for an ultra?
Racing for an ultra?
Don't forget, there's ultras on the line.
Woo!
I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior like thee.
Comfortable.
Then you also had Theo going on to say that he believes undeniably that there should be amnesty or a pathway to citizenship for people who are productive citizens. But then also, in addition to that, in regards to the DHS video, you had a similar kind of debate playing out about whether or not it was fair use. And there, you also had some arguing that it wasn't a huge leap for the Trump administration to think that Theo Von would be okay with them using him to promote their message, writing things like, but you did in fact say what's in that video, and you did in fact endorse Trump basically, and you did in fact attend his inauguration, even though his entire campaign was deport everyone, so spare us. Though again, you had others pushing back on that, saying that it was a joke and that people should be allowed to change their minds when it comes to supporting Trump and his policies, which also is something that Theo Von has actually done on several fronts recently. But literally, as I was filming the show, DHS deleted the video of Von from X. Now, notably, it's unclear why the clip was taken down, right? Theo and DHS, they both haven't said anything about it as of recording, but it also appears that the Pokemon video is still up. Right, but with all that, whether it be the Pokemon stuff or the Theo Von stuff, what are your thoughts and reactions here? But then next up in the news today, we need to talk about how the Dallas ICE field office got shot up this morning. And while this is all still developing in real time as I'm recording this, here's what we know. 3 people at the facility were hit. A tweet by local police confirmed that at least 1 victim had died on the scene and 2 others were taken to the hospital. And for a while, it was unclear if another died on the way or while there, because you had some outlets saying that 1 victim died and 2 were wounded, where others were saying it was a 2-1 split and they cited a DHS spokesperson. However, you had everyone agreeing that the killer also made sure that they weren't captured and is no longer alive. The authorities are also saying it looks like it was a sniper-style attack, meaning that the shooter was a few hundred yards away. Also, as of recording this, we know very little about the shooter. So just as I was finishing up today's show for you, the authorities released his name and age. While this is still developing, you already have people online digging into his history, into his politics. Which on that note, since it's so early on, we're going to wait for more information to come in, or we don't want to accidentally feed one narrative or another, especially when it was clear after Kirk's death that people were willing to just run or even make information up to support their claims. Right, considering that it was an attack on an ICE facility, you'd assume that obviously the shooting was anti-ICE in nature and that the victims were members of ICE. However, the initial reports from outlets are saying that all the victims were detainees. And you had the FBI itself kind of answering the confusion by saying,
while we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack.
Also, at that same conference, you had the official adding,
what I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
You then had FBI Director Kash Patel backing that up with a photo allegedly from a scene showing a stripper clip of large caliber bullets with one that says anti-ICE, with him also writing, these despicable politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigative efforts to see to it that those who target our law enforcement are pursued and brought to the fullest extent of justice. Now, considering Patel's history of jumping the gun, you have a lot of people kind of doubting the photo was legit, but it at least lines up with what local agents are saying. Now, also at the news conference, you had Senator Ted Cruz pleading for political violence to stop. You also had Vice President J.D. Vance similarly calling for an end to violence towards law enforcement, writing the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. So there you had people noting that Vance's post was actually shortly after the attack, which some found to be an issue because at the time it was really unclear who was being targeted. Right, an ICE facility was shot, but detainees were the victims. And that it led to questions about how Vance could push a narrative when evidence at the time didn't doesn't seem conclusive in any direction. However, you've had Vance coming out swinging against people who have criticized him, such as replying to one with, "The gunman had anti-ICE messaging carved on the bullets he used. What precisely did I get wrong, dipshit?" And then with that, you had a number of people saying, it's entirely plausible that since the shots were from a few hundred yards away and the victim describing many shots being fired, accuracy might not have been the biggest concern and detainees weren't the intended targets. And actually, on that note, you had law enforcement saying that the shooter just fired indiscriminately into the building, indicating that there really wasn't much thought being put into who could be hit. Right, but all of this is, this is not an isolated incident in Texas. This is now the third time this year that an immigration facility has been targeted. Right, 2 others were hit back in July. And then you couple that with things like the assassinations of Melissa Hortman and Charlie Kirk, and it feels scary. And so for now, where I'll leave this is, of course, we'll have to wait to see what else we learn. This is still a developing situation. But ultimately, that is where we are right now. Obviously, we have to keep our eyes on this because, again, to stress, this is a developing situation. We have to see what else we can learn, especially because, you always see conflicting reports and the immediate aftermath of something. But for now, of course, I would love to know your thoughts and reactions to not only what's happened, but the dissemination of information and the reactions afterwards. And then, there's more we've got to talk about in a minute. But first, let me say, you ever bite into a protein bar and you wonder if the wrapper would have tasted better? Well, that is why today's sponsor, Equip Foods, made the Prime Bar, the first ever grass-fed beef superfood bar. And they're just now restocked because, people actually want to eat 20 grams of pasture-raised protein from grass-fed beef and collagen. 0 whey, 0 soy, 0 weird fillers made in a mad scientist basement. Just honest, real food that fuels instead of fakes. And gut health, take care of it with colostrum, nature's complete food for recovery and immunity. Fats, you're talking grass-fed tallow and cocoa butter. Sweetness, dates and honey, translation, no sugar crash. And Equip backs it all up with transparency, like every ingredient tested for pesticides, heavy metals, and microplastics. I use Prime bars as road trip fuel, post-workout recovery, and when I just want a snack that doesn't hate me. And also, I'll say peanut butter lovers, they just dropped a new peanut butter Prime bar that somehow tastes like dessert and fuel at the same time. Clean, simple, delicious. The Prime bar just sets the bar. So hey, grab yours by scanning the QR code or go to equipfoods.com/Phil and use code Phil for 20% off your first order or 35% off your first subscription. But definitely don't wait. Prime bars, they vanish faster than your starting Monday diet. But then next up today, let's talk about the Donald Trump broken escalator situation. Because when Trump arrived at the UN yesterday, he and the First Lady went to step on the escalator and boom, it froze. Of course, as Mitch Hedberg pointed out back in the day, an escalator can't break, it just can become stairs. And so they just ended up walking up, though it outraged a lot of people, including Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who wrote, "If someone at the UN intentionally stopped the escalator as the President and First Lady were stepping on, they need to be fired and investigated immediately." They're then sharing a screenshot from a UK newspaper claiming that UN staff members had previously joked about turning the escalator off on him and saying they ran out of money. With that said, reportedly right now, there is no evidence supporting that they actually did this. But still, Leavitt had more shit to talk about with this escalator, as well as the teleprompter glitch that Trump dealt with during his speech.
First it was the escalator, then it was the teleprompter, and then Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who we offered a seat in the press pool to cover the president's historic speech today, noticed that the audio inside of the room was much lower and different for the President of the United States than the previous speaker. So when you put all of this together, it doesn't look like a coincidence to me, and I know that we have people, including the United States Secret Service, who are looking into this to try to get to the bottom of it. And if we find that these were UN staffers who were purposefully trying to literally trip up the President and the First Lady of the United States, well, there better be accountability for those people.
Right, and Leavitt was not alone here, especially with the Fox News crowd.
They sabotaged him.
Yeah.
And they could have hurt the First Lady.
Yeah.
Trump would have fallen and he would have gotten back up. I mean, this is an insurrection. And what we need to do is either leave the UN or we need to bomb it. It is in New York, though, right?
Yeah,
Could be some fallout there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Maybe gas it?
No.
Let's not do
Don't
that.
gas it. Okay.
He's
But we
kidding,
need to
he's
destroy it. Maybe just, can we demolish the building? No, this is absolutely unacceptable, and I hope they get to the bottom of it.
And even though he was seemingly kidding about bombing the UN building, those comments, they sparked backlash online. Right? People arguing they were worthy of resignation, that on any other network, hosts would get punished for saying something like that. Now, for his part, Trump seemed annoyed, but not as angry as other people. He made kind of passive-aggressive remarks about the UN mishaps during his speech.
I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle, and then a teleprompter that didn't work.
Though then on Truth Social, he wrote that those events probably made the speech more interesting. And then as far as what actually happened, right, why did the escalator stop? Well, the UN, they
Dear Ruggable, thank you for your washable rugs. Because every moment we don't have to worry about our rugs is another moment we get to spend with them. So, thanks for giving us more time.
Restaurant store.
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Restaurant store.
15 non-wobbly.
Restaurant store. Looked into it, and in a Knives Out plot twist, they found that the culprit may have actually been close to Trump's circle and acted in plain sight. Or with a statement pointing to a videographer who was filming the U.S. delegation because he got on the escalator right before Trump and Melania, and they explained a subsequent investigation, including a readout of the machine's central processing unit, indicated that the escalator had stopped after a built-in safety mechanism on the comb step was triggered at the top of the escalator. The safety mechanism is designed to prevent people or objects accidentally being caught and stuck in or pulled into the gearing. The videographer may have inadvertently triggered the safety function. And if you look at the video of the whole thing, you can see a videographer filming them. You can't see his feet or what he's stepping on, but he was walking backwards rather quickly. Right, and then as far as the teleprompter error, you had the UN telling CBS News that the White House was actually operating the prompter. And so for now, that is where we are, though apparently there's a Secret Service investigation that we get to look forward to. But then, next up in the news, I guess forget about a peace deal. Donald Trump is now saying that Ukraine can win the war, take back the territory it's lost, and maybe even get a little extra. After getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power less than a week to win. This is not distinguishing Russia. And adding, Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that. Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. So one, I gotta say that the standout is the whole real military power thing. He essentially said Putin and Russia are bitch-made. Though of course, too, the bigger and probably more important thing is this is a complete 180 from just a few weeks ago. Or with Trump rolling out the red carpet for Putin in Alaska, and Trump coming out of that meeting and saying that Ukraine would have to face reality and make a deal that involved giving up some of its territory. And so now it's not clear why Trump has apparently had this change of heart, how long it'll last, and what it really means. Or because there are signs that the Russian economy is starting to really feel it, but the situation on the ground, it remains fundamentally unchanged. And you've got people like a senior NATO military officer pointing out that Ukraine wasn't even able to gain ground when American aid to the country was at a peak. Plus, it's not like Trump's offering to bring back American military aid, though I will say, notably, he seemed to reaffirm his commitment to a relatively new arrangement that involves NATO members buying US-made weapons on behalf of Ukraine, with Trump saying we will continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them. Right, and then with all that, you had a lot of people pointing to what was not in Trump's post, and that is any mention of diplomatic effort to end the war, leaving the world wondering if he's deciding to step away. And also, I'll say a big thing with this is it seems like it's more than possible that Trump blindsided even his own administration with his post. Because just a short time after, you had Marco Rubio seeming to contradict Trump, saying that the war in Ukraine cannot end militarily and will end at the negotiating table. And that also is Rubio seemed to be at odds with Trump on the issue of Russian incursions into NATO airspace. And I mean, that's been an ongoing issue, but it's also really heated up in the past few weeks. Right, earlier this month, NATO forces shot down Russian drones that crossed into Poland, which Trump at the time suggested may have actually been a mistake. And then last week, Russian fighter jets flew over Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. And then on Monday, airports in Norway and Denmark were forced to close for several hours due to drone sightings. And you had the Danish PM saying that Russian involvement couldn't be ruled out. Right, and then with all that, you had NATO issuing a statement yesterday saying that it would use all options to defend itself. With the Secretary General saying that the decision about whether to shoot down a Russian aircraft, it would just depend on the information. It's seemingly giving the green light. And then along with that, you had an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council on Monday that focused on this. And there you had the Polish foreign minister putting it even more bluntly, saying if another missile or aircraft enters our space without permission, deliberately or by mistake, and gets shot down and the wreckage falls on NATO territory, please don't come here to whine about it. You have been warned. But then notably there, you had Rubio arguing that NATO allies should not shoot down Russian planes unless they're attacking, but then only to have Trump say soon after that they should. Though I also have to add an asterisk to that, because when pressed by reporters to the extent of which you'd back up allies on this, you just had him saying it would depend on the circumstances. But then also a big thing to look at here is you had Trump meeting with Zelensky yesterday, and that meeting, it was described as constructive. And you had Zelensky responding to Trump's post that came afterwards saying,
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's a big shift. It's very positive.
But again, I say this every week, if not every show, words are words and actions are actions, and we're gonna have to see what action actually happens. sanctions. And that, I mean, on all fronts, though also in the form of increased economic pressure on Russia. Because with that, last week you had Trump publishing a letter accusing NATO member states of weakening its negotiating position by continuing to purchase Russian oil and gas. Where with Trump saying that the US would impose major sanctions on Russia, but only after NATO countries had stopped these purchases. Now, a big thing there is that could be something that's a challenge for countries like Hungary and Slovakia refusing to find alternative suppliers. But regardless, it's a point he brought up in his speech yesterday at the UN, and a speech where I will say he also admitted that he thought that ending the war would be much easier because of his relationship with Putin. And then, along with that, he claimed that the US is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which he believes would stop the bloodshed very quickly, but only if European nations adopt the exact same measures. And so you don't have to see where that leads, but so far we do know that the European Commission is working on a new tariff proposal in response to the pressure from Trump. And it also proposed a 19th package of sanctions against Russia just a few days ago. But in the meantime, the war is still raging on, and we're only now learning more and more about some of the human rights violations that have taken place away from the battlefield. Right, just yesterday, you had the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine presenting findings that Russia has systematically tortured Ukrainian civilians in over 100 detention centers in every region of occupied territory, as well as dozens of regions inside the Russian Federation. And this report detailed abuses including mock execution, severe beatings and electric shocks, threats of death and violence to them or their loved ones, sexual violence, and the use of prolonged stress positions. Right, and the head of the mission said that her office has so far confirmed 36 deaths from torture, as well as poor conditions or lack of access to medical care. But of course, it brings us back where it always does, and that is words are words, actions are actions, and we're gonna have to see what happens next. But then finally today, I've got a congratulations and some commentary. Starting with a congrats to Riley T, SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who just scored $500 in tickets and is gonna see Ariana Grande. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets weekly, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. Just add code DeFranco to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. And yesterday, y'all's comments really focused on the Tylenol Trump situation, as well as lesser so with Kimmel. Though with that, I do want to start with Kimmel because there were a number of people that were kind of like torn between giving Disney credit and also saying, I don't know about them. I am personally on the, I don't trust them at this moment. I'm waiting to see what they do next, though I am mainly thinking if they don't do more, I'm of the mindset of fuck Bob Iger. And again, I'm waiting to see how things continue to play out. Right? Because I'm like, okay, yeah, Kimmel's back on the air, but I feel like Iger exposed himself as not being built for this moment if he doesn't do more from here. I mean, this country, it's become so filled with greedy fucks, cowardly fucks, and power-hungry fucks at the pinnacles of power, attention, and influence that I feel like the rest of us were just left hoping, hey, maybe we can make enough of a stink that they'll actually stand up to an aggressive, power-hungry narcissist who wants to be, but also clutches his pearls when you call him an authoritarian when he does authoritarian things. And, I mean, you got guys like Stephen A. Smith out here giving what I think he thinks are motivational speeches about shutting the fuck up to survive a Trump presidency, all while it really feels like the only reason Disney put Kimmel back on the air is because enough of you said, go fuck yourself, Bob, and start canceling Disney Plus and Hulu subscriptions right as they were announcing a price increase. And then also top of mind is, yeah, I want people with audiences to speak up more. And I was happy to see what I saw, but especially if they were one of these like self-proclaimed free speech warriors, oh, you can't just say anything anymore, motherfuckers. But also at this time, I think it's more important than ever that if you're a small voice, a new voice, or you don't even have one yet, to speak up. You're actually freer, or at least can think of in a way that is freer than a lot of the people that I'm talking about, the people that are big in entertainment, whether it be social media space or mainstream, or the people that are at the top of these companies. Right? Because we've got a world filled with haves that are scared of becoming the next have-not, and they're often more than willing to bend the knee and sell out your freedoms to pay for their yacht. They're not gonna have a spine, and even if some of them do, the real power has to come from the groundswell of everyday people that shoots up. But that's my little mini rant there. And as far as the other comments, like I said, a lot of them, and it was the majority, were around Trump and Tylenol. Right, some saying Phil skipped over the whole purpose of the Trump autism grift, saying that the government told people to stop using Tylenol and instead buy a product sold by Dr. Oz. There, I'd say Oz has reportedly sold his shares and resigned from his positions in the company selling that product. But also that company said it sold out its in-house brand of the product yesterday, so who knows? And either way, while it feels like everything has at least a sheen of grift, if not being a complete grift, I do want to look more into the treatments that are being talked about, because I have seen a number of doctors that I do respect saying there is something there, but more studies need to be done. Again, that's a comment on the leucovorin aspect of this and not the Tylenol situation. But I think that also brings us to one of the core issues that a lot of people have, and that is, what about the data? If you're cherry picking studies and the results, or even just parts of the study and ignoring other things, even other concerns, that's not science. But then also in those comments, some of y'all were joking, saying chugging an entire bottle of Tylenol to level up my autism stat. The Larixo also added in a follow-up reply, in all seriousness, this shit fucking sucks. This is basically the MMR vaccine scare, but with Tylenol. You also had some saying, as a man with autism, this is completely bonkers, saying my mother was allergic to Tylenol, so it was impossible for her to take it. The inmates are running the asylum. Right, and all of this, as many in the comments were just kind of blown away at, well, I'll just read the comment. The best part was Trump trying to pronounce acetaminophen.
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
With Itachi adding, if Biden tripped over a word, it would be front page news. Trump and RFK simultaneously sound like they're having a stroke and no one seems to care. And really with all this, I'm just kind of left wondering, what are the long and short-term impacts we're gonna see with this? Would that be, you know, what does a pregnant woman do moving forward when she has a fever while she's pregnant, which, you know, like we talked about yesterday, that can be very concerning for the child. Right now that you have RFK Jr. and the president coming out and saying this. And then of course also all the other things that are being destroyed or touched on. What does that look like in 5, 10, 20 years? That, my friends, it brings us to the end of this video, though you have even more just a click away. We've got my brand new podcast with Ed Elson from Prof G Markets. It was a really, really interesting conversation around just the US economy, the world's economy, and also just Gen Z. You can also have the newest Philip DeFranco show they haven't seen yet right here. And I've even got links in the description for both of those on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube, or really wherever else you want to get filled in. Main thing, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Just found this unbelievable sequin dress on eBay from a seller who's probably a Vegas showgirl. So many good deals. Had to get these vintage disco pants too. Then I was craving something sporty, found these in a sick cherry red, authenticated and everything. Thanks, Ken. I'm obsessed. Then I sold a pair of velvet flares to like a desert goth in Nevada. Cause last year I was a Victorian vampire, but now I'm all grunge and glitter. Yeah, eBay. It's the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion.
Rue was picky about everything until I found Freshpet, and now it's his go-to every time. Steam-cooked, fridge-fresh, Picky Pup approved. And as his pet parent, that's the peace of mind I've always been looking for. Freshpet. Fresh ingredients you know. Nutrition they